Hello, and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees. You're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place. Okay, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 Leadership Week. I'm so excited alongside all of my colleagues to kick it off. And we're about to get started momentarily with two incredible, dynamic, legendary speakers. But before we go there, some quick opening remarks. The folks you see on the screen are going to help facilitate the conversations for the next week. Many people in this community already know the incredible faces that you see on the screen. But real quick, 30 seconds or less, we're going to go through each and every single person here to make some opening statements. Let's throw a curveball and go to you, Joe Ingram. 30 seconds or less, some opening statements, please.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mo. So thrilled to be a part of this premier gathering, because in this event, for everyone watching, it's designed to equip and inspire you with strategies for leadership, both personally and professionally. And I think today we're going to begin the change of so many people's lives.
Thank you for that, Joe. And by the way, if you're in the virtual auditorium, let us know, what city are you watching from? What city are you watching from? What country are you watching from? Let us know in the virtual auditorium. We see some friends checking in from Kenya. Let us know where you're coming from. Julianne Meyer, opening statements, please.
Thank you, Mo. I'm so excited for this week. And the fact that this event is even happening is innovation and leadership and action all together. And it just speaks for itself. Who's here to share their wisdom? I can't wait to see what kind of breakthrough I'm going to have. And I'd love to hear from the people that are watching what breakthrough they're having. So please put that in the chat.
Parisa Rose.
With this many leaders all together this week, and all of the incredible, remarkable people, this is what I consider iron sharpening iron. So let's go.
Rex Sykes.
Wow. I mean, we're kicking this off with, if you read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, one of the authors of that book, you may or may not know, and one of the stars of The Secret. So, I mean, we're beginning with a bang. It's really cool. I'm looking
Dr. Janishak.
Hey, you know what? I am so excited for this whole thing. I've been watching the energy in all this group right here, and we've been working really hard throughout the week, and there's curveballs coming, but it's the energy that we're going to bring. And I just want to commend you, Mo, on putting everything together. This is going to be history.
Ava Manuel.
Thank you so much, Mo. As editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, I am so excited because this is something that we've looked forward to bring leaders together. Thank you for your vision, Mo Rock.
Michael Silvers.
Yeah, you know, it's so great to be here. And actually, the one thing that's critical for everybody, you're going to be with us for 7 days. So get ready, take your Facebook with you, take your YouTube, whatever channel you're listening, make sure you get comfortable. Take 3 things every day. You're going to learn so much, write all the notes. But at the end of the day, 3 things you learned, you're going to put into action right away. And we'll keep them coming every day. Great to be here.
Alicia.
We are all on a journey together. We'll be here learning about leadership principles, values, styles, over 200 plus speakers. Delighted to have you all join us today.
And I just want to take a second to welcome all of the people joining literally from around the world. We have someone watching from Lebanon, Texas, San Diego, Colorado, Washington State. Let us know what city, what country, what part of the world are you tuning in from. We literally have people joining us from around the world right now. And some of the places that people are joining in from, it's like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And so people, I commend the folks that are watching live. We know a lot of people will watch the replay, but those that are watching live have a chance to interact with all of these incredible leaders. So I want to thank my colleagues here, and you'll see more of them throughout the course of the 7 days. Thank you. And so to kick off LA Leadership Week, you know, something that people in this community love is when we have multiple thought leaders in conversation, right? And so something that we're going to do is actually welcome to the stage. It's taking a long time to get my colleagues off of the stage. If you guys could remove yourselves and give a brother a hand, I'd appreciate that instead of me clicking each of you one by one. Thank you. I have to do everything around here. Okay, and let's see here. Julie Ann Meyer will be staying up, though. So Julie and I will be kicking this off. And Julie, you know, one thing, that you see how they make me work? I have to sit there and click each person. It takes 1 second to push a button, guys. Come on.
Oh, you're on mute.
I want to welcome two people on stage here momentarily, Julianne, and that's Sharon Lecter, who everyone in this community knows, loves, and appreciates. And of course, Dr. Joe Vitale, who wrote the foreword to the best-selling book, Moral Compass, which also everyone in this community knows, loves, and appreciates. And something that we want to ask them to do, because we're bold here at the LA Tribune, to kick off LA Leadership Week, is actually have a conversation with one another. As thought leaders, as two incredible best-selling authors, because Julianne, wouldn't it be amazing if we could be a fly on the wall with two brilliant minds in conversation about leadership? Wouldn't that be something that this community would love to listen to, please?
I couldn't agree with you more. I'm here to listen and to learn, not to speak. I'm here to help people speak their brilliance so that we can enjoy and learn and grow.
Absolutely. And with that, I want to welcome Dr. Joe Vitale and Sharon Lecter to kick off Leadership Week. Thank you both for being here. And the two of you know how much I respect, admire, and love you. And the two of you know how much this community respects, admires, and loves you. And, you know, if I start talking about each of you, if I read your bios, we won't have time. And so we're not going to do that because we don't have time to list out all of the incredible accolades that the two of you have. People in this community are well aware. But something I want to ask the two of you to do is let us be a fly on the wall. People in this community are very excited about the idea of Sharon Lecter and Joe Vitale speaking together about leadership. And Joe, I know you have an incredible show, so this will be really easy for you to do. But let's start with one question. What is leadership? What does it mean to be a leader? Sharon, if you'll kick off, and then Dr. Joe, you know, just join in naturally and have a free-flowing conversation. Please, Sharon Lecter.
Well, thank you, Mo. Thank you, Julianne. And I just think it's an incredible opportunity. Today is May Day, the beginning day of new beginnings. And so we're excited to be part of this. And I'm absolutely honored to be on the screen with Joe Vitale, amazing, wonderful leader. And if you think about, I teach abundance mindset, you teach law of attraction, and that's truly what leadership is all about. You have to be able to lead yourself and position your mindset right, so that you can lead others, your family, your community. But it starts up here. It starts with who you are and what you want, and really having that control of your thoughts. You know, we can only control our thoughts, our words, our actions, but it all starts with your thoughts, as what Napoleon Hill talked about. Your thoughts become things, and it's so important. And certainly taking that to the next level. Joe, you talk about the law of attraction. So I think it's an honor to be on the screen with you, and it's an honor to hear you. And I'll pass it to you to talk about leadership from your perspective.
Well, it's more than an honor for me to be here. I'm actually confused. Like, what am I doing here? You got these hundreds of people. We got you. It's like, get me off the stage as fast as possible and get the real leaders here. For me, leadership is the person who carries the vision and the story and communicates it down line. everything in anybody's business is a top-down kind of an experience, and the top is the leader. So whatever's going on below it is because of what the leader is saying, what they're doing, what they're expressing, what they're carrying, their thoughts, their vision, their integrity. And then the other thing I want to say is, Sharon, you and I have never met. We've never had a conversation. So to be thrown in here live with the world watching is an honor and a treat and intimidating at the same time. So Mo, do you want us just to talk?
Absolutely. And folks, Dr. Joe Vitale has this incredible show. And Joe asks a lot better questions than I do. So Joe, I'm going to ask you to wear two hats. I'm going to ask you to wear the hat of this legendary author and also our celebrity guest co-host who's going to ask some questions. So Joe Vitale, back to you.
Okay. We're in a tennis match here. You just hit the ball back to me. So Sharon, what I'm curious about is, when did it dawn on you that you were a leader? When did you feel that you were a leader in your life and in your business?
That's a great question. You know, I was raised by parents who said you could do anything you want to do. You can become anything you want to be if you just work hard enough. And I think that instilling that sense of self-motivation and self-drive is really the fertile ground that breeds leadership, because you know that if you want something, you have to go for it. And as you said, top down, I kind of talk about a leader of an organization as one that, number one, needs to be a cheerleader, but sometimes you have to be a pit boss, because you are holding the space, as you said, of the vision. And so part of it is having that control. As Napoleon Hill wrote in Outwitting the Devil, 98% of people are drifters, and the other 2% have control over their mind and their thoughts. And that's where leadership comes from, of knowing that you do have a mission, you do have a definite purpose, and that leadership is where you want to inspire others to align with you, to support you, and collaborate with you, because success is not done by one person. It's done by the power of association, the people around you. And so I just would notice that it seems like I would be sitting back waiting for somebody to take the lead, and nobody would. So guess what? I raise my hand and start doing it. And it's like, you should stop doing that, Sharon. But nope. It's like, we have a mission, we have something to accomplish, let's get it done. And so I think leadership comes from within, but it also comes from the ability to have a vision, as you said, knowing what you want, and then being willing to step outside your comfort zone to make it happen and to align with others, but also always recognizing that you don't do it alone. You have to surround yourself with the right people. People are strong where you are weak. And that leadership inspires them to put the steam behind you and the propulsion to make your dreams and vision come to reality.
So many nuggets of wisdom just in those few minutes of an answer. That's beautiful. I'm curious, when you talked about you have to be kind, you have to be a leader, you have to have that kindness of heart, but at times you also have to be a pit bull, so to speak. How do you find that balance? How do you find that balance of, it's kind of a tough love approach, but people can take it wrong or misinterpret it. So you're trying to be kind, but you're also trying to lead. Where's the balance there?
It's a great question, because I taking it away from that and talk about business. I talk about, when you have a business, you want to have systems, and you manage the systems, so you don't have to manage personalities and people. It's the same thing as a leader. You're managing the vision and the direction, so you don't make it a personal attack on anybody. You just say, let's come back and look at what our definite purpose is, what our vision is, and where we want to go. And we need to talk about being realigned with our vision when things get off track. But if you don't take that lead and insist on a united front towards definiteness purpose, you get off course so easily, those shiny object syndromes. And I'm even guilty of that. That's why I have someone on my team that says, Sharon, yeah, that's a great idea, but is that along with priorities we set yesterday? So, it's kind of a natural thing that we tend to get off course, and we have to have that leadership and that vision to maintain so that we can accomplish our mission in the best and most impactful way.
That's another interesting thing you just said. And that is the idea of having somebody I don't know if holding you accountable or just keeping you on your path, because the tendency when a leader becomes really charismatic and has a following is to be surrounded by yes people. Yes, yes, boss, we will do that, boss. How do you find the person who's going to tell you the truth? The one that's going to really be loving you and tough love with you too?
That's a great question. In my case, Joe, my business partner today was hired as an intern in college. She's been with me for 23 years.
Oh,
and
nice.
she is my accountability partner. And I'm the one, I get excited about something new. I get a phone call from somebody that has, oh, let's do this. And I get excited about it. But it's, understanding that you need to trust your team. You need to have the right people on your team. And you come back and say, okay, Sharon, that sounds great, but does that change the priorities we set yesterday? Does that change where we want to go? And sometimes the answer is yes, but most of the time it's like, okay, let's get the excitement and the adrenaline away, and then let's look at it from a standpoint of what the vision is. And everybody needs that, because just as you said, as you become more well-known, there's a lot of people who want to, my friend Brandon Dawson says, draft from you. They want to be near you to get their own thing, not to support their own education, but they want to take and not give. And it's really important for you to have someone that helps you see through not tinted glasses, but what's really going on, and the opportunity to find those people who do want to support you and put in structure and strength behind you so that you can make a larger impact. I talk about the Play Big movement, my Facebook group. I said, it's to be number one in your field. Yes, but you don't do that alone. You live your legacy, because your legacy is created every day with every heart you touch, and to create maximum impact. If you want to create maximum impact, you do that by having a ton of people around you who believe in you, support you, and absolutely believe in the mission that you want to accomplish.
Mm-hmm. What about when you're first starting out, though, and you don't really have that support team? I have found one of the secrets to success is to have somebody believe in you more than you believe in yourself. But in my case, that was almost by accident in the beginning. If you're starting out and you're going to be a leader because you have a mission, you have a vision, you have a cause, you have this drive, but you're kind of alone, how do you speak into existence your support?
I love that, because you align with people who already are on a path of success where you can support them, and that gives you the confidence that you learn the way they do it so that you can incorporate that. In the book 3 Feet from Goal, which was the first book I wrote with the Napoleon Hill Foundation, we talk about the personal success equation, and it's P plus T, your passion and your talent. That's all about you. What do you want to accomplish? What's your definite purpose? What's your experience? Mine was, I was mad we weren't teaching kids about money in school. My talent was many years as a CPA and lots of years in publishing, and I could combine that. But most of us stop there. As you said, we try to do everything on our own. But true success comes from that power of association, surrounding yourself with the right people, or putting yourself in the environment with the right people, and then taking the right action times A, and then all of it wrapped in faith. And Joe, it's really, when I start working and mentoring people, it's usually that power of association and that faith in themselves that need the most work. And as you said, when you're just starting out, a lot of us, we have that imposter syndrome, that feeling that we're not good enough, we're not smart enough. And they go hand in hand. When you have the right people around you and you have a bad day, we all have them, they won't let you stay there. They bring you up. And so for somebody starting out, I go, pay attention. One of the most important things is, what are you listening to? Who are you hanging out with? What's the environment you're in? And have a mentor. The importance of mentorship cannot be highlighted enough. Someone who's been where you want to go, someone who can steer you around the pitfalls, open doors for you, introduce you to new associations. And that's really the huge element of success, is don't recreate the path. Find the path that someone else has forged, and then find your unique ability to make it yours.
I've always found my first mentors were authors of books, because I read their books and their books were mentoring me. I never met them in person for most of the time, but how do you find a mentor if you're just starting out? So
I
in
love
other
that.
words, how do you reach up and find somebody? Because most people are going to think they're too busy. They're not going to give me a handout. They're not going to give me a hand up. How do you find that mentor?
Another great question. I tell people, absolutely. I read Think and Grow Rich when I was 19. I am a huge student, fan, and mentee of Napoleon Hill. I never met him. So the words of wisdom are there. That's the importance of intellectual property, which I teach about all the time, creating assets, the ability to read from the masters, to learn from them, to get their wisdom in the comfort of your own home. Fantastic way to be mentored. But it's also, I tell people, a lot of people say, well, I'm afraid to ask for help. I mean, they're so big. And I go, again, it comes back to your mindset. Instead of thinking, I'm not good enough, or I'm afraid to ask for help because they think I'm stupid. Instead, change your mindset into saying they have accomplished so much that you're going to show them a sign of respect by asking them, can you assist me? But always remember the concept of reciprocity. Again, don't just take, find how you can show up, support, be there, and show them that you're making a contribution to their success, and then put yourself in the position where you have the ability to ask for help by really showing that sign of respect.
Mm-hmm. I have asked for help ever since the 1960s, and I'm a little kid, and I had goals of being either a heavyweight boxing champion or a magician or a baseball player. I wrote letters to the most famous people in those positions at that time, and I still have the letters they wrote back. I would ask questions. There was a famous magician, John Mulholland, was alive. He knew Houdini. I wanted to be the next Houdini. I wrote and asked specific questions as a kid. He wrote back. I still have the 2-page letter with his detailed answers. I have found this throughout my life that virtually everybody is accessible these days because of the internet. You're 5 or 6 people, the Bacon principle or whatever they're calling it, away from anybody. And if you are respectful and you are polite and you are professional and you are direct, they tend to help. They tend to answer your questions. So, and the other thing, I'm going to make this real personal for both of us. I just became the president of the Napoleon Hill Institute, like yesterday. This is the coaching division of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. So I am now in a leadership position. What would be your advice to me to be an effective leader for the Napoleon Hill Institute?
I love that question, Joe, because, I've been embedded in the Napoleon Hill Foundation since 2007 during the economic crisis, and absolutely adore Don Green. And I think, that the ability for the words and wisdom of Napoleon Hill that still relates 100% to what's happening in the world today, maybe even more importantly today than when he originally released much of his content, is you are in a position of incredible opportunity and responsibility. I mean, so many young people don't even know who Napoleon Hill was. But yet they do. You can get to them by sharing. I'll just share my experience with you by sharing the fact that they don't know Think and Grow Rich. They don't know Napoleon Hill, but they know pay yourself first. They know the concept of the mastermind. They know the concept of the law of attraction, which of course you were part of the secret, but Napoleon Hill wrote about it in 1919, the law of attraction. And so sharing these things that trigger their knowledge of those concepts, but they don't know where it came from. Napoleon Hill wrote, "There's nothing to fear but fear itself." All of those concepts get them to listen because they now have a nexus. They see, oh, Napoleon Hill, that I understand mastermind. I'm in a mastermind and it came from him. Maybe I should listen some more. And to show the depth of understanding, no one else on earth can have say they sold 100 million books in the concept of the law of attraction and self-direction, self-determination, and success. And so to be able to say this, you are opening this ability and this access to people to have that kind of leadership through coaching is fantastic and phenomenal. So congratulations. I did not know that.
Nobody does. I just announced that it's the exclusive for the Los Angeles Tribune. Mo didn't even know it. I mean, this is brand new, and I'm blurting it out right now live because I want to learn from you, and this is why I'm bringing it up. So I have a different kind of question. You have books behind you. I have books behind me. I'm an author. We both love books. Books have deeply influenced my life. Well, we're talking about being a leader to the world. In my opinion, most of the world does not read books. Most of the world has not read a book since they left high school, and maybe they didn't even read the books then. If they can get away with it, they probably didn't. Do you still think that is a way to lead? We want to get our message out. Is that the way to do it? Or do we need to move into some other media? For example, the movie The Secret's been mentioned many times. That came out almost 17 years ago. And yet the world has seen it. The world was introduced to the law of attraction. Even though the law of attraction has been around forever, here we are, a movie. A movie reached the people who were not reading books. Where are you at on the book scale?
Well, like you, I love books. Last week or 2 weeks ago was the 27th anniversary of the publication of Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
Wow.
And so that was the first of 28 books I've written. And it was probably one of the easiest to read when we did it, because I wanted to take the subject of money and make it non-threatening and easy to read. And of course, in between that, I have a lot of books that are very long and go in depth and stuff. But the most recent book I wrote is How Money Works for Women. And it's a graphic novel. It's in 4-color, and you can read one paragraph at a time because of today's reader. And the best compliments I get is, it's so easy to read, and I can go right to what I need and read it. So it becomes a resource tool as well as a book. Also, the popularity of audiobooks is very, very strong. And so I think that younger generation, they go, I don't read, but I listen. Great. So when you're an author, make sure whatever you do is available in audiobook. And then, of course, you lead people to it through short YouTube videos, because that's where a lot of the young people live. And so again, I don't use the word funnel, but I want you to think about the customer journey. How do you get them wanting to say, I want more? And so you go where they are, where they live, in social media or YouTube, and you trigger a point that they want to learn more, and it takes them to the audiobook, or it takes them to the real book. And I think books will never go away, but we have to make them more relatable to the younger generation. And I think you're absolutely right that we can't just write what we want to write. We have to write what people want to read. And that is what's been changing over time.
Decades ago, Mark Victor Hansen, who's one of the leaders in this event, had said people didn't want books, they wanted the McBook. He was referring to, the quick meal. They wanted very short and direct. And another teacher, Jay Abraham, who was also on the roster for this historic event, he said decades ago, long before I ever met him or had a conversation, he said, people want to be led. I never forgot it. People want to be led, which raises the question, do you convey your vision and story on a regular basis to the people that are being led by you? In other words, do you have meetings every morning or every week, or do you put this out in some way to remind them as a touchstone? Here's what we're doing this for, folks. This is the vision. How do you repeat that?
Exactly. And Joe, again, you need to reach your audience the way they want to be reached. So I have like a daily called Daily ATM, and it's a play off a bank. Daily Abundance Tips and Mentorship is like a less than a 3-minute message every single day, because I was so mad about all the negativity in the world. And when I get mad, I start another company. And so when COVID started, I was like, I couldn't stand all the negativity. So I launched this program every single day. I'm at like 1,750 of them now. A positive message to come and listen, and because again, I talk about what are you putting in your mind? What's in your subconscious? Make a conscious effort to fill yourself with positivity. And so I have an audience that wants that every single day. I have another audience that I have a newsletter every single Tuesday of every single week. I go deep dive into something and I talk about what's happening in my world. I have an audience that they overlap a little, but not completely. And then I also do weekly lives on Facebook and LinkedIn, a different audience in Facebook and LinkedIn, but consistently my message of understanding, taking control of your financial life, understand the importance of buying, building, and creating income producing assets, the importance of your mindset, and making sure you don't have lenses that color what you're looking at in the world so that you can identify opportunities. But again, every aspect I do, I'll be a podcast guest on people's podcasts because I want to be able to, again, expand my message to make the largest and greatest impact.
You are amazing. You have so much experience and so much wisdom. I'm going to ask you a bit of a challenging question. Do you write all your own material? Do you create all your own videos? And the reason I'm asking it is that AI, artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, the world is going crazy. They think it's like the discovery of fire. Also, they're thinking it's going to burn us to the ground like fire. So there's mixed reviews, but a lot of people have started leaning on it to do their work. So in other words, when they want to write a sales letter, they go to ChatGPT and say, write me a sales letter. I got my own views on that, but I want to know, are you doing all of this yourself, or are you leaning on some of the technology that's coming out?
Well, thank you, Joe. I like that question because it's something that I've been speaking about. AI is here to stay. We're not going to stop it. The issue is, and the thing that gets me upset are people talking about, oh, I'll write your book for you using AI and you'll own the copyright. This is just not true. Okay, I happen to be an expert, being married to an expert in an intellectual property, and it scares me because a lot of people are putting stuff out there as if it's their own, and it's not. It's AI generated. It's a very dangerous territory. There's lots of lawsuits going on. So be mindful. Use AI as a research tool. That's the safest way. Use it as a research tool and then put it in your own words. As it relates to my content, my content is all original. I do have a young woman who helps me in taking my voice, and she prepares newsletters and that type of thing for me that I review. And I have a social media team, but they say what topics they think I should talk about. I do all my own videos, of course, because it's me. But I had one AI generated short video clip on my new book, How Money Works for Women, and I was pretty darn impressed how they did it. But it's not something that I'm doing at all regularly, and it's not because I don't want to. Well, yeah, it is. It is because I don't want to. I'm kind of old school. I don't use ghostwriters for books. I write my books. But I do have some writers who help me, who have been working with me for years, and when they write something, I go, I couldn't have done better. That's pretty darn good. But I still review every single thing, everything before it goes out the door. My team reviews it. I review it to make sure that it is in my voice and it says what I want it to say. So
I wanted to make one comment about the artificial intelligence, because you had said use it for research. I have found that's where it's the weakest for me. I actually tried to use it for research at one point, and I came up with some books that it recommended I go get. And I am a book freak, so I went bananas to try to get this one book it had recommended as part of its research. After quite a bit of investigation, I found out it doesn't exist. It made it up. And then
I took a course in AI, or had a friend tell me, and she says at the end of every query for AI, the last line you says, don't make it up. All right. You actually, as part of your instruction, if you don't, part of the prompt, it's part of the prompt that you put that in the, and I thought that was a pretty smart thing to do.
That is a smart thing to do, because I had also heard of an attorney who had let it do its case study research, and half of what came back, which he was going to go to court with, was fictional. It was fictional. So there
was an attorney sanctioned because they put together a brief in a lawsuit using AI, and it was citing cases that didn't exist. Yeah. And they not only did they lose the case, but they got sanctioned for doing that because they didn't check the resources.
I think this is relevant to the whole leadership equation that we're broadcasting, because I think I had written down 3 things that I thought were important to be a good leader. One was you have the vision, which you've been talking about. The next one was you have a story. The story can communicate the vision. And the third is integrity. And the integrity, I'm kind of highlighting it right now, because if you're using artificial intelligence for doing research and it comes back with research that is fictional and you run with it, you just put some chinks in your armor. and you're no longer having the integrity, because now you're going to be questioned on everything you say and everything you do. That leads to another question. Who was the first leader that you ran into, even as a kid, teenager growing up, that kind of sparked your interest, or you just thought, I like that person, I want to see what that person's doing? So maybe you didn't say the word leader, but you were kind of following. Somebody, lit the fire.
Oh, there's so many to mention. I will tell you, my 8th grade English teacher, I was destined for math. I was going to be a math teacher. I love my 4th grade math teacher. So that was what I was going to do. I love numbers. I mean, I'm just naturally talented when it comes to numbers, hence becoming a CPA. But my 8th grade English teacher told me, Sharon, she always started her English classes with math puzzles, which I thought was interesting. But she also took some specific interest in students. And she said, Sharon, you're going to be a famous writer one day. I thought she was crazy.
Oh, wow.
But, years later, but she always talk about her leadership was finding something special inside each of her students. And making them feel good about what gift they had, whether they could write a sentence or not. She found that gift. And then my house mother in my sorority in college did the same thing. And she always found something special. And she said, Sharon, you're going to be on stage speaking one day. And I thought they were both crazy. But I look back now, and each of them planted a seed in me that grew and developed. And I look back, I go, wow, that was pretty special. But leadership is also inspiration, and finding that something in the people, making them feel good about themselves so that they will engage and support the mission that you want to accomplish. And that's seeing them, not just using them, seeing the people on your team. Yes. And seeing what their goal is and what they want, and putting that seed of creativity, that seed of self-confidence that will grow. You provide that fertile environment.
That is so beautiful. Mo had said something about changing the world or making it a better place. And I think planting those kind of seeds, seeing it in each other and pointing it out to the other person, that'll make us all awaken. That'll make us all glow. And I've had that in my life. I wrote a book after Bob Proctor died called Unexpected Kindness. And it was me reflecting on all the people who saw something in me I didn't see. And Bob Proctor was one of them. And because they pointed it out, it became knowledge to me. And then I could feed it and water it and question it, but also make it come alive. For me, I think the first leader I'm conscious of was probably John F. Kennedy, because he was the president that, as I was growing up, I was aware, here's this president, and he was charming, and he had this leadership quality, and he was good looking, and he said, we're going to the moon. He's got a vision. And of course, it was a fantastic vision. One other thing I wanted to ask you about, because you mentioned it earlier, you talked about the Napoleon Hill book, Outwitting the Devil. I'll tell you, Sharon, that is my favorite Napoleon Hill book. In fact, I couldn't read it at first. I started reading it, and I was like, he's talking about a devil, like the devil's actually real, and my hands were getting sweaty, and I moved the book aside, and I didn't read it for weeks, and then I was telling other people about it, and something in me said, you need to go finish that book. When I realized the devil was my own mind, oh, what a wake up. As much work as I had done on myself to realize that barking, critical, self-judging, skeptical part of my head is actually the devil, as he was describing it, was an incredible wake up. And I'm bringing it up because people haven't read that, and you want to be a leader. The thing that would pull people back from being a leader is the devil of their own mind. They'll talk themselves out of it.
Exactly.
I'll give you the opportunity to speak about that book, or how you came across it, or what your feelings were with it. And you were deeply involved in it and helped bring it to the world. So,
well, thank you. And yes, what an incredible opportunity. As I said, my first book with the foundation was 3 Feet from Gold. Yeah. And the month it was published, Don Green called me and said, Sharon, I have this manuscript we just got at the foundation. I don't know what to do with it. When Napoleon Hill released Think and Grow Rich in 1937, he was actually frustrated because he said, here I'm giving you the doctoral thesis of success. People will read it and do nothing. And that's, he added that last chapter, the 6 Ghosts of Fear. But he was so troubled by it that he sat down in 1938, and if the word existed back then, he would have used the word downloaded, because just in a few short months, he wrote Outwitting the Devil. And it is an incredible manuscript, but the title scared his wife to death. She worked for the Presbyterian College, and she said, I'm going to get fired. And so she forbid it to be published. And then it got locked away, and he died in 1970. She died in the 90s, and it went to her sister. The foundation got it, just within the last 20 years. And so Don said, I don't know what to do with this. And I actually ran away to San Diego, where I do most of my writing, and sat for a couple of days with it. And it changed my life. And it was amazing to me, because I said, this book needs to get out, because when you read it, it's so appropriate for what's happening in the world today. Plus, Joe, it is absolutely what's been welcomed by that younger generation, because it's a little irreverent, it's a little in your face, but in it he says, you can believe I'm talking to the real devil or an imaginary devil, the devil of your own mind. It's your choice. Are you going to derive any benefit from what I share? And in the book, it gave me chills when he says, the devil says, I'm going to prevent you from publishing this.
Oh, I just got chills.
I still get chills when I read that part. And I made them. If you've not listened to the audiobook, I'm going to implore you to do that, because I made them get 2 separate actors. And
so good.
The Napoleon Hill-ish person, and then the devil. He's got a real deep, grovelly voice. And for those of you that are watching us right now, if you have listened to the audiobook, please put comments in there. I've had people call me. I had to pull off the side of the road, Sharon. The devil's voice got to me. Yeah. And it's just an amazing, it's like a radio drama. And Outwitting the Devil is by far the most impactful book that I have been involved in, even more so than Rich Dad, Poor Dad, when it comes to leadership in yourself, taking control of those thoughts so that you can take control of your words and your actions. And he talks about, he takes on every taboo of the world: sex, politics, religion, education, what you eat, your diet, and smoking, which at that time when he wrote it, nobody knew smoking was bad for you, smoking and alcohol. And it's amazing. You read it and you go, wow, yeah. And he talks about drifting. And there's so many drifters in the world today, drifters who don't have a definite purpose, have no self-leadership skills. They go with the flow. You ask them what they want to do, whatever. And that's really holding back our young people today, because they haven't found their purpose. I can't remember who said it, but there's 2 important days: the day you're born and the day you find out why. Yeah. I wish I could remember who said that.
It's credited to Mark Twain.
Yeah.
It's credited to
okay. Yes.
I remember.
And it is so true, because once you figure out why you're here, my message to everybody watching and listening, God created you to be you, not me, not Joe. You were created to be perfectly you. You are fabulous just the way you are. All you need to do is figure out what your purpose on earth and how you can impact other people.
I just heard a bunch of people yell in my ear, how do I find my purpose? It's a question I get a lot of times, so I'm very curious to know, how do you coach somebody in that? If they say, I really want to make a difference, I love what you're doing, I'm being inspired, how do I find my purpose? How does somebody find
it? I actually will suggest you go to personalsuccessequation.com, personalsuccessequation.com, and there's a workbook that's free that you can download for me. And it goes through that success equation I said earlier. And that first P, your passion, is your purpose. And that it goes through how you can identify it. And sometimes you actually have to have the people close to you help you figure it out, because you're so close to it, you don't see it. What is it that makes you excited? What makes you mad? As I said, my passion came from anger. We weren't teaching kids about money in school. A lot of times you hear, do what you love what you do. Mine is, when I get mad, that's my purpose.
I love it.
To make a difference.
I love it. This is fantastic. Well, do you have some pointers for somebody they've been listening to you? I'm inspired. You're giving so many nuggets. What do they do first? What are like 3 to 5 things that maybe they can go and run with right now to be a great leader?
First, determine how you spend your time. Are you spending it or investing it? Because we have a lot of people can make money, lose it, and make it back. But time, when it's gone, is gone. So really assess and grade yourself. Am I investing my time? And then how am I spending? What's my environment? Who am I listening to? Who am I hanging out with? Are they striving for success? Are they pushing me a little bit for success? Or are they holding me back? And sometimes it's our own family. And I tell people you have to have a little bit of grace if it's your family, but know that it's not that they don't want you to be successful. It's just that they see you making positive change and they're not. And they feel bad about themselves. So the fact they try and pull you back so they get more comfortable, and recognize that, show a little love, put that cone of protection on, and keep moving forward. Because when they see you create success, it's going to give them the initiative and the desire to want to do that too. And so again, how are you spending your time? Are you investing it or spending it? How are you creating your environment? Are you putting yourself in an environment of success, one that will support you, one that will push you a little bit? And then pay attention to your financial needs. I have to talk about money. That's who I am. But, financial freedom is when the income from your assets exceeds your monthly expenses. The number one stressor in the world is financial stress. You cannot be a leader if you are financially struggling. So take control of your financial life, and don't do it alone. I'm going to give you a fourth. You asked for three. The fourth is find a mentor that's going to help you from where you are today to where you want to be, to where you deserve to be. A mentor is going to help you put yourself in a position of highest and greatest potential, because normally they see more for you than you see for yourself.
This is absolutely fantastic. Yes, Mo, I want to ask one more question. Don't turn me off yet. I got to ask.
No, we got plenty of time.
Yeah, well, I'm so loving these answers, and Sharon, you're so generous and so wise. Thank you. I'm learning so much from you. I would say you knew we were going to be on this presentation because you had a heads up, whether it was days or weeks ago, and so you've had time to think about this. What did you think was the thing you really wanted people to get? Knowing you were going to be here, you were probably incubating some sort of thought or nugget or a piece of wisdom or advice. What is it that you really want to get across? If we haven't already said it, here's your chance.
Well, Joe, a lot of time I will share this story, and you probably can attest to this. I often will be at the same event year after year. And sometimes the same people are there. And sometimes they're even in the same seats as they were the prior year. And they haven't done anything. They haven't taken action. And so today is May Day, May 1st, the new beginnings. And everyone watching and listening, I want you to promise yourself, don't promise me, don't promise Mo, promise yourself that in listening to these incredible experts that Mo has brought together, you're going to promise to do not one, not two, but three things that you can do from all the experts you listen to. You don't get overwhelmed with 10, 15, 20. Three things that you promise yourself that by May 15th, you're going to be in action. Probably May 5th, I would challenge you to be in action. But promise yourself that you are going to take action so that this time next year, you are going to be in a place of higher and greater potential.
That is so beautiful. Sharon, thank you for the honor of getting to talk to you live, and I look forward to doing it in person at some point over coffee or whatever. And
this has been powerful, and Dr. Joe had absolutely no warning that we would thrust him into this surprise role, but that's just kind of how we do things here. And while we have Sharon for a few more minutes, and while we transition to the next segment that Joe, you'll also be a part of for just a few more minutes, I want to welcome Dame Doria Cordova to the stage. And Dame Doria, I know that you're also a friend of both Sharon and Joe's. And if you have a question in closing that you'd like to ask Sharon before we move on to a segment with you and Dr. Joe for a few minutes about a separate but also equally powerful principle of leadership. But Doria, if you have a question for Sharon in closing, I think the people watching would love to see what you have to ask.
Well, I always like to ask people that are great leaders, what is the biggest mistake that you ever made around leadership that I'm sure you corrected pretty fast, but can you share that with us?
Hello, DC. Doria, my dear friend. So good to see you. I think the biggest mistake that I make, and I have done it repeatedly, and that is to not stand in my own power. And every leader needs to, Joe talked about the 3 elements, and the last one was integrity. And it was when I determine that I'm out of integrity with my own personal mission is when I take action, and I probably should have taken action prior. But I think we tend to want to get along. We don't want to rock the boat. And so oftentimes we will take a step back. And sometimes that's smart when it's an emotional situation. You take a step back. But I think you really need to be true to yourself to make sure you can sleep at night and to make the decisions that are in alignment with your personal values, your integrity. And sometimes you have to close a door for other doors of opportunity to open. You know, I made the decision to leave Rich Dad. I should have left probably before I did, but it was because I knew it was no longer aligned my personal mission with what Robert was doing in the company. So I made the decision to leave, not knowing what was ahead of me. Had I not made that decision, however, I wouldn't have had the call from President Bush to be a presidential advisor for President Bush and Obama. I certainly wouldn't have had the call from the Napoleon Hill Foundation in March of 2008 asking me to step in and re-energize the teachings of Napoleon Hill. So I challenge all of you watching and listening, is there a door in your life you need to close so other doors of opportunity will open? And you find that by being true to yourself and standing in your own power.
Amazing. Well, thank you for that question, Doria. And we're now in our 4th year of doing leadership summits virtually, and we've reached millions of people. And the first time we did it was in 2020. And the first big name we asked to be a part of our, can you guys stop posting the comments for a second? It's covering me. And the first big name that we asked was Sharon Lechter. And Sharon said yes in 2020. And the last 4 years, we've had a domino effect. And yesterday, the New York Weekly did an expose about the work we're doing this week, where they asked the question, is this the greatest lineup in personal development history? And if you go to New York Weekly, that's an article that they're writing about Leadership Week. But I want to say that domino effect started with Sharon Lechter, who graciously said yes in 2020 to someone that she did not know. And look where we are now 4 years later, Sharon.
My dear friend, Mo Rock, thank you for making that call.
I appreciate you, Sharon. We're going to come back in 1 minute, and you don't want to.
You certainly don't want to.
Yeah.
Don't want to leave us. You want to hang in there. Well, we get Mo back, all of you. Thank you for being with us today, and delighted, Joe. What an honor it was to spend this time with you. I appreciate you so much, and
the
I thank
honor
you.
was mine. I didn't know I was going to get to interview you, but I got to, and this was fantastic. So
they like to surprise us. I didn't know what was happening either. I said, yes, just tell me when and I'll be there. So we were both
I did
surprised.
the very same thing. I did the very same thing.
Well, Sharon, Joe, thank you so much. You know, one of the things that I also wanted, Dame Doria, thank you. Dame Doria recently received her President's Lifetime Achievement Award. And I want to say that Sharon and Dr. Joe actually have their Presidential Lifetime Achievement Awards also from the Office of the President, you know, for the service that you both do. I know Dr. Joe Vitale will receive his on May 19, when we see each other in Temecula. Yeah. And we are coordinating a time to bring that award to you, Sharon. So thank you so much for the work that you do, the contributions that you make in the world. And same for Dame Doria. You know, we just awarded Dame Doria's recently in a winery in Temecula also. So we are surrounded by greatness who are all contributing. Mo, you're back.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got kicked off for a minute, but I just wanted to thank Sharon. And we're going to take a quick break because we have a few minutes with Dr. Joe as well as Dame Doria coming up next. Sharon, thank you, love you, appreciate you. And we will be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And you know, Doria, I'm so excited, and Dr. Joe will be joining us here in a couple minutes, because there's a concept and principle that I'm really excited for our audience to start delving into. And it's a modality that you have shared with our community here. And I know Dr. Joe has also shared with people from around the world. But before we get into that, I want to quickly ask some of my colleagues to join us and share some comments. And we're going to ask Coach Jim Miller as well as Rex Sykes. And just real briefly, before we welcome back Dr. Joe to have a conversation with Doria, 30 seconds or less, some remarks about that incredible conversation, the opportunity for us here to be a fly on the wall. I mean, where else in the world can you see two legends have a natural free-flowing conversation and have an organic conversation? By the way, we didn't warn Sharon or Joe that we're just going to thrust them together and see what happens, but they're such good sports with how we do things here at the LA Tribune, and we're very unconventional, and they're okay with that, thankfully. So Julianne Meyer, what are some thoughts, 30 seconds or less, please, about your takeaways from that segment before we bring back Dr. Joe in a couple minutes? Please, Julianne.
Absolutely. First of all, that was leadership in action, and I so appreciated them jumping in and just taking the reins and running with it. And I will say that one comment that really caught my ears was when Sharon said that you sometimes have to close doors in order for other ones to open. And that just reminds me, that was what I needed to hear today. So not everything that's good is good for you. And sometimes you need to know when to leave the party. So I just adored that, because that meant so much.
And kudos to Sharon Lechter for being in control of her destiny and taking her power back and setting an example for women leaders and all leaders around the world to do the same. And that's something we're very big on here at the LA Tribune, is women's empowerment. And so we want to thank Sharon Lechter for being a pillar of strength and leading by example. Coach Jim Miller, welcome to the program, sir. It's great to see you. Some remarks about that segment before we go into the next segment here. And then Dr. Joe's very gracious with his time. He's allocated about another 15, 20 minutes for us graciously. Jim Miller, please. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
One of the things that I recognized, and that is a really extraordinary start to this event, are the discussion of the fundamentals of leadership. And you're going to hear that from everyone. Leadership has fundamentals to recognize: integrity, compassion, a vision, desire, and drive. All of these, reading books, intelligence, all of this is fundamental to leadership. But also, too, they breached the conversation of how do we reach this new generation, right? Because this is a different fundamental. This is a fundamental of meeting them where they are so that they can hear these conversations, so that they can identify who's going to be their new leaders in life that are going to take them, beyond playfulness, beyond the TikTok or, just the social media, into adult life and into success. So anyway, I enjoyed hearing about the fundamentals that are timeless, and also, too, the new fundamentals that are timely in speaking to in this new generation.
Jim, thank you so much, sir. And the community here recognizes that our co-hosts that are facilitating these conversations are thought leaders in their own right. Parisa Rose is the NCAA champion. Rex Sykes has been a pioneer in the field of NLP. And so we're going to hear back from Parisa and Rex and Jim and Julianne momentarily. But I'm going to ask Donna to stay here for this next segment, because we're going to talk about a principle, Donna, that I know you're excited about. And
Yes.
Doria, one thing that Doria Cordova and Dr. Joe Vitale, who will welcome back to the stage, one thing that Doria and Joe have in common is both of them have played a role in bringing a concept, an idea, and a modality to the world. And I want to spend the next 10, 15, 20 minutes or so, however long Dr. Joe gifts us with, to talk about Ho'oponopono and this idea of Ho'oponopono. And I'm going to kick it off with you, Doria, because I know Doria is my sister. She's my big sister, not biologically, but spiritually. And so, Doria, I want you to kick it off, and we'll have another natural, free-flowing conversation with you and Dr. Joe about Ho'oponopono. But before we do that, I just want to hear from Donna Campbell real quickly. And Donna, also please share with the community here this remarkable event that will feature both Doria Cordova and Joe Vitale very briefly, please.
Yes, May 18th, we are going to be in Temecula, California, and we have a Law of Attraction Retreat Day with Dr. Joe Vitale, and Dame Doria Cordova is going to be there with us as well. And we're going to be doing the Ho'oponopono prayer, as well as learning from leaders and masters for the entire day.
So we have over 1,000 people watching live right now. That doesn't include the tens of thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands that'll watch on replay. So if you're watching this, fly in from wherever you are. We have people watching in Europe. We have people watching in Australia. This is a very unique experience. Donna, what was the website URL again?
Yeah, let me put that here in the chat for everybody, just so that you have it. And if you are on Facebook, Facebook has banned my link. So DM me on Instagram or LinkedIn, and I will make sure you get the information.
Donna Campbell. Thank you for that, Donna. And Doria, I'm going to give the floor to you. Are you with us, Doria? It looks like she froze up a little bit. Doria. I can somewhat hear you. Julianne, are you able to also hear Doria, or is it just me? You're on mute, Julianne. You're on mute.
Of course, I didn't want you to hear me when I was backstage. Anyway, yes, I cannot hear Dame Doria Cordova right now either. Unfortunately, I'm so excited to hear what she has to share and say. But we do have Dr. Joe here still.
We do. He has not abandoned ship. So Dr. Joe, while Doria fixes her IT hiccup here, you're instrumental in bringing Ho'oponopono to a new audience. You and I think a couple years ago, we did a clip that went viral in the Middle East, and I still get notifications like every week or two. Some new account uploads it somewhere. It's been seen now by millions of people. So you've introduced the idea of Ho'oponopono around the world to people that had no idea what it was. So let's start with the simple question. What is Ho'oponopono? Dr. Joe Vitale.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to talk about it, because I do love it, and I feel very grateful because I was just in the right place at the right time, raised my hand and said, somebody needs to tell the world about this, and I got to do it with the key first book called Zero Limits. Ho'oponopono is a Hawaiian healing system that's basically based on love and forgiveness. And in its simplest form, it's a very small, short, 4-sentence prayer that you're saying inside of yourself to your connection to all that is. And some people could call that God. They can call it the divine. Napoleon Hill would have called it infinite intelligence. We have all kind of names for this higher power that we're plugged into. And we're doing this Ho'oponopono process inside ourselves. So in fact, we can make this real. Everybody right now has some sort of challenge in their life. Right now, they're here because they want to learn to be a better leader. And maybe they sense there's some sort of block or insecurity in them. Or we can enlarge it, and they've got some health problem or a finance problem, or there's dealing with employees or vendors, or something's going on. And what we want to do in Ho'oponopono is realize, first of all, your experience of the block and the problem is inside of you. It's not on the outside. You're saying the outside is the trigger, but you're feeling it inside. You want to go where you're feeling it. So you feel it right now inside yourself, and everybody's feeling something. So you're inside yourself, you're feeling this, and now you want to say these 4 phrases as a kind of prayer, as a mantra, as a petition to your connection to the great something. And the 4 phrases are very simple. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. They're shorthand for something that's a little longer. And the way that I explain it, and I'll do it very briefly so that we have the other guests get to talk about all of this and more. What you're basically saying is, I'm sorry for whatever part of me, whatever belief, whatever past life, whatever paradigm, whatever data has been involved in creating this. Please forgive me and my ancestors, anything in my downline that could have contributed to the creation of this perception. Thank you for cleaning it up. Ho'oponopono means to make right. What you're making right is your perception of what's going on. It's your perception calling it a problem. So please forgive me. Thank you for taking care of this. And my favorite is I love you. I love you for the process. I love you for the healing. I love you for the clarity. I love you for the cleansing. I love you for bringing me back to this moment of the miracle. That's it in the tightest, boiled down nutshell of a way to do this. And again, I explain it in 0 Limits. Doria knows far more about it than me, and she can elaborate right now if she'd like. And you look beautiful, by the way, and it's great to see you. And I'm going to squeeze all that in before Mo turns me off.
So Doria, good to see you back. And Joe, I every once in a while call Doria and I say, Doria, I need you to do a Ho'oponopono prayer for me. It's true. It's true.
You and Robert Kiyosaki. Whenever he had a real estate deal, he would call me up and says, I need you to do a Ho'oponopono. I said, dude, you got to do your own.
That's it. That's right. That's exactly it.
So Doria, your thoughts on what is Ho'oponopono? And you heard Dr. Joe, and I was just sharing while you had the IT difficulties that I think the two of you have been very instrumental in sharing Ho'oponopono with the world. Doria, please.
I just want to say I actually had to use Ho'oponopono right now because in Southern California right now, in San Diego, we're having this thing with the internet. And I just took 3 deep breaths and I just said Ho'oponopono. And immediately the conversation came up like, what does your sweetie teach you? Oh, turn off all the Wi-Fi stuff and hit the 5G. And immediately I went there. So for me, and number one, I really want to thank Joe immediately because I was around Morna Simeona, the woman that curated this particular beautiful prayer from the Hawaiian tradition of Ho'oponopono. It's been around for thousands of years. They don't know, I think, that the Polynesians brought it to Hawaii. And the families in Hawaii get together and they do a Ho'oponopono, make things right. And sometimes it can take days. They get together and they clear the air. They let go of resentments and upsets and they talk things out. And she was given, when the world has so many problems in the 70s, to bring it out to the world. And I had the blessings of in 1984 to have been a beneficiary of it when I had this little accident. And what happened for me was that I just trusted, and then I got to be around Morna for about 3 or 4 months in this property. We had her stay with us. And as I had an opportunity to meet with her, the whole thing was even what Sharon was mentioning earlier, which is standing in your own authority. It's like aligning the inner family, the Aumakua, the inner father, which is the great spirit, the Uhane, which is actually the inner mother, and then the Unihipili, which is the inner child. And the inner child is that aspect of us that carries memories from the beginning of our soul. Now, you may not believe any of this, but fast forward 40 years later, okay, because 84, 2024 now. Okay, so some of the examples, knock on wood, no lawsuits. I am the only person in my industry that just doesn't get involved. Maybe it has something to do with the fact I was in the legal field for 8 years and I know how to set it up to work with attorneys ahead of time. to have clear rules of the game, which is a key thing in being a good leader, by the way. And then also just clearing and clearing and clearing. So I'm so grateful to you, my beautiful Joe, my beautiful friend Mabel Katz, and others who are bringing Ho'oponopono to the world, because Morna herself told me, she passed on in 1992. And she told me personally that she hoped that someday in the future that there would be millions and millions and millions of people that would know or would say the word Ho'oponopono, because that frequency, that energy, and what Joe learned from Dr. I Haleakala, from Dr. Hugh Ling, it was the simplified version. Whereas I do the prayer, later you can go to Fridays with Doria, and I do the prayer that she taught me. But I think what Dr. Hugh Ling did and then passed it on. And this is another thing about leadership, is that if you have something that works so beautifully, you have to pass it on to people who are going to be responsible and will be presenting it to the world. And I truly, truly honor and believe that the world would be 1,000 times worse had it not been for the fact that so many people are even saying the word Ho'oponopono. So right now, you know, even if we can't hear you, I want you all to say Ho'oponopono. And Ho'oponopono, that's those 4 beautiful sentences that Joe just mentioned. But one of the things that I love about your first book, at Zero, that beautiful book, when you're talking about that, you're always taking 100% responsibility, which also has to do with leadership. When you are a leader, you have to like I'm starting a Money and You program tonight. For those of you in San Diego, Southern California, Friday night, after this program is over on Friday night, come on over to the Vision Center and help us out with the great game for those of you that have attended. So Money and You starts tonight. And there were all these things that were happening for the program. And we had these little glitches and we had these things. I'm the leader. Well, I have to show everyone that I am peaceful, that I have my family aligned, that I'm resourceful, that I have the accessibility to cash, accessibility to resources. What are the problems? And when we can demonstrate, and we can demonstrate also being centered and taking 100% responsibility, that whatever is coming at me, because I am the business owner, I am responsible for this event. I'm responsible for the 70 plus people that will be hanging around in the space, for their well-being and their ability to learn. So what do? I create the best environment. So Ho'oponopono also teaches you that when you come from the theory, and this is Edward Deming's greatest teaching, from what theory are you making that decision? From what theory are you a leader? From what theory are you going to live your life? Well, mine is 100% responsible. And when I align myself with a beautiful teaching, and it's not a concept, because so many of us have already proven it in our own life experiment, that when you practice Ho'oponopono, and you take 100% responsibility, and you go into forgiveness, stand in front of the television, in front of your iPad, in front of your phone, when you see that politician, that person, whoever it is that drives you crazy, you stand there and go into a process of forgiveness for every judgment you ever had, because you are going to attract those judgments to yourself when you get to be a big leader. So I'm talking to all of you. Absolutely. As major leaders.
And Doria, we're going to continue the conversation, but we want to thank Dr. Joe Vitale, my dear friend, one of my mentors. I can't talk about your impact in my life enough. Dr. Joe, you talked about Bob Proctor's impact on your life, and you did the same thing for me. Thank you for writing the foreword to the Moral Compass. It means a great deal to me, and I look forward to seeing you in person in a week or two, Joe.
Very, very soon. Hey, thanks for the opportunity to be here. I love you all. I'm wearing a shirt that you may or may not see, but it says, expect miracles.
Absolutely. Expect miracles. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Rex Sykes. We want to have you join the conversation here with Doria. And before you join the conversation formally here and take the mantle, some thoughts so far from what you've heard from Sharon Lecter, from Joe Vitale, and now from Doria Cordova. Rex Sykes, please.
Wow. Well, first off, it was wonderful to see leaders who are leaders in their own field and in their own lives listen to each other and respond to each other. It's not just listening to talk, it's listening attentively and then asking another question or contributing a conversation. So listening was a good part. The other is flexibility. Someone who's at the top of the field, like Sharon and Joe and Doria, my sister Doria, is flexible enough that when they're handed a curveball or things don't go the way that they would expect them to go, they rise to the occasion, whether they're thrown on camera without expecting it, or whether the internet goes down, or you're in front of a room full of people, or you're with your family members. It's like a first responder who knows how to respond to a situation or a crisis situation. And that's what learning to lead yourself is truly all about. Now, Doria, I love you. I love you. We go back a ways. We go way back without knowing each other for many years, and then we got to know each other for now a number of years. And I got to say that you are so instrumental in bringing so many powerful people to the awareness of others of the world at large, so that people watching today may not realize this, but you've been behind the scenes in so many ways. It's kind of like you have your fingers in all the pies of all the bigwigs who are out there today.
I do have. And I was going to say that one of the great honors and the great pleasures was, of course, us connecting through Mo in Clubhouse, in Clubhouse, opening up my whole consciousness to what was happening in the world. You can really separate yourself from, usually you can kind of sit on your laurels sometimes. It's like I go, okay, well, Robert Kiyosaki was my business partner for 9 years and Sharon's for 10 years. She and I share that, and look what Tony Robbins has done. We got him started and he's a Money and You graduate. All of them are. And it was like, look what he's done. And then I kind of went into La La Land a little bit, but a lot more humanitarian and philanthropic, because that's really comfortable for me. I love doing that. But then I realized as a leader that there was a whole new generation. There's a whole bunch of people coming online now that absolutely have forgotten the basics of making money, of leadership. They don't know about leadership. They don't know the basics of, like, even what's happening, how government works, how society works, and all this and that. And then I had to kick in. I had to come in. I had to make a major decision that took me a couple of years, that I was going to step back into the game. I was going to step back and give myself until I was 80 years old to set up another economic engine. And so if you want to create wealth, you want to be a great leader, you want to, really impact the world, take a look at a problem that's around you. Take a look at a problem and solve that problem and monetize that economic engine, and you will be very wealthy, because solving problems is a very profitable endeavor. And so, for me, I'm so happy that so many graduates, I can't help it. Ben and Jerry's. I mean, Ben Cohen did Money and You when he had, ice cream in his garage. Paul Mitchell, he passed away in 1989, but attended Money and You in 1980 and learned leverage, So all around me, I look around and I see the impact that our work has done, but it has been done with teams and with great leadership. And some of you may not be leaders. So let me just get this to you real quickly. You can be part of an entrepreneurial team. You can be part of a team. Have somebody else be the leader, but you be part of that team that changes the world. Not everyone is a leader. And if you're not one, don't make yourself wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. We need team members. And that, when you have that distinction, it makes life a lot easier.
Wow. Well, wow. I would also say that it's in, a leader of oneself is comfortable in front of the public if that's what they choose to do, but also not in front of the public. And so, there are those of us who've gone behind the scenes and got stepped out of the limelight to work in important areas that we saw either needed improving or some help or where we could contribute. So that's important. So when you say you kind of went into La La Land, you were actually doing very important other things.
Yes.
And that should be noted. But the other thing is that you said is solve problems. And some people say, well, what do I solve? How would I solve? Well, all you have to do is look around. There's plenty of problems everywhere. People face problems. And the beauty about problems is that they are the catalysts for solutions. They are actually, an opportunity waiting to be, revealed and solved. So they can solve a problem or they can improve on something. I mean, it's similar, right?
Yes.
And when you say economic engine, are you talking about automating the process, or when you say economic? I mean, let's define that term for our viewers.
Thank you so much. And this is the core of the teachings of the Money and You program. And this is why, it's an entrepreneurial program that is also experiential because we play so many games, but also it is transformational in nature because people do shift. They go through a transformation in the program. So behind me, you see a thing called the business. This is the fruit bowl. This is the fruit bowl theory of business. So an economic engine looks like this. You have a fruit bowl of what is the purpose? And they talked about purpose a little earlier. And I agree with what they were sharing, particularly if something that really upsets you. So what is the purpose? And that holds it. You have to have a container that holds a grand idea and an audacious big goal. Inside that particular fruit bowl, you have now the fruits, and that includes the rules of the games, the policies, the rules of the games, the policies, the different personality styles of the people, and having an assessment of that. So now you have an economic engine has systems for sales and marketing, people and organization, money and finances, and also for continuous improvement of what you are good at. That's an economic engine. So you have the sales handle, the marketing handle, you have the people, how to lead people, all the different personality styles, and also organization means to be organized. And then money. Now, money, do you remember, you guys, how I love to show this, and I got to show it because we all, I love this thing, right? It's on my card, right? But when this comes up, it's like, what comes up for you when you see that? People need to really handle their money stuff. They need to handle their reaction to money, to cash, to money, to having it. So your deservability. And then you have finances. Finances is the logistics of money. And so one of the things that has happened in the world, that you can't just teach financial literacy. You have to move into the aspect of self-mastery, of what you are so good at. Rex, your book, I know, please put information about your book. Your book is so good.
It really is. It really is. Life on Your Terms is truly a marvelous book. And what I love about it, Doria, if I may, is I like books that you don't have to necessarily read in order. I enjoy books where I can kind of just grab a book, maybe meditate, maybe do a little Ho'oponopono prayer, and just, speak to that great mystery and say, show me what I need to see. Show me what I need to read. There's a few books that I do this with. Of course, earlier we had Joe Vitale from The Secret. There's a book equally as good as The Secret called The Obvious that I also do that with. And, of course, we had Sharon Lecter and Joe Vitale have a great conversation just a few minutes ago. And, Doria, I know you have a very busy day. And I'm so grateful for you. And we're going to re-invite you back because we have a week-long event here. And Doria is going to be making a couple appearances. And Rex Sykes, you're going to be joining us in about half an hour with a powerful, powerful NLP panel that you don't want to miss. I want to welcome back Julianne Meyer, Donna Campbell, Alva Manuel, real quick. And Doria, we'll bring you back very soon. Thank you. Closing statements, please, Doria.
I just wanted to say that I really want everyone to realize the rock stars. I can't believe you have Cialdini. You don't understand, you guys. Cialdini, one of the greatest books ever influenced. The rock stars that are coming on here, pass the word, share it, put it on all your Facebook, everywhere. Tell people about this amazing event, and I'll see you guys soon. Aloha.
Thank you so much, Doria. And you know, she, of course, is alluding to Dr. Robert Cialdini, who wrote the incredible book Influence. And don't get me started about Dr. Robert Cialdini. If I start talking about Dr. Robert Cialdini, we won't have time, because I can go on and on and on about Dr. Robert Cialdini. The work. I mean, my team knows how much I love the book, the book Influence, as well as the book Persuasion. They hear me talking about it all the time. So we're humbled and honored. And I'm excited because up next we have a lot of people asking me, Mo, who's your mentor? And I have a list of them. And many of them you've already seen here. Joe Vitale is a mentor of mine. Sharon Lecter is a mentor of mine. Rex Sykes is a mentor of mine when it comes to NLP, the power of the subconscious mind. And when it comes to leadership, when it comes to the ability to pursue your endeavors in life unapologetically, when it comes to not being bashful about living your destiny, when it comes to not allowing external forces to impact my internal drive, my mentor is Bill Walsh. And I want to welcome Bill Walsh to the stage. And before we have this powerful dialogue with Bill, who I consider my mentor in many aspects in life, I want to ask Parisa Rose, Julianne, Donna, Ava to make some quick comments about Bill Walsh. Starting with you, Parisa Rose, please.
Okay, Bill, I do believe we are birthday twins. So that for me is a special thing, but the level in which you stand in your authority, but with kindness, always lands with me. So I can't wait for everyone else to experience that today.
Donna Campbell.
Bill, you know, you and I, we've been together for the last couple of years, and I have learned so much from you, not only from their courses, but watching you at the different events. And I honestly, I just have to say, you know, this year I have taken everything in leadership that you have ever taught, whether you verbally or non-verbally said it, and have implemented a lot of the different aspects. And it's just been amazing, truly amazing.
Ava Manuel.
Well, you know, I love coming to Bill Walsh's events, and I especially love how powerfully Bill leads people into their purpose and into their destiny, unapologetically knowing exactly that he's the person that can help them. So I love watching Bill in action, watching Bill really guide people. And I personally am a rainmaker.
Julianne Meyer.
Thank you. You know, I just wanted to say, Bill, that something that I truly admire about you that I've seen over and over again is no matter what is going on in your life, whether it's personal or business, you show up with bells on, you are there to serve. And I just appreciate your leadership skills. And it just comes across in how you always show up. It doesn't matter what anybody says, anybody does, you just show up because you know who you are and you are willing to give that to the world. So kudos. I love that.
Love you guys.
Rex Sykes.
Thanks for all those nice words.
Yeah, I was wondering if I was going to get to say anything. You know, there are probably fewer people in the world than Bill Walsh who travel as much as Bill does every single day, flying from one place to the other, and then getting out and empowering people, the leaders and the people who he has on stage, as well as the people in his audience, so that everyone can level up and live the life of their dreams or create the business of their dreams, and to make things happen. And Bill, we applaud you for that. As some would say, and I mean this with all due respect, thank you for your service.
Absolutely. And when you say thank you for your service, Rex, let's take a quick second to talk about what makes the United States of America such a great country. We all have the right, the God-given right to pursue our dreams, pursue our happiness, and we get to choose what kind of a life we want to live. We get to choose what kind of a field endeavor we want to pursue. If you want to start a business, you can start a business. And the opportunities are ample in this great country. And what Bill Walsh does is he helps assist individuals with truly living the American dream. I tell aspiring entrepreneurs that don't know where to begin, the best thing for you to do is to get involved in a Bill Walsh course, because that is the perfect way to be introduced to a North Star. Now, If you're a mid-level entrepreneur or a seasoned entrepreneur, I also recommend getting involved in a Bill Walsh course. But specifically for aspiring entrepreneurs, I don't think there's a greater introduction to the field of entrepreneurship than the Rainmaker course. And with that, I'm going to step back. Parisa Rose and Donna Campbell are going to be leading this interview with the legend Bill Walsh. Parisa Rose, Donna Campbell, please take it away.
So, Bill, first of all, it is just so good to be here with you again, as always. If in person or on the screen, it's all the same for me because I'm just so grateful to be here with you.
I love it. Thank you. Thanks for all the hard work you guys do.
Yeah, it's a joy. It's a pleasure. It's an honor. I'd like to start off a question for you that might be a little more unconventional, but I think it's your style as well. And that is, what's your biggest leadership pain point?
I think when you think about leadership pain point, it's realizing that you can't go it alone. I think so often, people, when they start out in business or they start out in life, you feel invincible. You feel like you can do it all by yourself. And, there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, go with a great team. And that leadership pain point showed up for me when I realized that there was only one of me, not 3 or 4. I began to realize that with a team, we could tackle multiple challenges at the same time, and at the same time have massive expansion, where on my own, I can only do so much. And for most leaders listening today, that if you really do want to go far, attract a great team. You don't find a great team. Everybody says, go find your team. No, that's not true. You attract a great team. And so when you lead by example, and you wake up every day and you're what's called persistently consistent. This is something that most leaders never get. You've got to be persistently consistent and consistently persistent. And sometimes you might think that, well, should I do the work today? Well, if you don't do the work today, then you won't have things tomorrow that other people just won't have. And, I got a call on Saturday. I'm flying back to Vegas. Hey, what's your Sunday like? Well, I've pretty much got the day as a flex day, just kind of chilling. Well, we're going to take the G550 in the morning. We're going to fly to Alabama and go Indy racing. Do you want to go? Yes or no? At 5 a.m., I'll figure it out. I'll be there. Let's go. And because of that, wind up meeting some of the most amazing people. And I would tell leaders this too, is that you got to show up for your own success story. It's so easy to say, I'll do this later, or I'll check it out later. But it's the work that you do when nobody sees it, when nobody's watching, that will define the future of all of your success. So as a leader, realize if you want to go fast, go by yourself. But if you want to go really far, you go with a great team, and you don't find the team, you attract the team. There you go.
You brought up some really great points there. And it was leading into what I was going to ask you about, Bill, because I've watched you throughout the years, and it's not always what you say, it's what you're doing, but also in the nonverbal energy world, because you do show up for your own success, but you also show up for the success of others continually. And I've watched and seen you do things that, and even for me, people have no idea. They really, really don't. And I'm curious for you, because leadership can be learned, but there's also that innate trait of it. Who showed up for you early in your career that you might consider a mentor, or someone that helped you break through to the next level?
Oh, my dad was my mentor on that stuff. I learned at 9 years old that why wouldn't I have a paper route? I needed to have some extra money, and I don't know, maybe I was making $25 to $50 a month, something like that. But that was money I didn't have. And I didn't want to wake up at 5 a.m. on a Sunday. When you're in 3rd grade, the last thing you want to do is wake up and go deliver newspapers. But I knew for a fact that if my dad was going to lead by example and he would drive me around, I had to drop these Sunday papers off. I didn't have a choice. And the funny thing is that once you start to get down a path, I believe that millionaires and billionaires, they have different habits. They just do. And these are not things that you always want to do, but you have to do. If you look at anyone that's ever excelled in sports, they have very specific habits. People that succeed in business have specific habits. Well, so do broke people. That's the bad news, that, if you're broke, just look at the last 2 years of your life. Look at your daily habits. Build something called $1 million habits, which means it's not what you're doing. What are you delegating? It's not what you're talking about. It's what are you reading? It's not what you're thinking about. It's what are you actually doing? And those leadership habits, they're developed over time. And from that, it was a lawn cutting business. Then it was BMX racing, where I was just consistent with those things because I realized that champions had a creed, and it's the same in business today. That a friend of mine that just passed away not long ago, who made billions and billions of dollars and impacted countries, he said, you got to see the people and tell the story. See the people, tell the story. See the people, tell the story. Well, I ask everyone, why are their sales are not so good? And many times when I take a look at it, it's because they don't see enough people. They don't talk to enough people about their business, their products and services. And they just think that people are going to come over to their house, they're coming to their business and just knock on the door. In reality, in business, marketing is everything. But leadership and leading by example comes from the inside before it ever shows up on the outside. And those habits are truly what make the difference between the performers and the high performers. And the high performers know that to play the game at that level, you have to be consistently persistent and getting so far outside your comfort zone that it scares you.
So good. So Bill, as you continue to talk about to have these habits, these, $1 million habits, and the habits of millionaires and billionaires are different than those that are not millionaires and billionaires. What is the most effective way that you've been able to place habits and establish habits for yourself?
So that's a good question. What I always do is I'm a huge believer in that either you schedule success or you plan failure. So schedule your success or plan your failure. So years ago, I built a process called Success Planner, and it's part of our Rainmaker business course that we actually have you fill out your family, faith, and fun plan first. In other words, if you looked at your life and looked at the whole next year, what's the family, faith, and fun events that you're non-negotiable on? And then you wrap the business around that. So I was always a believer that why wouldn't you schedule 1 to 2 years out versus 1 to 2 months out, and then work backwards, which means figure out if you set an income goal. Let's say that your goal is to make $100,000 for the year. And let's just say that you charge $1,000 for your product. Well, that means you've got to serve 100 customers over the course of the year, which means you've got to serve 25 clients a quarter. If you break this down one step further, 8.33 clients a month. So now it starts to be real that to serve 8 clients roughly a month, you probably have to go see or talk to at least 80. So that means you've got to talk to about 20 people a week about your business. And so we started to realize when you break it down to those numbers that to make 100 grand, 25 clients a quarter means I've got to talk to 250 clients a quarter. Means I've got to talk to roughly about 80 clients a month or 20 potential clients a week. So what that really means is there's a science behind success. So I would tell you today, if you have a good product, if you have a good service, and you really want to go to market with it, then figure out how many people do you have to see each week and talk about that product or service. And if you don't like your results, go back to the science. Go back to the fact that, well, you dreamed about making this money, but did you go see enough clients? Did you do enough posts on social media? Did you get in front of enough groups to speak? The reason the Rainmaker program has become so successful over 20 years of serving clients is that we make you build those habits. We make you work backwards into sales funnels, social funnels. We make sure on the front end you understand the communication that's required. What's required when it comes to leadership skills? What's required when it comes to making sure that you have a non-negotiable posture when it comes to getting outside your comfort zone to go tell that story? Starbucks knows their numbers worldwide every 10 minutes. Walmart every 30 minutes. Most entrepreneurs look at their numbers once a year. It's called a tax return. I would challenge everyone listening today that quit focusing on the money you're trying to make and focus on the number of clients you have to serve per week and per month and per quarter to make sure you have one of your best years ever. And this is really where the magic of entrepreneurship comes in, is that once you figure out that there is a science to it, once you have a good product or service, solve a problem, make something better, you're priced to sell, you're priced for profit, and you're willing to outwork your competition. This is all of a sudden where you start to make it look easy. To become an intuitive performer, which is what a rainmaker is, you learn to operate from a place of being unconsciously competent in your niche. I tell people all the time, I can't cook. I'm not a life coach. I'm not a fitness coach. I'm not a relationship coach, but I'm a damn good business coach. And I know that the numbers don't lie. So go back to this, how we started this. See the people, tell the story. Be willing to get outside your comfort zone and make sure you totally focus on the number of clients you serve versus how much money you're going to make. And when you put all of your efforts towards serving the clients, the money that will come at you, you won't even understand how easy it becomes, because you start to realize that when you walk in that place of faith and prosperity, the universe lines up with who you are, and the money's a byproduct of great service. So those are the things that, when it really comes to what are the leadership habits that winners have on a regular basis, it's a champion's creed to know your numbers, or don't bitch when it doesn't work.
I love all of that. I love all of that. And we've heard you say a couple of times here, Bill, to be persistently consistent. And when you're doing that and it's daily, you build the momentum. And that momentum over time, what I've learned from you is that it becomes exponential. But you can also say momentum is different than motivation, because you can be, this is one of my favorite phrases I've heard you say. So this is, and I'm guilty of this.
That's okay.
You can be motivated to sit on your sofa and eat potato chips.
That's right.
It is true. It is true. My question for you is, how do you, if you're doing the daily activities, you're consistently persistent, the momentum's building, is there a leadership mindset shift that happens during that time to exponentially go to break through a ceiling? Or how do you stay, you just keep going and doing the path until it happens? Because sometimes it might take years.
Yeah, well, here's the secret, right? That if you motivate idiots, you've got motivated idiots. And where are they going to go? They're just going to.
Well, let's see.
I think we lost Bill. I think we have to work on bringing Bill back. Bill, if you can hear us, your internet is having some problems here. But I'm so honored that we have Bill as part of this event when it comes to leadership. I think part of leadership is to be bold in your pursuit of greatness. And that's one of the many qualities that you can learn from specifically Bill, as well as many of the other folks that we have on here. But let me tell the folks watching at home something that they need to write down. And if you're taking notes, this is one for the notes. Remember, folks, fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors the bold. So when you're bold in your life, what you will find is that fortune will start to favor you. If you're struggling with making your dreams come true, if you're in a state of analysis paralysis, if you're overthinking the next decision that you need to make in life, just remember, fortune favors the bold, and also fortune favors clarity. So to have clarity and to be bold, these are the two qualities and characteristics that I wanted to share. And hopefully we could get Bill back in here. Let me see. I think we're still having some technical issues with Bill, but it's all good. This is a live event. Let's see. Bill, can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother.
Okay, fantastic. And we have Bill Walsh back. And I just want to remind folks, you are tuning into the LA Leadership Week, where we have the likes of Bill Walsh, Larry Holmes, and myself. And I'm going to ask Larry if we can do a charity exhibition. I don't know, Bill, should we do a charity expedition with you and Larry and see how many rounds the two of you have together for charity?
Yeah, let's go.
For a good cause.
Yeah, sure. Let's go. I think it'll be over in one round.
Okay.
There'll be two sounds you hear. The two sounds you hear is that Larry
no betting on the underdog.
And the next sound is that I hit the ground. So I'm not sure where we got lost there, but can you guys hear me okay now?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we talked about when you motivate idiots, you got motivated idiots, right? And they usually don't go anywhere. So what it really comes down to is having a vision so big that it pulls you outside your comfort zone. Do you see, this is the difference. The difference when you see a Michael Jordan when he walked down the basketball court, or a Tiger Woods in his prime. When he took the golf course, it was Tiger and everyone else. And I would tell you that when you meet people that are truly inspired by what they do, you almost feel like they're moving at one level and there's a speed for everyone else. And once you step into this space, you start to realize that there's you and everyone else that moves in slow motion. It's like, why wouldn't I speak in 3 cities in one day? Wouldn't that be a normal thought? People are like, do what? I said, yeah, because I could speak in Miami in the morning, I could do lunch in Dallas, and I could have a dinner party in Vegas. Where some people are thinking, I'd be happy to do one event in the whole month. Where once you start to stretch outside your comfort zone, believe it or not, it becomes the norm. I would not have thought that, on a Sunday morning, we could be in Vegas for breakfast, we could be racing Indy cars at lunchtime, and we're back in Vegas for dinner with an amazing group of 14 of us traveling. So you really have to realize that there's no limits to your potential. There's no limits to your mind. And as you know, your imagination is way more powerful than reality itself. So let your mind push the limits to everything you think is possible, and then let reality catch up to it.
I love that. And I love that phrase. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I do it this way? And I know you've stretched me in so many different ways, Bill. I think probably the biggest one was hosting and emceeing for you, but I was virtual to a live event. And I'm sitting there going, what do I do? And you know what? You figure it out in the moment. And I'm so grateful for all of those experiences and being stretched, because it really built me into where I'm at today and where I'm going. So,
well, yeah, because look at the ripple effect of your work, right? So people think it's about your success as a leader. It's not. It's not even about the success of your clients. It's the success of their clients.
Yes.
It's, did your work influence someone else to step into their place of greatness and really elevate their game so they can go help other people? And once you hit that ripple effect in life and business, there's no greater feeling than watching individuals you've helped or served at a high level, to watch them go out there and knock it out of the park and serve even more great clients. And once you step into that place, you start to realize why you're here. They're always the most important dates, right? The date you were born, the date you passed away, and the date you figured out why you were here. And once you get into that why you're here, all of a sudden you become more omnipresent to what's going on around you. And yes, people will think you're crazy and your family will think you're nuts, but your banker's going to love you. And the fun part about this is I believe that's where life starts. I truly believe that life starts on the edge of your comfort zone. And when you can step into that place with passion, purpose, and power, wow. That really is, if you're an entrepreneur today, it's moved to that feeling of giving back and making a difference and serving other people, that all of a sudden you do it not for the money, you do it because you love it. You do it because there's a great feeling inside to watch others win, and I mean really win.
So Bill, we're going to be closing up here in a few minutes, but I'd like to know, as you continue to talk about getting outside your comfort zone, what was the last time that you were really outside your comfort zone?
I push myself outside the comfort zone on a regular basis. But I will tell you this, that I did have the opportunity to go Indy car racing, where you actually race with the driver. Now, I don't know about you guys, but 0 to 200, 0 to 50 feels pretty cool. But 0 to 200 is pretty crazy in a car that is literally about 6 inches off the ground. And there's really no barrier around you. You're in an open air car, and you want to almost reach forward and be the driver, but it's like, no, you're probably better off to sit in the back seat and let someone else drive. So, I think I get myself outside the comfort zone on a regular basis. I've had the honor to work with individuals like RFK Jr. I've had the honor to be in rooms with billionaires and governors and heads of countries. And I push myself to be in those rooms on a regular basis, because I believe that's where the fun is at. So if you're listening today, and I always like to give away gifts. Can we give away a gift on this broadcast? Is that okay?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact,
my dog.
While you're about to give away the gift, I want to also remind folks to check out the wonderful book called The Obvious. You know, The Obvious is a fantastic book. We highly recommend it. It has 5 stars. And I consider this to be a book
we're gonna
that
give
should
away
be,
more than that today, brother.
it should be on everyone's shelf.
So we're going to give away a very, very special gift today just for being here. Zeus, come here, buddy. Come on, dog. The gift I have for you. Come here, Zeus. Come here. He doesn't want to be on camera today. I don't know. He just wants to bark by one of my guys at the door. But we're going to give away a ticket to our Ultimate Wealth Camp, either in Vegas or Chicago, with Mo Rock, and the LA Tribune is going to be there. You'll get my book. You'll get our newsletter. All you have to do is text these letters UWC. Write this down. Text the letter UWC to 26786. And there's going to be a special code. If you just type in the word Tribune, it'll make your ticket free.
Someone write that in the comments, please. Someone write that in the comments.
So once again, pretty simple. UWC to 26786. You'll have to use the code Tribune. It'll make your ticket free.
Amazing.
That's right. I love you, brother.
Love you too.
Donna, thank you so much for being awesome. This broadcast is stellar. The lineup you have on here is second, and I'm not sure how you did all this in 7 days, but man, you've got my mad respect. And that's what working outside the comfort zone brings. And that's what your team does every day. Come here, Zeus. Come say hello. Come on, get up here. Who's
Beautiful. Here? We want to thank Bill Walsh. We want to thank Bill Walsh. And what an incredible segment. Thank you, Bill.
I love you guys. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye now.
Appreciate you. Wow, that was powerful. I want to bring back some of my colleagues here, Ava, Rex, and I think Jim Miller may be joining us in a couple minutes here as well. Let's kick it off with you. First of all, Parisa Donna, great job co-hosting that segment with one of the top business coaches in America. What was the takeaway you got from that segment, Parisa, please?
Don't bitch when it doesn't work.
Absolutely. And one of the things I learned from Bill is, big corporations have an advisory board. Does anyone here know what most entrepreneurs have? Anyone know? Anyone want to guess? Most entrepreneurs have a broke brother-in-law, right? And so you don't want to have a broke brother-in-law as your North Star. Get yourself a quality advisory board, quality people to help guide you in your endeavors. Donna Campbell, take away from Bill Walsh.
Yes. When you're outside your comfort zone, keep going, because the comfort zone, being outside, you get comfortable in it. So keep going, keep stretching, and keep going as far as you can. It's just kind of like being Gumby.
Ava Manuel.
Quit focusing on the number of money you want to make and start focusing on the number of people you want to serve.
Amazing. And Rex, we're actually going to keep you on the screen here along with Parisa, because we have an incredible panel that we're about to start that's very specific in terms of what it's about. So a lot of people in this community know NLP, or they know of NLP. Today, we've actually assembled a lineup of 4 veterans in the space, 4 individuals that are considered some of the top authorities in the field of NLP. Of course, our very own Rex Sykes is at the top of that list. Jim Lutz, who many people from around the world know, is at the top of that list. Dr. David Snyder, Joy Willett. So, Parisa, you're going to guide this conversation about NLP, because a lot of people know of it, but they don't know it. And so let's go ahead and welcome this incredible lineup of individuals. And the first question, Parisa, that we're going to ask everyone is, first of all, what is NLP? Because what's amazing is you can ask that simple question from 10 people and get 10 different answers. And so let's start with you, Dr. David Snyder. Then we'll go to Jim, Joy, and finally our very own Rex. And then Parisa will guide this conversation. David Snyder, please.
Oh, thank you so much, Mo. It's great to be here. It's great to see Rex again. Parisa, always a pleasure. Great to see my colleagues from the NLP world here. It's exciting. NLP started, if you were to ask the great and powerful Bandler and Grindler back in the day, they'd have told you that NLP is the study of the structure of subjective human experience. And that's, as we say in NLP, true enough to be true. But the truth is that NLP is so much more than that in terms of what it can do. Because if you think about how much of our lives is actually subjective and how we represent those things to ourselves and then communicate that to the outside world, it's pretty much everything that we do. And so NLP, to me, not only is it the most advanced and most powerful form of communication, a model for communication that we have, it's also a tool of exploration. It's a way for us to discover, how do we do things on the inside of our mind, and how do we communicate those things in such a way that other people can get the experience we're trying to transmit, and vice versa, right? It helps us to clarify a lot of miscommunication, and it helps us to really drill down on the differences in people's processes that allow us to learn and replicate what they're doing very, very quickly.
Wow. Joy, I'd like to go to you next. I don't even want to.
Okay, can you guys see me okay? I feel like my connection is a little slow, but we'll work with that. So NLP, it's just basically neuro-linguistic programming, to get really basic. And it is about the use of linguistics or language to reprogram the neurology in our minds so that we can think, feel, and act differently and have a new perspective and state in the world.
Love that. The reprogramming. So I've got subjective, I've got reprogramming. I'm going to go to Jim, and then we will go to Rex.
Yeah, hi everybody. Honored to be here with all of my colleagues, and I'll echo what many of them said. NLP is multifaceted. I come from a background in high-level hypnosis, and there's an overlay and an overlap. Obviously, when I trained in hypnosis, NLP was floating around way back then, and so it became intriguing because they would augment and accelerate each other in many areas. So I agree with what everybody's saying. Our input usually, well, it does. Our input becomes our output, but we don't really control the input based on internal processes, and therefore it changes the output. And if you look at that, the output could be therapeutic within oneself. The output could be therapeutic in regards to another person. It can also be a communication, and a higher power removed, everything you want in life comes from somebody else. And so the ability to accelerate and create more fluidity in communication, whether that's from the stage or whether that's with a loved one or whether that's with your family or your children, once you understand the internal processes can be enhanced, then your output is enhanced, and ultimately the outcome will be enhanced as well.
Wow. Okay. Last but certainly not least, Rex, I'd love to hear from you. What is NLP?
Thank you. I appreciate my colleagues and what they offer and what they've said, in terms of what NLP is. I would add, and I want to approach it slightly differently. I am first and foremost a father. I'm very spiritual. I meditate. I've practiced hypnosis for decades and decades, and I got known through NLP, but I'm a meditator. I'm an actor. I do many different things in life. I've created programs, innovated things, and all that stuff. What NLP is for me is a way to improve all of those things that I do. And it's very simple. It's a form of communication for self and to others. It's a way of relating to self, but it's the practices and procedures and methods and the strategies for being the best that I can be and the best that you can be.
So good. So first of all, for those listening right now, thank you for bearing with me as I just let them go back to back to back to back, because it was actually a cue off of what David had said initially, that everything is subjective. Yes, everything is subjective. And I did not want to put any of my words into the space and just let these brilliant minds share what their definition was, their concept of NLP was, so that we can really have a rich discussion here. So with that being said, Jim, I'd like to take a bit of what David had said with the subjectivity, that everything is subjective, right?
Mm-hmm.
For me, the way I would say that is my breakdown of it is that it's whatever meaning we're making of something. And there can be a lot of harsh things in life, and there can be a lot of really joyful, amazing things in life. What would you say is a really effective or helpful tool that NLP offers or gives or can help reprogram, that can help those that are experiencing things subjectively that are really harsh or heavy or challenging?
Sure. Well, you're programmed by three primary modalities, and that is authority figure, repetition, and traumatic incident. Right over here is Tijuana, Mexico. I'm actually looking at it out of my living room. I live downtown. And if you were to talk to a young man or young lady in San Diego, we are repetitively told, don't talk to strangers, don't talk to strangers, don't talk to strangers. And rightly so, that's a protective mechanism. If you go 20 minutes right over here, the opposite is true, 180 degrees. Talk to every single stranger you meet because we will live better. So it's subjective based on environmental conditioning, based on parental conditioning, based on your own exposure to different things. So if you are involved in a situation that causes stress and something that maybe causes trauma, then that's going to be stored and triggered by other things that are out there. So what NLP does, it does allow you to reprogram that and look at it from a different perspective. If somebody was, say, God forbid, as a child, they had a traumatic experience with an adult, then that was stored as a child. And the child's mind is incapable of differentiating between that being stored as a 9-year-old and a 29-year-old. And so what we do in NLP and other modalities is we go back and restore it as an adult, because an adult can differentiate between that has nothing to do with this, but a child is incapable of doing that. And therefore, any circumstance, situation, place, or thing or interaction that mirrors what happened as a child can create that same response in an individual. I mean, if you take a tarantula and you put it on a baby's chest, it plays with it. It says, oh, it's a toy, until the authority figure says, no, there's danger involved with that, or they get bit. That's a traumatic incident. So it's cumulative. And I like what David is saying, what Rex is saying, is we have those bricks in the backpack, right, that we collect all through our life. And NLP and its co-modalities allow you to actually retain what serves you and others and eliminate what is mitigating that progression in some way by polluting the other thing. So it allows you to dial in on more specificity to what serves you and ultimately, other people in your life.
Wow. That was tremendous. Thank you for that. I want to take a bit of what you were just saying and throw it to Rex. Rex, how can we, in a very tangible way, so even in the most simple building block possible, how can we get back to that place within our mind that we're willing to pet the tarantulas? As Jim was saying, not that we necessarily would
That's
do.
got to be a bumper sticker. Pet the
tarantula.
So how do we get to pet the tarantula?
Yeah, that place. I know it's a journey there, yes. And what's a simple building block? What's a simple actionable step that we can take to get back to that place?
So let me circle back just a little bit first to say, why do you suppose that I mentioned I did these different things, and the law of attraction and Napoleon, all that stuff? It's because all of us have different areas of our life that we can apply these skills and these tools to. When it comes to being subjective, well, think of it. I mean, the only opinion you really have, although you do borrow some, is your own opinion. You look through the world at your own eyes, you hear through your own ears, your own nervous system. So everything is subjective to that extent, But we're in a world together, and there are multiple ways of making the tarantula more pettable, if that's what you want to do. There's systematic desensitization, which is not an NLP technique, but it uses some of the same principles that NLP would. Is that you bring something that's a threat out to a person and they go, they don't want it, but gently and ever so slowly you begin to bring it closer and closer and closer, as long as they can maintain a feeling of resourcefulness until they're able to have that presence near them. NLP has some other approaches to make that process a little bit faster, and there's hypnotic approaches, but it all boils down to communication. And how are you communicating with yourself? Somebody who's afraid of something, it can be operating outside of their consciousness, but essentially there's components to it. And when most people see something they're afraid of, there's a verbal component to it. Is that I hate that, I'm scared of it, and they have, the response. So you can alter that. I always tell people it's like this: you have dog crap or diamonds, and you have to choose which one do you want. And if you decide, you know what, I don't want dog crap anymore, I want the diamonds, then you focus on that. Because if you're focused on your fear, what are you going to get? You're going to get more fear. If you're focused on confidence or fun or joy or something else, you're going to get more of that. So it's about setting directions for yourself, not letting something limit you and continuing to travel down that path, but saying, I'm going to go in a new direction. Instead of this, I'm going to do that. Instead of this, I'm going to do that. And you actually can swap those out. The problem is, and the benefit is that people like David and Jim and Joy and others are helping people learn that they can make changes that they don't realize they can make. Because they've lived with them as long as they've lived with them, they believe their story that they're somehow limited or that they'll always have this because they've always had that. And what happens is we assist them in speaking differently to themselves and in seeing things differently and in feeling things differently so that they can be free of what it was that was holding them from living the life they want and moving in the direction of the life that they choose. And imagine how incredible it would feel to someone who, for example, had a lifetime fear of tarantulas, who can now pet the back of a tarantula. They're free. And that powerful example can be the catalyst for all sorts of other changes that they make in their life, because they go, wow, at one time, for 50 years, I was just scared of that, and now I'm not. So now I can do other things. So what we do is we provide hope by helping people reprogram the thinking that is limiting them and the feelings that are holding them back, to have new feelings and new thoughts and new ways of behaving and understanding the world, so that the world, instead of being dog crap, becomes diamonds.
Beautiful. This conversation has made me so uncomfortable. So shout out to Bill Walsh. Always stay uncomfortable talking about tarantulas. I didn't realize I had a version to them. I'm like, okay, this is okay. I'm good. We're good. I'd love to bring Joy in on this. And really, honestly, have a feminine perspective on what's been talked about so far between both Jim and Rex.
Okay, so when you say feminine perspective, Parisa, tell me a little more.
Good question, or good provocation. So I've noticed from your communication style in the past that you have you come from a place where you're circling the topic as a whole a little more versus going directly to it. And I think they're both incredibly effective. And so I'd love to hear that perspective that you share. That's really touching on like the outskirts of it that really bring it all together. That's what I mean.
I love that. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
To piggyback off of Rex and David and Jim, it is all about freedom. And really, where are we right now on the planet? So I look at it from a very big picture, as well as I'm sure everyone does. And it's about helping people come to freedom in themselves first and foremost, so that they can be aware of everything else in their life. It is perception and projection. We perceive things, we put it out. That's NLP speak, right? And at the same time, when we are able to become freer in ourselves, then we can be more vital human beings, okay? Right? So with regards, and like Rex said, and Jim and David, I know all of us are trained in these beautiful mind arts. I've done hypnosis since the 80s and NLP since the 90s and all of these other things, timeline therapy. And I'm also a clairvoyant. I come from a lineage of clairvoyance. I'm an ordained minister. There's so many different modalities that we can come into being. I'm also trained in the superconscious mind. So we have all of these levels of consciousness, and there is so much wonderful talk. And I'm sure Rex and David and Jim and yourself, Parisa, have been noticing how everyone talks now about the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. It's out there, it's mainstream, and about that's where it's the levels of consciousness. That's where we store everything. And that's where we're here to clear, as well as go into those other levels, right? Which might be the feminine, the intuition that we all have, the heart, so that we can be communicating and experiencing life on all levels, which is fabulous and fascinating during this time.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. I'm seeing the comments come in, and I feel that the clarity that I'm experiencing from hearing you all add to one another is exactly what I'm seeing in the comments as well, which is so amazing. So I feel like the alignment is palpable. Oh, so good. So, okay. I almost want to go back to the tarantulas, but I'm not going to. I'd like to go to David before we actually shift to the next question. But David, any
Yes.
thoughts that you'd like to add to this?
Well, I love everything that everybody has talked about, and it's interesting to me that so many of again, I don't know Jim all that well, but having listened to Joy and Rex talk about the fact that we're all hypnotists, we're all into mystical and energetic traditions, we're all into these spiritual paths. I don't think that's an accident. I don't think that, to get a little reincarnating and woo-woo on you, this is not our first tour. And so it doesn't surprise me that so many of us are drawn to these things. And NLP, and one of the things that we all recognize NLP for, but we haven't stated it. And all complex definitions aside and things of that nature, whether you're a hypnotist, a mystic, a copywriter, a life coach, a traumatologist. I have 18 years of trauma work, so I know. The one thing that NLP has allowed us to do faster than just about any other modality is change everything else. It is one of the fastest ways to get change, to shorten the learning curve, to deepen awareness and understanding that I've ever come across. And so if you want to do something better and faster, filter it through the lens of neuro-linguistic programming, and you will find the core steps, the key differences that make a difference. So it doesn't really matter what your path is. It's about accelerating your development and deepening your awareness of yourself so you can create change. It's all subjective, but the subjectivity of how we process information is what allows us to create the life we want.
Okay. Perfect segue to this next question that I have. So I love to be able to have conversations that provide immense clarity, especially when the topic at hand can feel a little complex to anyone, even just one person. So aside from there being a gap in awareness, so there may be plenty of people that are not aware of NLP and what NLP can do, how it actually works, all of that. So I'm talking about the people that do know about it, that are aware. What are the biggest pieces of resistance that people have to NLP? I really want to debunk these things with you, Val, because you guys are providing so much clarity. So I would love to go and dive into that if you guys wouldn't mind.
What was the question? Biggest what?
The biggest resistance that people have to NLP, the ones that do know about it. Of course, there are people that are not aware of NLP, but those that do know, what's the biggest piece of resistance? Rex, go ahead and go first.
Okay, well, how many choices are there in the world? They can resist for any number of reasons, silly or otherwise. I mean, there can be intelligent reasons to resist because not all NLP is created equal, and not everybody who does NLP is a good NLPer, and some are ethical and some are not. So you have to choose wisely the practitioner as you would an attorney or a doctor or anybody else. Just because they have some letters in front of or behind their name doesn't mean they're good at anything. So, you want to vet everything. And what I say is this, is NLP is a set of tools. It's more than that for me. I mean, because you can have tools, you can have a toolbox and do nothing with it. Or you can have tools in your toolbox you don't know what to do with or how to use it or any of that kind of stuff. So you want to develop the mindset of someone who knows how to use tools. I'm an actor and a filmmaker. I oftentimes take a screenplay, I throw it on the ground because people say, the screenplay is truly valuable. It's more important than the actor because without the actor can't act. And I go, okay, act, screenplay. And it doesn't do anything. Well, the tools of NLP don't do anything. They're a myth. There's nothing there. It's the person who brings them alive. If you resist NLP, you're resisting a myth. You're resisting a fiction. It's like saying, I I resist language. I resist air. I resist basketball. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to resist something. But what you may be resisting is the misuse or the misunderstanding or the misapplication, of something that is designed to help you feel better in the world. Now, some of that, rightly so, has come from the very founders of NLP. There's some of the people confuse things, or there's a balls to the wall attitude, just get in there and plow through and change people. We need more feminine energy. We need more love. We need more spirituality. We need the kinds of things that we all tend to embrace in the field. And when I started, there most people were NLPers or they weren't, and many of them were just therapists and then eventually business people. When I came in, I was doing, the whole brain learning and acting and the hypnosis and the meditation. So I don't say this as a commercial, but my programs were very, very different than the traditional programs out there. And we laughed and we danced and we did body work and we meditated and we had all these different things going on. And people ridiculed us, like, "You're not serious about NLP. How dare you do that?" Well, now almost everybody does that in their workshops. And then 30 years later, people are dancing and singing and high-fiving. And I want a standing ovation and all the stuff that we started way back in the 80s. Yeah, exactly. So if they're going to resist, they're going to resist because they resist. Our job, as I said, everything is communication. Hypnosis is communication. NLP is communication. It's all about how we approach them and help them to understand. And instead of fighting them, because what you resist persists. Remember, if they resist it, they're going to persist in their resistance until you show them or lead them to a better way of understanding it. That's on us to try and communicate that to them so that they can choose the dog, crap, or diamonds. Do they want to stay with their resistance, or do they want to find something of value that can help them change and liven up their life in spite of all the bad things they've heard or all the rumors they think or anything like that? I know I've gone on for a long while, so I'm going to go zip my lip and listen to the other important people talk.
You provided great context for the others in this panel, so it was perfect. So in addition to the term resist, I'm going to also add the concept of being skeptical, or the skepticism that people might have as well. So same question applies, but add the skepticism piece of it as well. Jim, I see you nodding your head. I'd love for you to.
Before, can I just say something?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
My point was, you should be skeptical. Just don't be gullible, be skeptical. These people have reputations who I know, and they're here. So these people, maybe you want to check into them or check into me or in others, because if they're walking their talk, that's important. If we don't walk our talk, don't pay attention to us. So you should be skeptical. You should, but you shouldn't let your skepticism become cynicism. And so
You're good. Jim, go ahead and hop in.
Yeah, well done, Rex. I teach something called the 3 A's, and it's acquisition, assimilation, and application. If you default on any of those, you're dead in the water. So, first you're acquiring the information from this panel and from this event. The next thing you need to do is assimilate it. That's why college and schools give tests. Most of the time in this environment, there's no test. Unless it's a certification of some kind. So that's why they actually do it. They don't operate on the assumption that they assimilated it. And then ultimately you have to apply the information. Back in the day, I know we don't have any, I'm assuming we don't, I know you guys mentioned 30 years, so I was around back then too. So we used to call it the cellophane effect, and where people would buy the cassette tape albums and never unwrap them. They're sitting up there. So they did the acquisition of the information. Yeah. They certainly didn't assimilate it. And God forbid they didn't even apply it. So it pivots back to, like in hypnosis, the pre-talk, right? So what you want to do is you want to dispel as many myths and misconceptions, as Rex said, about NLP or hypnosis. And they're usually the same. They fall within the same realm because you're environmentally influenced. You're influenced by authority figures as well. So they saw Night of the Zombies. They see the mind control stuff. You're going to control my mind. You're going to turn me into a criminal. So all of that is their only exposure. Or maybe all they saw was a stage hypnotist. And so they see, you're going to make me sing Beyonce songs, and you're going to do all of this other stuff. They haven't really looked at it from the context of what this panel does. Have I ever done a stage show? Yeah, I've done one. They were fun. But there's not really what it's utilized here. So it's very simple, because remember that, people are subordinately programmed. Their parents tell them what to do. Their coaches tell them what to do. Their bosses tell them what to do. Their spouses tell them what to do. So they're subordinately programmed. And I don't care if you're a prisoner. I don't care if you're a tough gang member. You have that latent subordinate programming in there to where you are an authority figure. So if somebody was in a therapeutic position, a therapist, NLP therapist, hypnotherapist, they're already approaching with a pre-existing interest. So they've already crossed that line. They wouldn't have even called you if the skepticism exceeded that. But they do come in with fears and misconceptions and fear of loss of control or revealing skeletons in the closet. And so it's our job, somebody that's an NLPer or hypnosis expert, to make them feel comfortable coming from that authority figure, because they really do come in wanting the results, or they wouldn't be there. So they wouldn't even be there talking to you. But all we have to do is move those misconceptions away, make them feel comfortable, make them feel that you're competent, that you have their own best interests. I agree 100% with what Rex said. It doesn't matter, what it says on your business card. What it matters is, do they feel comfortable with your competency, and are you there to embrace them? Are you not? Are you making money by giving, or are you making money by taking? Are you doing something for someone and not to someone? And when you create that synchronicity with an individual, whether it's a conversation at a restaurant or from the stage or in a therapeutic environment, then it's a win-win, because there's a synergy. They just don't know what they don't know. And once they know it, then that level of comfort actually facilitates the entire process as well.
Absolutely. They don't know what they don't know. I say that to myself almost every day. I'm like, I don't know what I don't know. So I get to give myself some grace and keep pushing forward. It's such a powerful concept to really let land. Wow, that was so good. The three A's: acquisition, assimilation, and application.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm doing like little mind blowing emoji over here, because the simplicity of that and the ability, because those are, I feel like those three words are illustrations themselves. As I hear you say them, and I wrote them down in list form, and that was just so helpful for me. That was impactful for me. So thank you. I believe that others, though, will have gleaned from that as well. I'd like to go to Joy. I mean, not Joy. I'd like to go to David actually right now for this one. I'd like you to really touch on the place that people have the greatest skepticism.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. The two biggest ones. One is usually stated very verbosely on my YouTube channel. The other is something that kind of happens on the back end of an intervention. And the first one is a lot of people accuse NLP of being a pseudoscience, right? And because we have this almost deification of science, we tend to invalidate something. Here's the scoop. Most of what NLP is teaching, with very few exceptions, has in fact in the past 20, 30 years been corroborated by other disciplines who are using the scientific method to validate that. The biggest point of contention is the eye accessing cues, which you can take or leave, to be truthful. But most everything else is actually been validated. So that's one of the big ones. The other one is that the changes happen so fast, they can't possibly be permanent. Mm-hmm. And the truth is that when it's done right, the changes are permanent in most cases. Those are the two biggest ones I encounter. The other is people they assume that if you're playful, you're not a good practitioner. And in fact, the best practitioners are extraordinarily playful, because they understand that the more playful and upbeat you are, the faster you make neurological connections. That's neuroscience. But also, the more fun it is to do these things. And and for those of you who are into energy and vibration, playfulness is a much higher vibrational state than seriousness, anger, sadness, grief. So you can just, if you're going to take an energetic approach, you can just blast through those lower based emotions using safety, pleasure, and playfulness.
Okay, you just like threw in a few bombs right there. Wow. The playful piece specifically, it is still something I schedule in on my calendar, on my planner, literally on a weekly basis, I have the category of play/fun, because I'm not sure which one it's going to be. It's whichever word resonates for me at the time. But I have to schedule it in because of how conditioned, how programmed, how much I've grown to believe that play equals not successful.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're not taking advantage of the moment, or you're being lazy, and all of these narratives, these stories. So thank you for speaking to that, because
Pleasure.
It's I actually, even really quick, I posted a reel last night sharing about this leadership week. And I was thinking about how I wanted to share a post online on socials. And I ended up putting my face and dancing for a few seconds inside the photo of everyone's picture. And for me, I was like, this gets to be fun. This gets to be fun. And I do believe I was dancing a bit underneath. So thanks for dancing with me, Rex, on my post. Man, okay. I'm like blown away right now. I'm like, let me gather.
You can be blown away. It's all right.
This is
play away, baby. You know what I'm saying?
I know, this is amazing. Amazing. Okay. There was one thing that Jim, you were mentioning about the really impactful piece is to create the environment for people to feel comfortable and allow them to feel safe. So taking this a bit out of the context of NLP to then bring it back around, I feel that we are called for connection. We are created for connection. And for us to create environments to genuinely connect and genuinely experience community with one another, we get to feel welcome. We get to feel like we belong there. We get to feel safe. We get to feel like it's okay that we are there. It's okay that we're taking up space. So with that being said, as you mentioned that you get to allow someone to feel comfortable with you in the space you're creating, what are some of those things that you tangibly do? And I'd like to go around with everyone on this, starting with Joy. What's something that you do to help create safety, to create comfort for those that you're working with? Because I feel like these principles, these tactics, these tangible like exercises possibly would be helpful for everyone listening, considering that we all are meant and experience connection.
Well, it's one of the basic building blocks of NLP, as we all know, right? It's called rapport. And it's something that we have all done since prehistoric time. It's something we do all the time at the unconscious levels, is to mirror and match and assume that we are similar to someone that we're with. And there's a lot of different ways to do this very practically and technically through the study and art of NLP. But it's that people like others who are like themselves. And so that is what we do. Whenever we're, even on this show. And I hope I'm coming in okay. I look like am I looking all right on
you? You're fine.
Yeah, you're
okay,
good.
okay. It seems a little, yeah. It's that we are all making connections all the time, whether we're doing it virtually, standing next to someone in a coffee line. We are always registering at those subconscious levels. This is how we connect. And it's a visceral feeling, and there's different ways that we can. And that's how and we were talking about resistance. And they used to say, some of the wise men, I don't know if it was Milton Erickson or possibly, that resistance is a lack of rapport with who you're with, either a client or anyone. So it's learning how to be connected at those very, we'll call them intuitive, subconscious mind levels, and so that we can then establish that level of comfortability and feeling that we're safe. It's a very primal feeling. It's very, very primal. Okay.
Wow. Rapport.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'd like to go to David next for this one.
Absolutely. I think Joy hit the nail on the head with the word rapport. And in the course of 20 some years, looking into the hearts and minds of tens of thousands of people, everybody suffering from all kinds of terminal and chronic illness to all kinds of physical and emotional abuse, drug addictions. The one thing you find when you peel back the layers and you get to the core of a human being is a scared little child, desperate to be loved and terrified of being alone. And when you can give that person the experience of being seen and heard and accepted and approved of, and you can help them to internalize that, there is nothing they can't overcome and there's nothing they can't face. And so while I think rapport is a word that we in the NLP community throw around an awful lot, there's a deeper aspect to that I think we can all learn to touch. And that is giving the person that we're interacting with the experience of having been, of perceiving that they have been truly seen and heard and accepted. It's not just about comfort. It's about validation. It's about feeling like this person actually gets me. Mm-hmm. Right? And to me, rapport, it's a word we all know, we all love it, but to me, it's just not enough. And so when I teach my students, when I work with my clients, I have them go for that. Move through the world, giving everybody the gift of having communicated with you and have them come away with that feeling of this person actually got me. Right. And I think that to me is just leaving a little bit of more light in the world wherever you go. So I think rapport is the key. I think there's so much more we could be doing with it.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Wow. That landed deeply. Thank you for that. Jim.
Yeah, I'm just echoing, these guys are, phenomenal. And there's structural methodologies such as, mirroring and matching and pacing and leading, and those that you can apply. I've taught a program for years called 60-second rapport. And really the premise of that programming is they're going to formulate opinions based on the first 8 seconds, but the first 60 seconds of seeing somebody, friend or foe, resonating, not resonating, rapport, liking them, not liking them. We've all been with somebody that we feel like we've known them. And, I like this person. And I don't even know why. We haven't even talked yet. Which is that energy exchange that we like. And then there's other people that for some reason we're just not vibing with them. We're just not. They haven't done anything. They haven't. But there's that feeling so the first 10 seconds to 60 seconds, you want to make sure that they're on board with you. And you can do that in a few ways. You can use structural techniques from NLP, right? You can use, anchoring. You can use a lot of different ways to do that. But if you look at NLP, if you look at conventional psychotherapy, and I'm not knocking it, whatever works, okay? If it gets the person to progress through life and in a more fluid way, then I'm an advocate of it for the most part. So in NLP, I think the dichotomy between that and conventional psychotherapy is the psychotherapist is over here saying, we need to get you over here. So we're going to talk to you for 3 years, or we're going to medicate you. We're going to get you where you're at over here. Conversely, NLP, we go there first. We go into their world so that we can resonate with them, which equates to an understanding at a very deep unconscious level with them. And then I take them by the hand and they go, let's go over here together. So first I'm over there. That creates that unconscious relatability, rapport, belief, trust, know, like. And then you lead them by the hand over to where the end result is. Because remember, in hypnosis, there's a statement called every suggestion accepted creates less opposition to every successive suggestion. Sounds like a tongue twister, but I've been saying it forever. Every suggestion accepted creates less opposition to every successive suggestion. What that really means is that if they take that first step, the second one's not as scary. And that trust builds on that little journey that may only be 10 minutes. It may only be 30 minutes. It may be an hour. but they feel more comfortable because they accepted the first and they're more willing to accept the second. And that builds the blocks of trust as they move to what the ultimate goal is, the end result to why they're there with you in the first place. So it's congruency that develops by going into their world first and then taking them by the hand and leading them to a mutually beneficial destination that they seek.
Meeting people where they're at. It's so simple. Yet I think that because we all are running around in this world in our head, not dropped down into our heart or in our body, it's so easy to just skip on by and to not take that intentionality to drop in, truly connect, and meet people where they're at. Wow, you all, can we just hang out a lot, often? This is amazing. Okay, Rex, it's all you.
Well, you know, first, I want to go back a couple of moments, and that is, NLP doesn't define me, I define NLP. And we started this conversation around resistance and skeptical, you know, and the bad press of NLP or stuff like that. Well, there's bad press in every industry. I mean, so, you know, but what it is interesting and what I appreciate that everybody has said and what David has said, is that every person you encounter is trying to fulfill something. Now, I don't believe personally, in my experience for 50 years of doing this, that there's such a thing as self-sabotage, but psychology believes that, and people buy silly concepts. Your brain can only do what your brain has learned to do. And if it's learned to do something and you decide to change it, your brain's going to keep trying to do what it was doing because that's what it knows until you re-educate it, till you retrain it, till you make a different choice and go in that direction. But everybody, I disagree with the small child metaphor, I mean, the analogy, but I don't disagree with it at all. Meaning people think there's like somebody on your shoulder, there's really a little kid in there. You know, it's not, but it's a way of understanding that a person has deep needs to get back in touch with their infinite possibilities and their infinite resources and their infinite opportunities, their authentic self, which has been in growing up abused and mistreated and harmed and you know, castigated and excluded and ridiculed and whatever. And so we grow up with all this stuff and all the messages and all the media and all the conditioning, and we become kind of like wearing a Halloween mask. We go through life trying to preserve ourselves and protect ourselves from wounds. Well, that said, when somebody resists NLP or is skeptical, there's a certain question there, and that is, what are they trying to preserve? What are they trying to accomplish? What is it they're trying to go for? What is the intention behind it? And in many ways, you'll find it's protection. There's people all over the internet who write horrible articles about all sorts of things. What do you suppose that they're trying to do? Well, my guess would be to take a positive stance on it. What is their positive intention? Is they're trying to protect other people from falling prey or victim to whatever else they think is out there, or because they had a bad experience, they're trying to prevent someone else from having a bad experience because that's how they conceptualize it. So the goal is to connect with other people at a heartfelt way where they know that their interests are in your heart and that you're there not to harm them, but to allow them to be completely who they are and accept that without having to change anything unless they want to. And if they want to and they don't like NLP, fine. NLP is just one of the things I do. I don't have to use NLP to do it. Let's do something else. I told you earlier that we did meditation and play and body work and laughter meditation and all these different things in the workshops 40 years ago when NLP was just kind of starting. And people thought that was horrible. Nowadays, more and more people do that. We can play, we can laugh, we can dance, we can sing. But most of all, we can just embrace. You've seen this meme where they have a little white child, a little black child, or a video, and they just embrace and they play and they go, hatred is learned, because children just play. They just accept. You want somebody to change quickly? Play with them. Humor is great. Not where you ridicule somebody, but where you laugh with them, where you genuinely laugh. Because when you laugh, you're free. You're not worried about your problems. You're not paying attention to your body. You're not, some people try to, stop laughing. But, apart from that, it's about freeing the individual up to be their fullest self-expression they can, so that they can live the kind of life that they desire to live and the kind of life we all deserve to live. I'm fully convinced that the story of the Garden of Eden, while it may be a story or it may be accurate according to some, is what we are intended to do, and that is to thrive and to live and to have all of the good things in life be available to us, because the universe is abundant. And by the way, there's abundance is wrong. To say I need more abundance is wrong. Everything is plentiful. Bad times are plentiful and good times are plentiful. No money can be abundant and money can be abundant. I mean, abundance is the amount of something you have. So do you have an abundant amount of negativity or an abundant amount of positivity? The purpose is to connect people up so that they can feel more free and have more of the amount of the things that they desire most, that helps them feel fulfilled. And then hopefully, because they've transformed in that way through a connection with you, they will help other people transform. And it doesn't have to be official to help someone. I've learned more from poets sitting on park benches than I have sometimes from the most brilliant academics and practitioners of whatever, So
Love that. I'd like to say hello to Jim.
Hello.
Have you to join this conversation, another brilliant mind. So in the last several minutes of this panel, Jim, I'd like to give you the mic. Hop in.
Well, thank you.
Listening. So what are your thoughts?
Thank you. This has been intriguing, especially from my position. My background being mostly in the development of sales teams, sales forces with Tony Robbins, Harv Eker, the Harvard Institute of Coaching, etc. And so I've studied the art of influence, the art of negotiation, NLP. I'm not a certified practitioner, but 52% of college graduates end up in the field of sales, right? Big number, big surprise, even to people like Dr. Robert Cialdini when we mentioned it to him. And many of them, most of them are going to fail within 18 months. And the reason why, we all know, is because the lack of the skill set that's necessary in order to influence individuals to take action, and to take action in a way that is relevant to them. I would like to know from you, what do you believe in the face of resistance, when someone is in a position of attempting to influence somebody, whether it be in sales, whether it be in business, whatever the case may be, how is it that NLP, and what specifically about NLP, can facilitate individuals through their resistance so that they can take the action that they really want, but for some reason they're incapable of doing? How does NLP facilitate that? Joy, would you like to start off, ladies first?
I will start off. Gosh, that's a loaded question. We're all sitting here. I can feel our minds going because NLP, as a body of art and science, has many, many different techniques and magic tricks, I call them, to get somebody off their procrastination, get them to learn how to make that communication from the heart, in rapport. So if somebody's resistant, there's a reason. Rex was talking about that, when we respect everyone's model of the world. And there's a self-preservation on that. So again, I'm going to probably toss this over, but that is a loaded question, Jim, because there's a lot of different stuff going on in somebody to get them to have that resistance in the first place. And we could say it's limiting beliefs. We could say it's lack of whatever. It's, it could be a trauma from another time. And so the question is, what do they need to learn in order to get into a different space, to change their state? I'm using the old NLP speak, Tony Robbins, you'll understand that. But guys, this is just all about being human. And we have a lot of terminologies which can sound really foreign, but it's about, what is someone's passion? And for somebody to get curious. What do you want to know about yourself? It's about knowing yourself. What do you want to know about yourself so that you can be that best person? NLP, hypnosis, talent therapy, the mystical arts are all certain ways. Go out and play sports, laugh, dance, Parisa, right? But it's really about Jim, I don't know if I answered this, but it's just that there's so many different ways to attack this problem or to go at it to help someone. And I would just say for people, start studying, get curious, start to understand that what's driving you is happening at the deep levels. Try to figure that out. And there's lots of material out there, and we're all trainers of this. And so anyways, I'm going to pass the mic to someone else. Let's go to, should I pass it or Jim, you pick?
Well, Joy, first of all, I want to comment on the fact that that's brilliant. That what you spoke about is the necessity to get to know the other person, know what's going on in their mind that's actually got them at a state of resistance, because most of the time what they're going to tell you is not really the fundamental situation that's going on. They'll give you the consequence maybe of it. So it's important for us as experts to really dig in and get to know exactly what's the fundamental reason for that. So that was brilliant. Yeah. Jim, how about you, my namesake? What is it that you feel that NLP can do to facilitate, let's say, people in sales, people who are in business, to facilitate their clients past their own resistance?
Yeah, there is. I think there's a duality. Part of it is exactly what Joy said, is there's strategies, tactics, methodologies that you can utilize with NLP speak, and we go on and on with, meta program stuff. There's strategies and tactics, but as we know, you being in sales, people make decisions emotionally and justify logically. And so I operate under a premise that if I can keep the individual in an emotional pool and mitigate the logical intervention to where the analytical mind comes in with questions and resistance and everything. How many people have ever been in a relationship and made some crazy decisions that logically didn't make any sense, because they were in the emotional pool. So I did a training for a real estate company, a month or so ago in Newport Beach. And I asked everybody in the room, I said, what do you sell? And they said, houses. And I said, no, try again. And they said, condos. I go, well, try again. And they said, commercial buildings. I go, let me show you. You sell happiness. You sell happiness even if you're selling a cup of coffee. Because if you can fast forward and retain an emotional pool, then that will override a lot of resistance because it focuses on the end game. Does that make sense? It focuses on the end game. If you want a trip to Maui and you've never been to Hawaii and you're excited and you're emotionally engaged in that, finding somebody to watch the dog, finding somebody to get the mail, finding somebody to watch your house almost becomes insignificant. You're going to go ahead and do all of that because you're emotionally attached to the end game of where you're going. So then if you can integrate yourself into that emotional pool, you become a conduit to move them toward that. So in recapping, what Joy said is great. There's a lot of techniques and strategies. There's nothing wrong with that. There's techniques and strategies in physical therapy. There's techniques and strategies you can utilize. But if you can get them to focus myopically on the emotional joy and happiness of the end game, that's going to facilitate it and expedite it substantially.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I always, whenever I train a sales team, the first thing that I get across is, look, people are not here to buy your program. They don't want your program. What they want is the results of your program, right? If they could get the results without going through your program, trust me, they would buy the results. I would buy the ability to lose 20 pounds right now without going through anybody's program.
The one that we've heard so many times before, I didn't come up with it, but they don't want the drill bit, they want the hole in the wall.
There you go. And listen, a lot of what you said truly, is what Daniel Kahneman in his book, Thinking Fast and Slow, it's that putting, that inducing the emotional state so that the individual impulsively will create desire and want and even start taking action. And then that slow mind, that conscious mind, will start rationalizing it. So, yeah, it's brilliantly said. How about we go to our next guest right here, David? Excuse me.
Oh,
I couldn't.
Mr. Miller, thank you so much. First time meeting, great to meet you. I will reiterate everything that Joy and Jim have said.
Yes.
I actually do teach a lot of salespeople, and there's two things that are at the core of everything we're talking about: emotional needs and their rules. In other words, what is it they want emotionally at a deep level, and how do they know they're getting it? So the more you can speak the person's language, the more you can elicit from them exactly how they describe their ideal outcome and feed it back to them in a way that it bonds what they want to what you offer, and they can see that in a way that they can match up their exact rules. The only variable is time. Most of your resistances will go out the window because, like we talked about, when the emotions are amped up, we generate the logic necessary to go forward. So Jim was talking about a real estate training he was doing. One of the things I do with my clients is I say, Mr. Prospect, I'm curious, just so I understand you better, what's if you were to buy the perfect house, what would it have to have? Right? And they're going to give me a list of stuff. Like maybe they want a big backyard and a big kitchen. I said, wow, well, big is subjective. Big means different things to different people. So how do you know when you've got the perfect kitchen? And they're going to give me a list of criteria, right? A list of, well, it's got to have this much square footage and a room for a table and things like that. And at some point, I'm going to ask them a very simple question. It's important, and I'm going to pre-frame it. I'm going to say something to the effect of, look, it's important that you and I really understand what it is you truly want so I can make sure you get it. So in the spirit of understanding you better, what's important to you about a big kitchen? For you personally. They say, well, I need lots of room. Okay, so you need lots of room to do what? I'm curious. Well, when I was a kid, we had this big house, and every holiday, the family would come over, and we'd all take turns cooking and spending time together. And it was just one of the best experiences ever. Everybody was so connected. Everybody was so loving. And I just want my kids to share that. Excellent. So now, when I go looking for the right house for you, I'm going to make sure that it has that kitchen, so you can have those amazing experiences of everybody being connected and cooking together, and you can feel truly connected and loving with one another. How soon would you like to go start looking? Right? And so what I'm doing is I'm eliciting the emotional need they're trying to satisfy. It's really not about the kitchen. We said it's not about the drill, it's the hole, but it's not. It's the emotional payoff they're going to get when whatever goes into that hole, they get to experience. And if I can keep them emotionally connected in a way that they recognize that they see what I'm offering, they will tend to do business out of default. They will overcome their own objections. And more often than not, the only time you'll get an objection is when you miss the emotional needs.
With that, at that point, I claim that there are no objections.
Exactly.
What there are subjections.
Yeah. My biggest close when I do this is, how soon do you want to get started?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The CTA, call to action, right?
Yeah. People can't discuss their values, their emotional values, without experiencing pleasure and desire.
Right.
Conversely, they can't have those needs and values violated without experiencing emotional pain. So as long as you can keep them connected to those needs,
right,
everything else just happens organically.
Yeah. Absolutely. Cognitive dissonance, right? Creating the cognitive dissonance and then filling the gap for them by providing them what the emotion desires, right? Yeah.
I want to jump in here really quickly because I've been watching and this conversation, you guys, it's been so engaging, and I look for commonality and I look for threads. And so, Joy, we started with you understanding the why of the other person, looking at things from their behavior patterns and beliefs. And then, Jim, we go to you and you're talking about, it's all about the happiness. That's what they're getting. That's the emotion attached to it. So we're not necessarily selling a result, we're selling the emotion, which then it bridges into you, David, about going, but it's the emotion that feeds the experience. And that's what they're going to get in the end. So with that, Rex, what comes after the experience?
I very much want to answer this question. I teach people how to, I teach people how to get what they want without begging, pleading, whining, or guilt tripping other people. That seems to be the way. And one of the things is I'd like to approach this slightly differently. You can climb down a ladder, you can climb up a ladder. You can climb down into techniques and strategies and methods and word choices and all those kinds of things, so you can go up the ladder to something else. And I'd like to kind of tell you a story to illustrate that. But let me preface by saying that most salespeople are trained poorly, and their experience of selling is based on numbers and cold calls, quotas, and getting that. And if you only have one way to do something, you only have one way to do something. So if you pick up your phone and you're cold calling and you get rejection after rejection after rejection, you're probably going to quit. So you need to find a way to make yourself feel like you want to continue with it in spite of people. And I don't believe there's rejection, but that's how people often take it. I also don't believe that there's what you said is objections. There's requests for information and attempting to fulfill whatever they're attempting to fulfill. So here's the story. My wife and I, at the time, 30 years ago, and I teach this in all my programs, corporate or otherwise, but it's a huge principle, and that is this. My wife and I were looking for a sofa, a couch, a divan, whatever you want to call it, and we were out and we went to every single store we could. And I would say things like, I want to be really comfortable in this couch. I want to be able to lounge on it and feel good. And my wife would say, well, it has to match the decor of the house, and I really want it to look a certain way. So if you know NLP, she was talking about what it looked like, and I was talking about how it felt. And every single person we went to said, oh, well, fine. How about this or how about that? They never once said, I have a couch that feels good, or I have a couch that looks right, or boy, you're in good shape because I have one that meets both of yours. So until we went to this one store, and there was a woman in the store, and she said, well, Rex, come on over here. Look at this couch. Look at that. Isn't that wonderful? My wife would go, yeah. And she'd say, Rex, go ahead, sit on that and tell me how it feels. And I go, oh, that's pretty good. Anyway, so we went through this whole thing. We didn't buy the couch. We left. Okay? But we left because they kicked us out of the store. Hours had gone by. We were engaged talking. I knew all about her kids skiing in Colorado. She knew all about us and everything else. And they're announcing, when the customers, please, in the furniture department, please get out of the gosh darn store. So we left. She didn't make the sale. But what she got from us was every single referral she could ever get from us for anyone who needed furniture. Because it wasn't about the sale, it was about the connection that she had with us, the way she listened, the way she paid attention. She was trying to meet our needs. It wasn't to close me, although I'm sure she would have liked to, but she got thousands and thousands of dollars more business because it wasn't about the sale. It was about the relationship that we developed as a result of the interaction that we had in the department of that store. And that's what so many people miss. They want to close the sale, but they don't think in terms of long-term. I'm establishing a relationship with someone here who I can add value and benefits to for a long, long time, and they can benefit and add value to me for a long, long time. So let's connect at a level that is not about the sale.
Amen, brother.
Thank you. Well, my name is Ava Manuel. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune. Pleasure to meet you, David, Jim. Of course, we know Joy Willett, part of the family, and Rex is, and all of our co-hosts. This is the perfect conversation, I just wanted to say. To all of our audience, continue to put your comments. We're so excited to see your takeaways that you're dropping, and I'm staring them at the back. But this is the perfect conversation to bring in our next guest, as a matter of fact. The 2.5 billion Queen of Pitch, Forbes Riley, who needs no introduction. So talk about sales, influence, persuasion. We have the Queen of Pitch, who over how many years was it, Forbes, that you did 2.5 billion?
Like last week, like I'm that good. No. Let's get real. I've had a career for more than 30 plus years. None of this happens overnight. And just this last weekend, I celebrated my 64th birthday. So I've been around the sun a few times. I've learned a lot of things. And I will tell you, success does not happen overnight. And if it does, you implode. Can you say Justin Bieber, Michael Jackson, Heath Ledger? You get it too fast? That's not the way it's designed. Every lottery winner that's ever gotten a lottery apparently has blown their money. So you're in the right room, in the right path to learn how to do it and sustain it for a lifetime. Am I right, Rex?
Absolutely, you are, Forbes. Too early.
Forbes, let me tell you,
Every
it
time,
is surrounded by NLP masters. This is the NLP master panel that came right before you. We've got David Snyder, we've got Jim Lutz, Joy Willett, and also, of course, Rex Ice, who you know, and Jim Miller, who's a vice president of TR of Ecker and Tony Robbins for several years. So we're excited that we're bringing in the queen of pitch in the middle of this. And I know David, Jim, Joy, we said, 1 p.m. If you can stay longer and sure. Interview Forbes and listen and support Forbes, who needs no support in getting things out, right, Forbes? But we'd love to have you stay, or just message us in the chat if you need to drop off, or just drop off.
I was listening to this before, and you guys, and I know Donna, and I adore Joy and Brisa, and my new friends here. Let me tell you something. If you guys are listening, and there's almost 1,000 of you on Facebook right now, I want to applaud you, because NLP was a game changer for me. How you communicate, how your brain and your mouth talk to the world. So I applaud you and thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, I had wanted to say that about you. You are an NLP person, like the rest of us here, and that many people may not know that, but you have added to the field, and the field has added to you. So that's marvelous, and it's good to see you, Forbes.
Well,
coincidence? I think not.
Oh, funny how that happens, isn't it? All right. So did Ava throw this to me to do a talk or to answer questions, or what is? I have certainly things I can talk about. How would we like to do this, Miss Ava?
Dr. Forbes, you are the star of this segment, so go ahead and lead it.
Well, that's awfully sweet. The star of this segment. Well, you know what? I will take my space just for a second, because I do want to say thank you and welcome to an extraordinary group of people. And as I'm in the room, I'm going to say that the air feels very electric with the promise of greatness, and where dreams in our world are not mere fantasies, but blueprints for a future that we have yet to create. Okay. And today, look, I'm here not just as Forbes Riley, and people seem to know who I am. Thank God. I've been doing this a long time. But I am a fellow architect, like everyone on this stage, of destiny, a co-creator in what I call the grand tapestry of human potential. And it's interesting. I was recently in Iceland, and I don't know if you guys saw my Instagram page, but my family and I were in a very devastating van accident. We're having the time of our lives. And after we went snowmobiling and did all the things that 21-year-olds would be doing, and seeing glaciers and snowfalls and a volcano erupting, the van we were in with 16 people got air, slipped on some ice, and crashed down on my side of the van. I remember that feeling of flying through the air thinking, oh, dear God, everyone that I love is in this van. And the next thing I remember is opening my eyes and seeing a face full of glass, and my face was on the black concrete on the road. My daughter was behind me, my son next to her, and my husband next to me. He had fallen on top of me. There were people dangling by their seatbelts because everybody was seatbelted in, and it happened. As I opened my eyes, and my daughter's kind of screaming for, Mom, you're still alive. There was a moment of, I think I'm okay. I didn't really know. I couldn't see anything. When I opened my eyes, and what happened ultimately was that I didn't get cut up. I didn't lose my eye. I didn't suffer traumatic brain injury, which happens so often in those type of accidents. And as we all walked away, I've got a torn shoulder and other issues, but I'll tell you what, we walked away from what might have been a horrific accident. And that was 40 days ago. How do I know that? Well, because on day one afterwards, my husband, who's a professional bodybuilder, was joking with me. And he says, you survived this. What are you going to be doing? What you always talk about, life happens for you, not to you. How do you make this happen for you? And I just watched him in a bodybuilding competition, and there's a category for women over 60. I've never wanted to do this. I pushed out 2 pounds. I pushed out 7-pound twins. My stomach was as large as humans could ever be. I was 65 inches around. I'm 65 inches tall. Let's just say I didn't snap back at 42. So I'm good wearing a muumuu. Well, the universe spoke in my ear. And it said, you want to walk the walk, Forbes, do the most exciting, daring thing that scares the bejesus out of you. What would that be? And it's not getting on stage. Yesterday I was on stage in front of 12,000 people. I got that one. I've started movies and television. I have a new movie coming out in October because I gave up my acting career to raise my children. And then I begged the universe with every ounce of my being to grant me one more turn at it because I wasn't done. And I got the lead in a beautiful action-packed Western called Black Creek. It's going to premiere in Vegas on October 5th at the Paris Hotel to an audience of 1,200. And it's the Expendables for martial artists, which, by the way, is a full circle from me getting mugged in the early 80s and severely hurt back then. I ended up in a dojo and have been a martial artist for most of my life. 30 some odd years later, I'm in a movie about it playing the bad girl. And there's an undercurrent about sexual trafficking. Again, an issue that's very important to me, but how do you get it out there? Maybe you disguise it like an action-packed Western, but it has a powerful theme. And so I looked at my husband and I laughingly said, the competition he's in next, he just won the Arnold, he's a 7-time national champion, is happening on June 29th in St. Pete. And yes, there's a master's female category for 60 and older. And I said, there's nothing that would scare me more than walking on stage in high heels and a bikini. I'm not in shape. I haven't been in shape in years. In fact, the crazy thing about not being in shape is you can hide it in your clothes and you can look what's called skinny fat. Well, that's me. For the last during COVID, I built an empire. I sat with my daughter, who's now 21 years old, and I built a coaching company second to none. We have 28,000 students, and I got what I want finally online. And now we teach others how to do that, and I feel so blessed. But I will tell you what, as I watched my husband go to the gym, give him a little kiss, going 2.5 hours later, he'd come home. It was no time for me. I'm just typing. And I somehow, and please don't laugh at me, thought the more he went to the gym, the fitter I would get. Didn't work that way. And I will tell you, it's a little embarrassing to think that I lied. I went to the gym. You know what I did? See this right here? I had 2 very fit muscles, my left thumb and my jaw. I did a lot of Instagram in the sauna, and I did a lot of chit-chatting, and maybe I lifted a weight or 2, but I spent my hour in the gym. I got to the gym. That wasn't what I was doing there. And I lied to myself, and I'm a little embarrassed about it because I'm all about integrity. It's one of my core values, and I didn't lie on purpose. I just got comfortable. I got a little lazy, and the universe just hit me upside the head, literally, and said, Forbes Riley, you don't get to do that. That's not what you're here for. I've had you come back several times through things that could have been the end. I can go through a list of amazingly horrible things that have happened, whether it's eyewitnessing the Las Vegas shooting, raising a little boy who at age 19, after 12 years of being my son, was murdered. I have a lot of reasons that I don't want to be here. But I kind of had to scoop it up and say, look, if you're a leader, then freaking lead. Lead by example, lead by dedication and integrity, and start getting honest with yourself. And day 1 in the gym, which is 40 days ago, I started lifting a weight with a very different intention. I finished all my sets and all my reps. And I stood at that one machine for over an hour, doing everything that I know to be true. And I'm like, Forbes, you got quite a knowledge in your head about how to lift and how to train and how to eat. And I think maybe for women in their 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, and maybe a few men, you get to be the voice that says, look, if you've been granted this much time on the planet, what are you doing with it? Now, here's the funny thing. You don't need to do anything with it. You know what? It's a sacred gift, but not if you don't think so. You could just sit around. You can sit on a rocking chair and fish for all I care, if that's what you want to do. But if you come to me and say, Forbes, I think my life was meant for more. I have a story to tell. I have a book I want to get out. Then you have to believe that you too are a leader. Just be a leader for yourself. Be honest. Be of integrity and say, I set out to do something. I'm here for a reason, a purpose. And if you haven't discovered what it is, that's okay. But I got to tell you, I hold that we have the power to shape our realities, to sculpt our destinies, and to redefine the boundaries of what is possible. But you are the only one to do that. And if that power remains dormant, then who cares? But if you've got courage to unleash it, and that's why you were watching this program, that's why you were drawn to the leaders on this stage, that's why you're drawn to the LA Tribune and what Mo does and Ava and all the people involved in him. And it's a profound truth. See, greatness is not the exclusive domain of just the chosen few you see up here. That isn't how it works. Greatness is available to all of us. It's not this rare gem reserved for, those fortunate elite. Forbes, you're lucky. No, no, no. Luck has nothing to do with this journey. This journey is about perseverance, determination, and believing that greatness is a birthright. Does that resonate with you? That greatness and leadership is not just for the few. When you choose to tap into it, there's a flame inside of you. I promise you, it flickers within every soul. It is waiting to be kindled into this roaring fire of passion and purpose. And now, if you're listening to this, is your time. Look around. I mean, everyone that you see on this stage, they talk about stories of resilience, of perseverance, of triumph against odds. They're not super special. Some of them are cute, but they're not special. They're only as special as we're all special. They simply weathered the storm that threatens to engulf all of us. They've scaled some mountains that to many of us might seem insurmountable. That's what makes them a leader. If you can emerge stronger, wiser, and more determined than ever before, you have a right to join us. And I'll leave it at that.
Forbes, you are absolutely amazing. And I honor, my gosh, I mean, just catching up with what you've been through recently is powerful. And I asked Ava if I could ask you a question.
I'd be honored.
Okay. So this is going to be a little bit of a different kind of question, but this came to my heart and I feel like you're going to resonate with this. I want you to imagine your future self and where you're going in the future. And this is not the kind of, the future self coming back and saying something to me, right? Because you've already got, in my humble and holy opinion, so many of the lessons, right, that you have just explained so beautifully and eloquently to everyone here. You are a master in your own right, and I salute you and honor you. Where do you see yourself on a very, just like, let's just say you're going to wake up tomorrow and you can do anything that you desire and want from your heart going forward. What would that be for you?
When I was in my early 20s, I'd made enough money that I had a car in New York City. I was raking in the bucks. I have a little bit of a super talent. I know how to generate money. I know how to look at a white space and do things. And some of them are wildly creative. I created a company about singing telegrams. I've done a lot of wildly creative things. And one day I needed a break. Now, I also firmly believe that the universe is real. You can call it God, the universe. It doesn't matter what name. In fact, we all seem to have different names for it. The biggest problem I see on this planet is that we think the name that we call our universal spirituality is better than the other person's. I don't feel that way. And so I do believe that we've all been touched by the hand of God. Some of us don't believe it and we shun away from it. I'm driving to what I believe is a bed and breakfast way back then. And as I'm driving, and this is a fact, this is not a metaphor, I get to a fork in the road and I look right and look left long before GPS. I have a paper map. And on the seat next to me is a pamphlet that I must have grabbed somewhere. And it was for an ashram. I don't know what the word ashram means. I look at it and it has that same fork in the road. And the bed and breakfast was right. And this thing said, go left. And something just said, go left. Whisper in your ear, trust me, those voices seem real to me. I made a left turn. I drive down a ways. And then I see these statues, massive statues of Jesus, of Moses, of Buddha, and a big entryway. And I thought, well, this is unusual. Let me go in and check it out. And as I walk in, the woman says to me, how long would you like to stay? I had a weekend. I said, a week? I don't know where that came from. She said to me, you know, we have to do seva, which is the Indian word for you have to work. And we're in silence this week. Now, I don't think I processed any of that as a chatterbox myself. The idea of being in silence is like being assigned to a prison cell. But I said, okay. And with that, I put my things down on a very sparse arena, grabbed a broom and whatever she else told me to do. But she said, first go down, and I followed the chanting. And when I got down to the bottom of this hill, there was a material dome with 1,000 people in it and a woman at the very end wearing all orange, and she was Guru Mai. And they're chanting. I walked into this energy and it was as if my soul unlocked and I couldn't stop crying for about an hour. I just cried. I cried over all kinds of things. And when you ask me about in the future, I got to know that amazing woman. And she was a simple woman. One of my favorite things is when everyone would bring her gifts and she would then pass it on and regift it to somebody. People make fun of me when I regift things now, But I remember that's what my mentor did. She didn't take anything of her own. And I now, I'll never say this publicly, but I do some healing things. And I've devoted my entire life, Rex, whether it's through NLP or hypnosis or the work that I've done or the challenges I've been through, that said, I want to sit in that spot. I don't want it to be about me, but I want the people who've come to me over the years to let go of their baggage. I have my life because of that room, because of the energy and the aura. And I think I'm walking in that space. Now, it's exciting and it's new. And you asked a very powerful question. You know why? Because somebody whispered in your ear, Forbes, what would it really look like if you took that challenge? And it's not about selling courses anymore. It's about holding space and arenas for people to let go of the pain they carry with them, the baggage that no longer serves them, and to let everyone who comes in contact with me be able to not write their future from their past, but from their joy, their passion, and their purpose.
How beautiful. Thank you so much. Yes, and I was guided to ask that. I do know of Guru Mai and how beautiful she is. I've friends who had her portrait in their homes.
Yeah.
So there you go. Thank you for giving us a glimpse of a possible amazing future and energy back to all of us as your gift and transmutation of everything. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm.
Next. Jim, you are muted. I see your mouth move, but I cannot hear your heart.
Thank you. I thank you for everything that you are presenting, and that begs the question. The world out there is so desperate for authentic and effective leadership. And what does it look like? What am I supposed to do with my life? How do I overcome this, et cetera, et cetera? How is it that we can get the message out to the world more effectively so that they hear these things and it inspires them? Because if they don't hear the conversation, because it's the conversation we all know that drives the world, that creates history, that is our destiny, the conversation we're having with each other, the conversation we're having universally or spiritually. How is it that this conversation that you're having that's reaching a few when you're looking at the whole world, how do we get this conversation out so that we can save the world, particularly the youth that are coming up that don't have a moral compass or an instruction that can guide them to living a fulfilled life? What do we do with this?
Well, think about the options that people have right now. And this is very confusing, as last night we're watching one of the major universities of our country, many of the major universities, melt down in crazy protests, in messages that are confusing to me. I watched a group of Hamas come into a country, and I don't care what you call the country, as much as I love Israel, and kill 1,200 people, rape, maim, and burn them. That country is taking retaliation. That's all I saw. I don't really care about the history, and I'm confused about the people who don't want to talk about that moment in time. And so we're sending them to institutions that are raising our leaders. Maybe college is not the right place. Maybe college is antiquated. Maybe my daughter, by not going there, does mean something. That I don't want to hear decade-old professors who have such long tenure that they don't know what they're talking about, or seniors in our Congress and our Senate who are making laws for people, making laws for young women who, if they are raped or molested or their baby is dead, they cannot have an abortion without going to jail. We're sending some really twisted messages to this youth. And so maybe what we need to do is to hold more summits and arrangements like this that are free. You know, church is free, but what is the message that they send to their people? How divided are they? I have not seen the major universal church. I just came back from Utah. I am not Mormon. I am not ascribing to a lot. I'm not telling you what I believe in because it doesn't matter. I believe in freedom. I believe in love. I believe in people. I believe in family. I don't believe in dissension, hate, murder, dismemberment, or rape. Not in my book of beliefs. but there are people out there that think it's their God-given right. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. We're in trouble in our schools. I don't know what happened. When all of a sudden the conversation is so confusing, forget the learning. Kids are graduating. I see these things on Instagram all the time, asking where Alaska is or what's the capital of New York, and people just don't know. Well, if you forget this, you're bound to repeat the past. And I'm sorry, but World War I and World War II were horrific. And they were the same kind of energies now, about one side infiltrating the young, the impressionable, and sending messages that are very, very dangerous. So maybe it is, I mean, I listened to the Mormon Tabernacle Choir this last weekend. How beautiful. But I will tell you something that I found wildly offensive, and maybe this is about church. I met the highest elder in the church, and I'm not putting this down, but I was a little stunned. The gentleman introduced me, said Forbes has grossed in her career $2.5 billion. And you know the first thing he said to me? Wow, a 10% tithe of that would be very nice. Who are our leaders? Who do we believe in? Who do we follow? And I'm going to tell you, I don't know if I have the answers, but I'm willing to take one step towards radical change.
Thank you for that. That's a great message. Again, like my commitment as a leader is to make sure that we're creating a legacy with this, right? These are recordings, these are broadcasts. We've got there's not one person that told us no when we asked them and offered them the opportunity to be on the LA Tribune Leadership Week. So thank you, all of you, for that commitment. Is there anyone, anybody else that would like to speak into that? Is basically, from the skill set that you have, from the legacy that you've created, how is it and what is it that you would like to get out into the world so that individuals have a guidepost? They've got a flame, a light in the dark, right? Because they're searching for leaders. So what is it that you would do and you would say and you would recommend?
I'm of the mind that what we're doing here today is so very important. I do believe, though, that everyone on this stage, and I will challenge all of you who have courses and trainings and books, is how do we all play a bigger game? When there were only 3 channels of television, it was very easy to influence people. There was nowhere else to go. There was a magazine, a daily newspaper, and 3 channels on a television. It then went to 500. We got scattered. It's now the internet, and everybody has an opinion. Every time you put something positive out, there is a hater. I'm not sure I understand the world. I have seen things that are, first of all, let me just take this country. People are suffering to feed their children right now, working 2 and 3 jobs. Schools are not a haven to go to. I'm afraid. I'm absolutely afraid. I'm grateful that I'm a certain age. I know that doesn't bode well for my 21-year-olds or my grandchildren.
All right.
But I'm going to tell you, unless there is a radical shift, we are heading down a path that, just look at history. All Hitler had to do was to get the youth to believe in something. The next thing you know, you have families turning against family members. That is what's happening today. I hear the Karen situation. I had a woman yesterday. This is insane. Oh, we're in a car pulling out into the road, and she was letting all these people go. Then there was no traffic and still not turning. I honked the horn. Seems logical. No reaction. I then decided to go around her. I'm just sitting there. She opens her window and gives me this attitude. I'm like, I just want you to turn. That's what you're in the lane to do. We get to the light, and sure enough, she pulls up next to me, rolls down the window, and opens her door. Holy shit. If you've got a gun, I'm in trouble because you wouldn't turn. What is the energy right now that is so angry, so upset? You know what it is? If you cannot feed your family, then you don't really care about bigger wishes. If you don't feel seen and heard and respected, you're angry. And I'm going to tell you, I think in this moment, we have a country of angry people for all kinds of reasons. And then, as if 1940 packed up again, now it's no longer black and white or diversity. Now it's Jews again. Oh my God, what just happened here? And I am scared for the future.
Would anyone like to speak into the subject?
Well, yeah, I would.
Surprising.
Did you say surprise?
I did.
No, I love Forbes, and Forbes and I have a lot of different things in our background.
Waiting for you to speak, Rex. Go ahead.
I said Forbes. I love Forbes, and Forbes and I have share a lot of the same experiences in our background. Although she did top me on the $2 billion, but just by a little bit. And anyway, I never call myself a leader. I call myself a tour guide because I walk with people and show them the sites that they should avoid and the ones that they should be able to enjoy and embrace. So I think leadership is really from the side, not from the front nor from the back, but it's walking with people. And I know that each of us here does that. Now, our words may vary and things may change. But one of the things that I am a strong proponent on is never giving into fear. You know, if you consider something a problem, it's a problem. If you consider something a blessing, it is a blessing. And what's going on in our world now, some people say it's horrible and it's terrible. And I say it's an advantage and an opportunity to change. As has been said, don't focus on tearing things down, but on building. And what Forbes does, and David and Joy and you, Jim, and Jim, your other names, both Jims, you know, you're focused on building and you're focused on creating something better. And sometimes in order to get the attention of people who aren't aware of their habits, or their habits of limitation that could be changed, is you have to speak about what's going on that doesn't seem very attractive. You have to kind of emphasize the dark side so that they go, I don't want to do that anymore. I need a change. But all of our innovation, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to pontificate, but all of our innovation, all of our breakthroughs come through hardship and obstacles and challenges and stuff. And we're at the precipice right now where all of us and those watching have an opportunity to build something so incredible that we can't even begin to imagine, even though, as Einstein said, great spirits must do contention with mediocre minds. So the forces that be will always oppose us. But I know that Forbes, and I know that each one of you here, are unstoppable in what you're able to do and what you're able to accomplish and what you're able to make happen for yourselves, your families, your friends, and all the strangers you might meet in your lifetime. And I just want to thank you for all that you do, each and every one of you, and Forbes for being this powerful voice and a presence. And the thing that I love about Joy and Forbes, and I don't want to state the obvious, is you are women. And while that's obvious, we need women of power and influence and of presence of mind and who are authentic and genuine and caring and compassionate and kind and generous and accepting to better lead this world as it is right now.
Well, Joy, I can't agree more. I have noticed that I've been a woman the whole time.
I've noticed that too.
But I've also noticed there's and I love that I'm at a certain age where I can have this conversation. I empowered a young woman to become a multimillionaire. I also gave birth to her, and she has a twin brother. And it's fascinating to see this young woman rise and all the things that she's dealing with. It always comes back to education. You know, I'm going to say that amidst the trials and tribulations, the secret, like Rex just said, is to never lose sight of your dreams. Whatever your dream is, and I've had lots of dreams in my life, that has to be your North Star. You cannot let fear guide you, but I am noticing an overwhelming swelling of emotion in today's day and age. But I will tell you, I've been through some pretty dark nights, and you will as well. This is the other thing, too. I think we have to stop telling people that life is fair. Because if you find the book, Life is Fair, under a bed or in a box, let me know. Because I've never seen that book. Life is just life. It is a journey. It is a roller coaster. If you have high highs, you are going to have low lows. And I just want to help teach people the reality. I'm so tired of being lied to. The reality is there's no magic diet, apparently. If you go to the gym every day and you eat a certain way, apparently in 40 days you look fitter. In 80 days you'll be on a stage. Who knew? But I'm going to tell you, I think we go, oh, now I'll try this or I'll try that. Why are our leaders so willing, Rex, to lie to us? And that's where I'm a little confused. You know, go to college and you're going to get a great life. No, I got a piece of paper and debt. I didn't get a great life because of college. But my parents so firmly bought into that belief. And only now is that shattering. So I would love people in power to stop abusing it. It's not for the few, it's for everybody.
I see a frozen screen in front of me, but I do want to ask you, what is it you have this relationship with your children, and particularly you mentioned your daughter and her success, and I'd like to ask you, coming from the perspective of a parent as well, how is it that you lead your child into a path of success when they're so independent? They want to do things their own way. There's such an obscurity outside of in the world of what it is that actually is worth being involved in. How do you how do you create direction for let's say teenage children or young adults? How do you create this without seeming overbearing or where you're interfering in their lives? What was your approach?
It's interesting, Jim. I'd be curious to hear your perspective. Are your kids grown? Do you have children?
I have a 17-year-old daughter and a 19-year-old daughter.
All right. So here's my thought, and it's not going to be a popular one. It's very hard to train old dogs new tricks. I have a very calculated, and I do need to put this book out, but I had a very specific and unique way that I trained my children. I used to watch that TV series, The Nanny, where the British woman would come into a house full of chaos where kids were running everything. And I said to myself when I had my twins, I'll be damned if I'm going to let two little rugrats run my life. And I say that with all heart. I loved being a mom. Don't kid yourself. But from the time, and my kids will tell you that, and God, this sounds out of context, very strange. I trained them like I used to train my dogs. And I'm even in Chicken Soup for the Soul. They got upset with that title and they said, how to train your babies like puppies. Because I'm not talking about taking a collar and putting them in the wall. I'm not talking about any of those weird things. I'm simply telling you that the way to train a dog is through repetition and reward. And that little children should be trained. It's funny. My son called me recently and he said, Mom, I want to thank you for never punishing me. I said, well, that's an interesting perspective, my son. What do you mean? He said, well, when we were little, because here's the thing. I didn't want to be the bad guy. Oh, you did something horrible. You lied. Now I'm going to take away this and do that or spank you, whatever they're supposed to be doing. I didn't want to be the bad guy, but I knew the value of punishment. So here's what I did. I made them punish themselves. Well, this was very innovative. If they did something wrong, I would point that out and we talk about it. And I'd say, okay, what's the punishment? And they go, okay, Mom, I take my phone for a weekend, or I can't go into this party, or I can't. My son called me many years later to say, Mom, thank you. Because when we do something bad in college, there's no mom or dad to punish us. I said, now you know. There are consequences for every action you take. And the punishment will be very bad. If you steal something or you kill somebody, there's a bad punishment waiting for you. It's not about me. You need to be the barometer. He said, Mom, I wish every kid knew this. Okay? Then maybe every parent, because I also didn't get the parenting book when the babies were born. Did you? I didn't even get how to strap them into the car seat to take them home safely. They won't even do that legally. The nurse literally said, here's your babies. You put them in the car. If something happens, not our fault. But I don't know how this works. Not our fault. Okay, thank you very much. You then get these two kids home, right? Little things. I was relentless. I was 42 years old, so I was an older mom. See, when you're a younger mom and dad, you're so busy living your life that you don't have time to think about this. And so I think you end up with kids that you haven't trained. Here's another training thing. I know this sounds crazy, but when I went to the supermarket, I would hear little kids go, I want a candy, Mommy, I want this and I want that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, maybe because I was older. And I thought, how do you not do that? Here's how you do it. My kids are 3. We're at the checkout line. There's a wall full of candy. They already knew about healthy food. They already met Jack LaLanne. They already walked around saying, if man made it, don't eat it. That's what Jack would say. Well, that's really cool. Mom, did man make this macaroni and cheese? Uh-huh. Did man make the apple? No, you can have the apple. Have a little macaroni and cheese? Yes. But they knew. They knew what they were doing from the earliest time because we had this open conversation. We're walking out of the grocery line, and I turned to my daughter and I said, could you grab me an orange and some grapes? They knew that was a healthy snack, right? My daughter turns to me and said, Mommy, there's nothing here that's healthy. I said, what do you mean? And my son's like, there's just sugar. There's candy everywhere. I said, oh my gosh, how is that possible? And my daughter concluded, because they're smart at that age, she said, I think bad men put that there to trick us. I said, you're right. And every time, because repetition is the key, every time we went to the checkout line, we go, oh, bad men put that there to check us. Bad men put that there to trick us. And you know what? None of us have ever bought anything on an impulse because we got trained. Can you imagine teaching kids this? I have another lesson, and no one's ever heard these lessons. I haven't put the book out. Shame on me. I've been busy. But one of the other favorite ones, because my daughter until recently only drank water. In the face, and I'm addicted to a little Diet Coke, in the face of all of her friends drinking all of these sugary, horrible drinks, she would just drink water. And she didn't care if anyone made fun of her. It was her thing, her value. You know why? When she was little, I said to her, see that cut on your hand? That cut, if you want it to heal, There's little guys inside of you. They look like Bob the Builder with little yellow hats on and a cup for water. You fill their cup up at night, and then they can go to work. They wake up when you go to sleep. If you don't fill their cup, they're not going anywhere. They don't know. They don't have anything to drink. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to fix you. They're just going to sit there and wait. So fill their cup with water and do it all throughout the day. And then if you feed them too much sugar, they get crazy and go to sleep. And then they just add fat to your body. It backfired one day when she saw a very large woman. She looked at me very loudly and said, "Mommy, I think all her guys are sleeping."
I absolutely love it, Forbes, because we have very similar styles with our children here. But David, Jim, join the conversation. Feel free to ask your question.
Forbes, I got to be honest, this is my first time experiencing you, and I'm just awestruck. But you've been getting some really good questions, and the passion that you share and the vulnerability is amazing. So I'm going to ask you something. Of all the things that you've said, is there anything that you'd really like to share with us that you haven't had a chance to talk about yet?
I'll share something crazy. There's a reason people say to me, "Forbes, how come we haven't really heard about what you do?" Tony Robbins got to that level, or Mel Robbins got there. And this is very, very personal. But for about 20 years of my life, I was involved with a partner who I've come to understand what the word narcissist means. I've come to understand someone who makes you feel bad all the time and makes you doubt yourself. And it's a very confusing lifestyle. And since I don't come, my parents are gone, I stayed too long at the party because I thought that was going to be safe. And then I thought to raise my kids, do my job, still act on television and sell products, but not be as daring and bold as I am. And it's not really fair. However he grew up, whatever his issue was, I stayed too long. And I let it eat away at my soul. I didn't know anybody in this situation. Since I've started talking about it, I know almost everyone in this situation. And I will tell you, it's rampant about people who control other people or people who make you feel bad. Maybe it's just a mom who subtly says, "Oh, you look really fat in that," or "When are you going to really get a job as an entrepreneur?" Those people love you, but they really, really hurt you. And I walked around being hurt for about 20 years until someone pointed that out to me. And it's really sad for me to think that what I might have done with those 20 or so years that I wasted. I then had enough, and I wrote on a piece of paper the person that I wanted. And I did everything I talk about in terms of manifesting. And I didn't just say tall, dark, and handsome, but I literally said, and this is very embarrassing, but why not? My ex would roll over in the morning and he had a great sense of smell, and he would say, "Ew, what did a bear shit in your mouth?" Every morning. And then I would go on with my day trying to not feel bad about myself or my body or my whatever it was. I wasn't in my excellence. I wasn't in my grace. And I wrote down, I said, I want someone who wakes up in the morning next to me and says, with mascara down my face, my hair all frizzy, and my breath smelling like ass, because it does in the morning, "I love you anyway." And when my husband, my current husband of 7 years, very quickly in our relationship, rolled over and said one morning, "I think you're just so beautiful." And I'm like, wait a second, I have to go get my notebook. I think I asked God for that. And then I wanted someone who looked like he walked off the cover of a romance novel, because I wanted somebody so fit and so beautiful. And if you go to Instagram and you type in Joshua Self, S-E-L-F, and I thought the universe was joking with me when his last name was Self. Really? Mrs. Self? Self-involved, selfie, self-imposed, this has got to be a joke from somebody up there just laughing at me. And I've been in love for 7 years with a partner who makes me feel special. And as much as I know that you guys love me, and I get a lot of love lately, if you don't love yourself, there's nothing. I totally poured from an empty cup for about 20 years. I did some great stuff, but not nearly what I'm capable now. And so my thought, my advice, and my hope for all of you is that you find a person. It doesn't have to be necessarily a love relationship. It could be just a relationship you need as a human being, someone who loves you. I hear every day from people who are so lonely. Their spouse died. It doesn't matter what. They've come to understand they've been in the wrong relationship. Seek to know that there's a person out there who needs, wants, and supports you. Vet them very carefully, and then hold on to them, because they may mean everything as mine does to me.
Thank you. That was amazing.
Forbes, I have a question, if you don't mind. Good to see you, by the way. I always enjoy conversations with you. You know, you were talking about how you were in a relationship that was not healthy with a narcissist. And, you know, at some point you had to have the self-leadership to look at that and say, hey, this isn't enough for me. I need to move forward. And I'm just curious, for those people who are out there, how are you able to take a look at yourself and say, you know what, I need to lead myself out of this situation? Because sometimes we just have to, it's not your fault, but you have to move forward and you can only take care of yourself. So how are you able to realize, hey, I don't have to be here. I can move forward?
One word, it's breakthrough. You have to learn to break through the chains of your past and to stop the conversations. And thank God there are rooms for that. I do it as well. I've been doing it for 30 years, this thing called breakthrough. I went to a seminar when I was 31 years old, and it was the most outstanding. I didn't know there were rooms. You know, nowadays with the internet, you see things you never saw before. You see people in other countries, you see fashion, you see all kinds of anything you want. Well, I urge all of you who are suffering in silence to find a seminar training room that is about healing and breaking through past trauma. Guess what, guys? If you have a mom and dad or ever wished you did, you have some trauma. Doesn't matter. Or you went to school, you have some trauma. You have something, you know, all it takes. One of my students, this was so crazy sad. She didn't want to come to my speaker training because she didn't want to speak. She never wanted to speak. When I asked her about it, you know what we ended up concluding? That when she was 7 years old in second grade, she stood up to give a book report. She got nervous. She peed on herself. Her teacher made fun of her. The students made fun of her. She ran out of the room and vowed at 7 to never speak in public again. Well, how is that serving her? She's an executive. She's smart enough. But she had this little cloud in her head. And I will tell you that when I went to this particular training, which no longer exists, by the way, but it had music and it had emotion to it and it had exercises. And I cried out of places I didn't even know existed. I didn't know how hurt I was. I didn't realize that my parents, as much as they loved me, we never talked about anything. It wasn't until I went to an AA meeting with my roommate, because I don't drink, and I heard people speak like we're doing now. I didn't know people. I'm like, I know that person. I relate to that. I relate to this. I related to everyone in the room, but I've never had a drop of alcohol. Why is that? Because I finally, and they don't do this in school, got to understand the human condition is very universal. And then one of the 5 greatest nights of my life was in one of those rooms. How's that possible? Greatest nights like giving birth to your children, getting married, falling in love, and a seminar training? Yeah. And I will share this real briefly. I don't want to take up too much time, but they had us do a thing called a stretch. I'd never heard of any of this. It's not even, and I wish to God that they taught this in high school, because to your answer earlier about teenagers, this would help. It's not how much chemistry or biography or geography that you learn that will help you in life. It is the human relations. It's learning how to cook and understand food and how to manage your finances. And I never went to any of those classes in high school or college. I missed out on what's really important. And so in this training, they had all of us go into groups. There were 77 of us. And there was a group of older women. There was a group of guys who were wearing blue jeans. There were a group of it was just different groups. And he had them go off and they were going to sing and dance that night and do these, get costumes. And the whole time he's making groups, I'm thinking, ooh, I can't wait for this. I'm a singer and a dancer and I can't wait to show my stuff. There were 4 people left when he was finished and we didn't get assigned anything. And I'm thinking, well, this is kind of stupid. And he said to us, you have to go get a butler and a maid's outfit, get food for everyone and 4 bouquets of flowers. Now go. And I'm like, but wait, where's my song? And he said, go. We come back. We had an hour to do all of this. And I get dressed in a maid's outfit. And he said, here's what you're going to do all night. He said, you're going to clean up after everybody. And you're not going to look at anybody or say a word to anyone. And I'm like, oh, no. You got the wrong girl here, buddy. I didn't pay money to be part of this. And he said, go. And somehow something told me to go. Now, here's what I did. And I recommend all of you. If you believe in a mentor, go the distance. At that moment, I thought he was an idiot. The training was a joke. And I could have left. And I didn't. I hated every minute of it. Under my breath, I'm literally like cursing out of both my eardrums because I don't even clean up my own house. I have people who do. And I'm picking up spilled Cokes and garbage, and everyone's in the other room down the hall laughing and singing. And I'm like, what? Literally steaming like a cartoon. At 11:30, when everything's over, and I'm so ready to go, such a mistake. And I know you've all thought that about some training that didn't go along with your narrative, but you want to grow, you want to stretch. They blindfolded the 4 of us, took our shoes off, and I thought, oh my God, they're going to beat me. And we walk into this very powerful song about love, forgiveness, and leadership. And this is a powerful moment given this training. And we sit down, we're still blindfolded. I hear this song, and it's very emotional. It's very big and bravado-ish. And he takes the blindfolds off, and I'm looking, and there's the bouquet of flowers, one in each of our hands. Apparently, we got them for ourselves. And the big leader, like a Tony Robbins leader, is washing my feet. And the entire room of people are on their knees. And I don't know why. I have no idea. And he looks at me, he's like, "You don't get it, do you?" I'm like, "Nope." He said, "We identified that you're a leader. The three of you, four of you, have severe leadership abilities, but you all need to learn to serve first." Oh my God. That night dictated, defined, and delineated the rest of my life. That was 34 years ago. I think about that moment when I hear that song, and I will tell you, I believe each one of us is a leader, but maybe you've not had someone point it out to you, help illustrate it for you, and support you in your journey. And if you don't find it in your own life, because wherever you're listening to this, lean in to myself and everyone on this platform, whether it's Rex or Jim or David or Jim or Donna or Ava or Mo. You're looking at a group of people who have dared to step into their greatness and stand out front. When you do that, you get arrows. You get people telling you they hate you. Somebody said, "Forbes, now you've got haters. You must be really successful." Every hater hurts my heart. I'm sorry. I'm insanely sensitive. I can't believe that anyone would think that. But then I remember back to my training that unless you go the distance and find your truth, you will live in this moment of this is horrible. This is stupid. This isn't for me. But when you see the other side, you'll be forever changed. And I hope you find that.
Wow. Hey, Forbes, I want to ask you a question. That is a powerful experience, and that I'm so glad that you shared it. And for people who don't have that experience yet in life, but many people who do programs and they go to seminars and workshops or they're with a mentor or a coach have the experience of thinking the person's full of crap. They want to flee. They go through the blame and the excuses and all the rationalizations of I'm in the wrong place. I made a mistake. How would you tell them, hang in there? I mean, assuming that it is a safe place like you ended up in.
Rex, this is the biggest problem in our industry.
Yes.
You and I know where we come from. Donna knows where she comes from. Guys, you must seek out reputable people because the opposite can be so true. And I'm hearing a lot of this, that you've been taken for $75,000 because some guru said so. That is not what I'm talking about. And learn your limitations fast. But see, you have access to all of us. And you can certainly reach out to me, go to ForbesRiley.com and ask me if a person is reputable. I just did this the other day. I can't say that it's my place to put anyone down, but there are people who have hurt me in my past. And you know what? I'm happy to tell you their names and what they did. Still make your own decision. And if you hear somebody who's hurting other people, because they're out there, that's Rex with the internet. You know, I just want to protect my daughter from people who are pretending to be other men. Let's get real about what's on the internet. So you do your due diligence. This is a great place to ask Mo and the team, ask Rex, reach out. We're on social media, guys. I do my own social media. I'm swamped at the moment, but as much as I can, because if I want to be a voice for the truth, and I'll stand up to anybody who's hurt me. I just passed on someone asked me to speak on a summit, not unlike this. And two of the headliners are people that I don't agree with, that I don't believe in. And I said, no. And she's really mad at me. I said, you don't understand. See, now I've gotten a little level of fame where people are leveraging my name. You don't get to do that if you screwed up or you screwed over somebody. And so when I see someone on a panel, you guys have all passed the mustard, but these couple of people, I'm like, no. You don't get to bring people into this world and think that I give my sense of approval on them. I'm like the good housekeeping seal of approval. Rex, you get it. Julia, you get it. Jim, David, and David, you get it. The rest of the people, maybe not so much.
So that said, because that was needed to be said, and it was very heartfelt, and it is so true. But for the person who's in that safe environment and they're wanting to flee because they're confronting their own comfort zones and their own thoughts and their own feelings and everything seems wrong, how would you encourage them to stick it out a little longer to have a breakthrough because they are in a safe place?
Let me share something about breakthroughs. You have to break down to get to a breakthrough. Breakthroughs are freaking ugly. In my world, when we do them, there's a lot of yelling and screaming and hitting pillows and saying things you didn't think you ever wanted to say out loud. It is ugly. stay the distance. I will tell you, I've witnessed breakthroughs now for almost 35 years. I can tell you many of them because they've touched my heart. They've seared my soul. And I'm just blown away by the magic that's happened, by the young woman who at 12 was gang raped by a neighbor and a ritualistic raping, was never kissed for 50 years of her life, and now literally tells me she can't wait to be married and like Joshua and me and find the man of her dreams. Because we put that in a pocket way where it doesn't belong anymore. Certainly not in her future, not in her present. It's something that happened a long time ago. So go through it. Just know that part of it is going to get really ugly, and that's the fun part.
Wow.
It's never dull.
So we're getting to that point where we need to go and close it down. So we're going to go around, and anyone can make a comment or
I'll jump in, Rex. Yeah, I'll jump in. Hi, Forbes. How are you? We shared the stage in LA.
That's what I was trying to get to. I'm sorry. I was trying to say start with you. That's fine. That's good. That's awesome.
Is that what you were going to say anyway?
Yeah, I was telling you to go ahead. So great.
We're connecting. I didn't even know you were going to say that.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Good to see you again, Forbes. I'll just cap it off briefly here with when we're all younger. I'm going into the 9th inning of life over here. I don't know how old anybody else is, but when we look at beginning our businesses in this space, we're focused on the growth and the proliferation and the expansion of our companies. I think we missed the pebble in the pond, and this is certainly one of those catalysts, one of those genesis, because everybody on this panel, everybody in this entire event and any other event, sometimes we miss the people that are communication affected. And now I'm old enough to know that it might be the person sitting in the front row, but then it's her daughter, and now she has a granddaughter who I've never met, but some of these strategies and some of the philosophies and some of the embracing and caring carries on like that proverbial pebble in the pond, and that becomes a form of a legacy. Long after I'm gone, all I can hope is that whatever I've shared or taught people or helped people with can carry through generations. And that's the beauty about the industry we're in, because it does just that, because they're going to hold on to those knowledges, those nuggets that change their life, and they're going to pass them on to their children and their grandchildren and generationally. So we really have a responsibility, all of us in this industry, to do the right thing for the right people for the right reasons. And if you do that, you'll have a fantastic career as well, but you'll also sleep good at night knowing you're doing things for people and not to people.
Thank you. That was beautiful, Jim. Thank you. Rex?
Donna, well, you go
Yes,
to
absolutely. Yes, let's just go around and we'll just call everybody out. Forbes, it's always a pleasure to listen to you. I love it. I can listen for days, and I'm always writing down notes. If you see me, I have my pen over here taking down a few tips. I find it so amazing. You're an icon, a champion in your own right. And yes, you have paved the way for many other people, myself included, to follow, to open up this world, because we're really going to do it. We're going to do it right. And we're going to do it in a kind way. And honestly, I just love everything that you have to share. So thank you for being here with us today.
Love you. You know that.
Julie.
You know what? I got onto this panel and it was so powerful that there was literally an earthquake here. So if you saw me freaking out, I was like, uh-oh. No, I just wanted to say this has been absolutely, it was a breakthrough. I didn't cry. I didn't do any of the crazy stuff, but I definitely learned, and I know that the people that are watching and listening have gained something that they can use moving forward. And so I'm so excited that I got to hear from all of you. And David, what about you?
I got to be honest. In the spirit of full disclosure, this was my first time experiencing Dr. Forbes' ride, and this is how she's affected me. I'm completely speechless. This is my first time experiencing Dr. Forbes, and she's got a brand new fan, and everything she's ever done is going on my recommended reading list, which is quite extensive. I think her passion and the things that she's done, going back to what Jim was concluding with, I see the effect not just in this generation and in our children, but in our children's children. And I think at the end of the day, that's why we all do this.
You know, it's not just about the moment. It's about the mark we leave and the people we leave behind who carry those torches and stand on our shoulders because we've stood on them. And I am so honored to spend some time with you, Dr. Forbes. And thank you so much for everything you've done.
Well, I'm looking forward to knowing you more and seeing how we can serve each other. Thank you for that message. It was very heartfelt and sweet.
Thank you.
Forbes, I just like to say that I have realized, based upon our conversation, how much in need the world is for a book for parental leadership, how to parent as a leader in creating new leaders. And this is something I'm happy to contribute if it's going to be with several different personalities, because I will be the person that did it all wrong. I'll be happy to write that chapter, how not to raise teenage daughters, right? Although I love them both and they're both great. But the truth is, had I had a book like that, it would have changed the way I raised them. Truthfully.
God, you know, I've never seen a burning bush, but I do hear God through other people. And Jim, what you just said made me goosebumps everywhere, or as we say, God bumps. I will take you up on that. I have several books to write, and that's my summer. When I've got a new movie to film and a goal of writing the books that have been sitting on my heart. So you just said that, Jim. We'll be in touch.
I will be happy to continue to inspire you.
I love that, because I need that just as much as we all do. Yes. And I'm just going to close by saying, you know, when you think about your own aspirations and when you gaze upon the landscape of your achievement, I want you to remember this moment. I want you to remember this conversation that we all had. I want you to remember the doubts that you conquered, the fears that you faced, and the obstacles that you've overcome just to get here. See, guys, it's not the destination that defines us, but it's the journey that we undertake to reach it. I know that from experience, and that word vulnerable carries with me. I ask you to go forth, all my fellow dreamers, and here's what I'd love you to do for me. I've made a lot of money. What I like is the thank yous. I want you to paint the canvas of your life with very bold strokes of passion and purpose. Write your own story. As Jim is inspiring me to write a story about parenting that I've been yik-yakking about for years now, but haven't done it. Let this moment inspire you to write your own story. Dance to the rhythm of your own heartbeat. And here's what I'm going to ask you to do. It's not about us up here, but I'm going to encourage you to leave an indelible mark on the world that will inspire generations to come. That is my hope. If you care about me at all and listen to what I have to say, move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us, Forbes. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is powerful. Thank you. Thank you.
What a great
I just want to say, Forbes, how old is McKenna now?
She's a beautiful 21.
Well, I've known her 3 or 4 years, and she is a force of nature like her mom. And you both uplift and edify each other so beautifully and wonderfully. It is an honor, a privilege, and a pleasure to know you both. And wow, I mean, the people who are watching should pay heed to your parental advice. That book is overdue.
I appreciate that. Also, guys, write this down and go to this. I have a free gift. There's something that I do very well that I've been using all week long. Go to freegiftfromforbes.com. And what you're going to get there is part of my heart. And it is a template that allows you to introduce yourself, to say what you're known as. You know, this weekend, I was at a huge event and I shook hands with lots and lots of people. I asked people the question that's in that template, what do you do? And I got answers like, I slay dragons, to which I might have said, are you on Game of Thrones on TV? What? And I'm listening to people say things that mean nothing to other people because they don't really understand. Guys, that $2.5 billion that I generated is because of a little gift that I have. And the gift is to understand what you want to hear more than what I want to say. And so when I was selling products on television, sold hundreds of millions of products, it's not because of what it did for me. Stop saying the word, I like it, I'm passionate, I love it. It's identifying the other person's problem. The reason that you're here today, I'm going to assume, is because you want some more motivation. Maybe you love the people on stage, but maybe you're ready to take your life in your own hands or have someone like I've just had here kick you in the booty and saying enough is enough. Stop playing small. The book is due. the report, the course that you haven't done, the teaching, the speaking, whatever it is you said you wanted to do, your time is now. And guess what? If you declare it in the chat, seriously, come on, Alan and Joy and Edward Miasman, I see you guys here. What's your declaration for tomorrow? What are you going to be doing that makes you uncomfortable? And on June 29th, check out my Instagram for a bikini because it makes me incredible uncomfortable. Go to Free Gift from Forbes and let's start architecting who we are and what we want to do. And you've got a new person supporting all of you.
Wow. Wow. What a beautiful, wonderful time together. Now we're shifting our gears. I think some people are saying goodbye, but I want to thank each and everybody who is here. Forbes, we'll start with you. Jim Lutz, Jim Miller, David Snyder, Julianne Meyer, and Joy is gone, but she was an immense part of this. And if I forgot anybody, I apologize. But we're going to be shifting gears here. We're going to bring up our next guest. And so I want to thank each and every one of you. And as people are going, I'm going to bring up the next gentleman. This is a good buddy of mine. Oh my gosh, look at that. That is Mr. Dan Clark. He's one of the top speakers in the world. He's a musician. He's a former athlete who's overcome so much. Dan, how are you today?
All right, Brother Rex. It was fun. I just was at Forbes Riley's birthday party 2 nights ago. So it was great to just see her on the screen and feel her energy. She has that ability to make love with the camera that we all had to perfect during COVID if we were still going to be in the self-development leadership space. So there's no one better than her. It was a treat to just listen to the tail end of what she was saying.
Wow. You know, Dan, I love you deep in my heart. I love you. I appreciate you. And I share something almost daily, not every day, but almost daily. I say, I know a gentleman who went to 17 doctors. I don't want to finish that. I want you to, if you would, I want you to finish that because it's an important thing for people to understand the kind of person you are and the kind of willingness, the curiosity and the persistence in pursuit to make something happen in your life that nobody else would believe would happen.
That's great. So when you're a songwriter, you understand the significance of a hook. The hook is what sells the song. So my buddy Tim Nichols, he wrote Live Like You're Dying for Tim McGraw. And The Dance, Garth Brooks. I could have missed the pain, but then I had to miss the dance. It's the hook. So I love to create quotes, maybe one-liners that we can hang our hat on. Let me just give you two to kind of as the preamble to going into my story that you wanted me to share. The purpose of a leader is to grow more leaders who believe what you believe, not generate more followers. That's very significant. The second quote is by my buddy, Simon Sinek. We have the same publisher, Penguin Random House. We've been on the program many times together. I honor him. He says, the goal is not to do business with everybody who wants what you have. The goal is to do business only with those who believe what you believe, so they choose you, not just somebody who does what you do. So I want to hone in on the significance of that belief. You missed the number of doctors by just one, Rex. I'll just consolidate my story. I played football for 13 years. And one day in practice, the dream ended. Coach blew the whistle. And another player and I ran full speed into each other in a violent head-on collision, smashed my shoulder, my right shoulder to the cutting edge of my fiberglass pads, and we slammed to the ground. And when Lyle got off of me, I had compressed my 7 cervical vertebrae in my neck. I had severed the axillary nerve of my right deltoid muscle, and I'd suffered a grade level 2 concussion, which is pretty serious. My eye drooped. I had loss of speech. I couldn't talk anymore. My right side was paralyzed. My arm dangled helplessly at my side. I stayed paralyzed for 14 months. I went to 16 of the finest doctors in all of North America. Came down to Centinela Hospital, Frank Jobe, Dr. Curlin, Craig Rehabilitation Center in Denver. 16 doctors, 15 of whom told me I would not get better. I would not recover. And I want to interrupt. What happens if you believe that? you'll never get any better. And my life hit what I thought was a fast moving downward spiral until I thought I hit rock bottom. So let me just cut to the lessons learned about leadership, about life, about motivation, about resilience. I've fought my way back to a 95% recovery. And the three most frequently asked questions are these. Number one, Clark, what do you mean you thought you hit rock bottom? Regardless of how hard life gets, no matter how bad we think it gets, no one ever hits rock bottom. We hit rock foundation. We hit rock belief. We hit the baseline core values and governing principles on which we were raised. The doctor reminded me that knowledge is power, but it has no heart. Think about it. We don't learn to know, we learn to do. I would suspect that so many of the folks who have tuned into this LA Tribune Leadership Week are still caught in that paralysis of analysis. We're still tuning in to more podcasts, more leadership weeks, more seminars, more masterminds. And we've never taken the time to pull the trigger. Something's holding us back. We don't learn to know, we learn to do. All the information in the world is going to make a person successful. It's like the guy who has 3 PhDs, one in philosophy, one in psychology, one in sociology. He doesn't have a job, but at least he can explain why. So I get on the program with a lot of very, very intelligent, very, very important, very, very smart people who have never been paralyzed. They've never had to actually put into practical application their theories or their scientific research. And therefore, I don't have the degrees behind my name as far as psychological research, even though I graduated in psychology from the university. But I have the practical experience. Reason leads to conclusions, but it is emotion that leads to action. Question number 2, Clark, why did I keep going to so many different doctors? I kept going from doctor to doctor until I found one who believed I would get better. And that's the significance of us tuning in together today and all week long on the LA Tribune Leadership Week. We need to find our tribe. We need to find our peers, people who believe what we believe, so we can start the conversation at a higher level. When the water in the lake, when the water in the lake goes up, all the boats rise together. Third question, which is so significant to my contribution to this conversation. What took me so long to pivot? What took me so long to recover? What took me so long to get better? What will take you so long to pull the trigger on the information you've already gleaned all morning long on this broadcast? The answer is I kept going. I stayed paralyzed for 14 months because I was asking the wrong questions. I was asking the doctors how to get better when I should have been asking myself why. And once we answer why, figuring out the how-to becomes clear and simple. And so you don't think my recovery was a rah-rah, you can if you think you can't. Come on, Dan, get up and go again. Think positive. It's based in science. It's based in physiology. And the proof is when we only focus on the what and the how, we only engage the brain, we only engage the head. But when we add to that a passionate why and a compelling want, which is our why is bigger than our why not, our personal reason. It connects the head with the heart. And physiologically proven, our blood pumps more rapidly, our brains fire, and our muscles magnify, which maximizes performance. So ask yourself, are you a transactional leader? Are you a transactional communicator? Are you a transactional parent, coach, friend? Which means you only talk about the how and the what. If you're a transactional speaker, you kill people with PowerPoint because you got to have this slide up on the stage. You're unprepared. You have to narrate the slide. And you're only talking about the what and the how, and that doesn't move anybody to take action. And all we want to do is take copious notes or buy your book so we can study it on our own time zone, on our own timeline. But if you want to be a transformational speaker, a transformational leader, a transformational parent, coach, leader, friend, we have to connect the head with the heart. So we talk about the what and the how, but we talk about the why, and we talk about the want. And we add to that a sense of urgency, because today you've never been this old before, and today you'll never be this young again. So right now matters, and every right now matters, which means no matter what your past has been, you have a spotless future. And I can add quote after quote, hook after hook. Can't always control what happens, but you can always control what happens next, especially when you're engaged in this broadcast with the option to click it off at the end of the day and take action. So let's just talk about perspective leadership, and I'll quiet down for another question from the Brady Bunch screen here.
Yeah, I would like to, if you don't already know, there's the fabulous Jim Miller and Donna Campbell and Dan Clark, and wow, you have an elegant way of speaking, as we know, and a way of simplifying things and making it just right direct to the heart. So I'm going to let Donna or let's go with Donna. We'll go with ladies.
Please.
Dan, it's a pleasure to meet you here. I'm an avid reader, and you said a word a couple of times while talking, and it was the word significance.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have a book called The Art of Significance.
I do.
But also, as a writer, I know you go through your own transformational process when you're writing. So was there a point in the book that you were writing about the art of significance that you went through your own transformation, or something that you had an aha moment around that? Because I find it a profound book.
Well, that's a profound question. Thank you, ma'am. So I've taught public speaking at the university level for 11 years, and I remind my students about two things. Number one, seek to bless, not impress. It's never about us. It's about them, the audience, whoever we're talking to, one-on-one, 1-on-20, 1-on-40,000 in an arena. But number two, you don't prepare a speech. You prepare yourself to speak. So the direct answer to your wonderful question, Donna, is that book was a 30-year experience where I went from transactional to transformation. And there are 12 highest universal laws. And when I sat down with Adrian Zackheim, the publisher at Penguin Random House, he said, Dan, how do you know there's not 9 highest universal laws? How do you know there's not 21? And I got emotional because I know for a fact that every single universal law that anyone can whip out, the standard stereotypical, law of gravity, law of the harvest, law of resonance, energy, vibration, law of attraction, the law of physics, the law of mathematics, the law of relativity, they're all predicated on my number one first law of the book, The Art of Significance, Achieving the Level Beyond Success, which is obedience. Mm-hmm. Because if we walk off a 20-story building and we don't obey the law of gravity, we die. So obedience is the governing law of all other laws. So at some other point, we could talk about the difference between success and significance. I could share just one story quickly to add the, to the conversation. But to add a little bit more of an answer to your question, yes, but I was going through a 30-year process trying to figure out how to make my life matter more, how to connect the success to significance, which is the highest form of living. And so that you understand what I'm saying, may I just share this quick story? It was a conversation I had with one of my football teammates. He was drafted into the National Football League in the second round by the Philadelphia Eagles. And after 2 years with the Eagles, he's traded to my Oakland Raiders. And after 4 years in the league playing at the highest Pro Bowl level, one day he walks out of practice, quits, never to play again. Why? He loved being a football player, but he hated playing football. He loved the celebrity perks and the fame and fortune that allowed him to live this life that we call successful, which is competing against others, which we're all caught up in. Nice house, nice car, nice holidays, nice title, nice income. But because his inner voice and his true purpose in life was misaligned with who he was and what he had to do to become successful, he would never live a life of significance, and he would die with regrets. He would die with his intentions and with his music stuck inside him. So bottom line, successful people get what they think they want focused on the moment, on what they think is impressive. But those of us who are striving to live lives of significance focus on what matters most, which is what lasts the longest, which is focusing in on what's important. So we don't die with our music still in us. So without throwing Stephen Covey under the bus in 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, he actually created a limiting belief that's incomplete. His limiting belief that he taught us was begin with the end in mind. But if you think about it, when we begin with the end in mind, we are forced to focus on a destination that's impressive, do our best to manage people and reward results, which means I'm in my library And I've got, trophy case downstairs. We all have destinations that we can celebrate. We all have accomplishments. Wow, that was good. But if we only focus on a destination, that's no better than going to the gym once and thinking we're going to get in shape. It's an ongoing deal. So if we begin with the why in mind, what that does is it empowers us to focus on a journey that's important and gives us the ability, the tools and personal power to manage expectations and reward effort. So we're never, ever going to say today was a great day and it's the end day. We look at today as a step in the right direction to become the best version of ourselves, knowing that the only person we need to be better than is the person we were yesterday. Focused in on every single personal, professional, racial relationship. So everyone leaves me saying, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again because I was present in the moment. So that was a long answer to your question, but significance is a journey. So once I wrote that last page of that book and it went to press, as we all know as authors, that's a baby. We just birthed something that we've been working on that gave us labor pains. And it took a while to push that sucker out. But at the end of the day, I'm proud of it because it's got a soul, it's got a head, it's got a heart. It addresses transactional living, but more importantly, it takes us to that highest level, achieving the level beyond success to transformational living. Mm-hmm. And that's the way I would illuminate this word significance. Being significant in someone's life, which means that we spend our day looking for people and situations where we can turn success into significance. How could I help this person who is homeless? How could I be there for someone's child who they can't communicate with any longer and I can become their instant Uncle Dan to just talk about life and love? How can we be there for someone in our corporation, in our business, on our street to just help them see the significance of life, that it's not about competing against others. It's about competing and comparing ourselves against what we're capable of. Because no matter what your past has been, you have a spotless future. Long answer. I hope I answered your question, my friend.
You did. And actually here at Leadership Week, we've been talking throughout the last couple of days about leadership and what that really means. And I think you just eloquently defined that because it's really the significance of making an impact in somebody else's life, if I had to summarize that.
Yes, ma'am. May I just add to that? So because my system in working with corporations, working with companies, associations, working with military command sports teams, you gotta have a structure. So leadership has to be a structure. And it all begins with culture. Once you get the culture right, the rest of the stuff takes care of itself. Peter Drucker. So my formula is simple. Every culture is created between the strongest belief, the highest expectation, and the best behavior that the leader lives by, and the worst behavior that the leader tolerates. So if we want to take our corporate culture, our family culture, our children's school culture, our sports teams culture, from successful to significance, what we have to do is first and foremost identify the strongest belief, highest expectation, best behavior that the leader exemplifies. I'd rather see a sermon preached than hear one any day. I'd rather you would walk with me than merely point the way. Edgar Guest, one of the great poems of all time. And we need to shrink the distance between that strong belief, that strongest belief, highest expectation, best behavior, and shrink the distance between the worst behavior that the leader tolerates. And that's how we create what I call a culture of significant partner leaders, where everybody leads with and without a title. So it begins with belief. And let me just shift to an experience I had going up into space. So a few years ago, on October 12th, I had the rare opportunity to soar to the edge of space in a U-2 reconnaissance aircraft. I intensified my training for 2 months. I lost 29 pounds. I checked onto the base for a full day of systems orientation. I was fitted into my 130-pound spacesuit. I should have sent a little video we could show how I'm talking about it. I was introduced to my commander, and we immediately climbed aboard the aircraft and rapidly climbed to 17 miles above the Earth's surface, where for 5 hours, I sat in the sounds of silence, looking at the breathtaking curvature of the Earth, gazing into the endless blackness of the universe, pondering eternity and my place in it. And with an unobstructed view of Mother Earth, I came to the realization, I teared up as an eyewitness to the words of Einstein and Oliver Wendell Holmes, controversy of who actually said this. The mind once stretched can never return to its original dimension. So needless to say, this high flight changed my life forever. How? Why? It forever changed my perspective, which controls everything that we think and believe and do. So let me just give you 4 quick examples because I call it perspective leadership. If we're serious about being a leader in someone's life, the leader worth following, if we're serious about engaging in a transformational conversation and present in the moment situation with anyone, we have to believe in the power of belief. We have to go where we believe. We have to intersect where our beliefs intersect so that from there we go on. And this is the beauty in this whole analogy. Number one, is your glass half empty or half full? Or is it refillable? It's perspective. Are you taller, short, wider, thin, faster, slow, smarter, stupid, pretty, or pretty ugly? Says who? Compared to what? If we had the ability to send you to a deserted island, Donna, right now, and you had no access to fashion magazines or those Photoshop Twiggy models, would you not, in fact, wake up every single morning and say, I love me. I am woman. Hear me roar. I am enough. Today is going to be the greatest day of my life because I'm going to be a little bit better today than I was yesterday. You don't know if you're a fast runner because you're not running against anybody. You don't know if you're tall or short. We're competing against what we're capable of. So critically important that we understand that. Third analogy, I'm sitting here in my library. If all of us on this broadcast were sitting in the same room and we were looking out the window at the same lashing LA rainstorm, someone would complain, what a horrible day. Someone else would exclaim, what a wonderful day. And the weather did not change. We don't see things as they are. We see things as we are. It's perspective. And the last analogy, I'm glad we're on video. Let's just say this side of my hand is painted white and this side is painted blue. What color's my hand? White, blue. Who is right? You all are, depending on your perspective. So in order for us to lead, in order for us to parent, to coach, in order for us to love, in order for us to communicate and befriend one another, we have to be willing to come around on the other side of the hand. We must be willing to come around on the other side and see the other person's perspective and acknowledge that, yes, it is white or blue, which turns every single argument about who is right into agreeing on what is right so we can sit on the same side of the issue and move forward together. I wish every politician in Washington, D.C. and our state government houses would understand that that's the system of communication, not based on who is right, but based on what is right. And that turns the leader, command and control, into an influencer, which is the new leadership, which we all are aware of, which means really in true fashion, going full circle, everybody can lead with and without a title. Because if we're striving to live a life of significance, that's where we meet at that higher level, that higher state of consciousness, higher communication based on empathy, total understanding, unconditional love, not judgmental friendship. There's no racism, there's no bigotry when we're focusing in on what's right. The same God who made you made me too.
You're muted.
Wow. I was going to say, wow. I apologize. I had to feed my dogs, but I heard every single word. And I really appreciate you. And I know that Jim is here. And Jim, and I don't know if you've ever, if you're friends or if you've met each other before.
No.
Well, you two powerful people along with Donna. Jim, I know that you probably have a comment or question that you'd like to ask Dan.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm fascinated, Dan, by everything that you're saying, and it's really an experience to be in front of a professional of your caliber in the art of conversation, of public speaking. What I do is I'm in influence and and negotiations and persuasion, having worked with Tony Robbins and Harv Eker and Harvard University and here at the Los Angeles Tribune. You know, something about perspective really touched me because in my own experience, and I'll just be brief with this, but I had somewhat of a numbing on the side of my mouth and my face. So I went to the emergency room because I'm thinking maybe I'm having a pre-stroke episode here. And I was given all the tests and everything and came out perfect. The next day I had the same feelings and I decided to go back to the emergency room. Different doc reviewed me and he said, listen, I have a hunch. I want you to take an MRI. And I did. And 2 days later, I was sitting in front of a doctor who had some papers in her hand and she was talking to me and I looked down and the only word that I saw was mass. Now I'm Catholic and I knew we weren't about to have you know, any type of church experience. So I asked her, I said, what does mass mean? She said very reluctantly and shyly, she said, well, Mr. Miller, you have a brain tumor. And it was in that moment because, you know, I'm healthy, I'm successful, I teach leadership, and all of a sudden I'm facing a new dimension in life that I had no response to. I really didn't know how to respond to it. Whether to be sad, whether to be, so the only thing that I did was just do what took place next. And I can tell you that I was told that I had to have surgery and that I had to have a radiation treatment that was very invasive and would probably destroy a part of the brain in order to destroy. And I said, no, listen, there's another procedure out there, proton therapy, that I'd rather go through. And the radiologist said, well, Mr. Miller, you're not covered by your insurance with that. I said, well, call them and ask. And she called them. And the next day she said, as I said, Mr. Miller, they refused it. I said, call them again. And she said, what do you mean call them again? I said, call them again. She said, well, you have your answer. I said, no, I have your answer. I don't have my answer.
I love it.
So call them again. And sure enough, the next day, somebody must have talked. She must have talked to somebody different, got a different answer, and I got the proton therapy. But here's the reason why I want to say that is because it changed my perspective in life because it made me more compassionate. I had people around the world. I had nuns in nunneries that, you know, I had no idea this was going on. And I tell you this, if God asked me, do you want to go through life again with or without the tumor? I'd absolutely say with, because of the perspective that it gave me. The perspective that you're mentioning as a leader, to be able to be in the game and lead from the front of the game, right? I'm always in the game of whatever it is that my team is selling. So here's a question I want to ask you. There's a lot of people that are listening right now that are probably not in their best position, whether it be financially, whether it be romantically, health-wise, whatever the case may be, but they're searching, they're listening for something that's going to resonate for them to give them hope in their life. So from that position of maybe helplessness, of hopelessness, of pain, what do you say to these people? What words of leadership can you give to a person that's in that place?
Such a great question. I love your story. God bless you. Are you healthy now, brother? You look great.
I'm healthy. A little overweight, but healthy.
You know, in my experience, the art of significance is focused on service before self. So if you could come to my library, I've flown all the fighter jets, all the bombers. If you've seen Maverick, Top Gun, the movie more than 7 times like me, I've flown that F-18. I've taken off from an aircraft carrier. I've been up into space, and I've never been in the military. I've given over 350 free speeches to the military, and eventually a commander, a 4-star, will say, Dan, you just keep serving and giving. What can we do for you? And I have the ask. I want to fly with the Thunderbirds. I want to do the air show. I want to go to Iraq, Afghanistan. I want to serve my country. I want to, carry the Olympic torch. I served on the Olympic Committee. So the answer to that question, Jim, is the first thing we need to do to get ourselves out of our doldrums, to stop feeling sorry for ourselves and looking at the negative, is to quickly and go find someone we can serve. Because the brain chemicals are so real. And I've studied in my book, Story Selling, forward written by my dear friend, Mark Victor Hansen. I studied the brain chemicals. And when you can index all of your stories and experiences and say, which ones do I tell that make people laugh? Well, that's endorphins. Which stories do I tell that are kind of a rocky story, overcoming obstacles? That's dopamine. Any story triggers dopamine. Which stories will get people to involve themselves and participate and volunteer? Trigger serotonin, the recognition drug, oxytocin, the love drug. Those chemicals are so real. Mm-hmm. And all we have to do is create an experience in our life that will literally and in fact trigger that brain chemical that changes our state. If you knew Tony Robbins, when I participated with them, Platinum Partners down at West Palm Beach last November, you change everything by changing your state, but then you change your environment. And that would be the quickest method to snap out of for anyone to snap out of woe me.
Yes.
Quickly go serve someone. And it doesn't have to be some grandiose deal. Just find someone that you can serve. And you know what? The other day I'm walking through the airport with my son. I'm taking him to a game. And we're walking through the airport, and here's a packet of ketchup, unopened, sitting on the floor of the concourse. Instinctively, I bent over, I picked it up, and I walked over and I threw it away in the trash can. And I kept walking, my son, and we came back, and there was a father with his son, not on our flight, but on the other gate across the hall. He went out of his way, he came up and he said, "Sir, I just noticed that you picked up a piece of trash that you didn't drop." That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. And he's kind of teary-eyed. And I said, "Sir, thanks." But I said, if someone stepped on that, it would have, and ketchup would have gone everywhere. It's the least I could do. And he said, "The way you made me feel, I shared with my son, and we're going to make sure we do exactly what you just did so we can duplicate that feeling again." So these brain chemicals are real.
Wow.
And the best part about adrenaline, endorphins, and dopamine, I call them the selfish drugs because they're addictive. They don't stay in our body. And once we experience that feeling, we want to do it again, and we don't have to wait for somebody else. We can create it in our life. The second thing we need to do to answer your question is we need to focus in on our real purpose in life. Purpose is different than meaning. A meaning in life is we're just here for a short time. And when I was up in space, I learned something so important. I teared up and realized why Einstein also wrote that although the concept of a master organizer and a supreme being is complex, we must embrace the mindset of a young child who walks into a large library and says, "Surely someone must have written all these books." And within minutes, with that unobstructed view of space, I realized we're more than mere mortal beings living on a small planet for a short season. What's it all about?
Amen.
So we need meaning in our life. We need a purpose, and they're not the same. A meaning is the overall. My dad battled cancer for 6.5 years. He was in so much pain. When he finally passed away, my belief system says he's now out of his cancer pain. He's in a better place, and I'm going to see him again. And regardless if you believe that theology, it does not matter. It fuels my soul, and it keeps me hopeful, keeps me rolling. But that's the meaning of life. The purpose, where we don't get confused with who's right versus what's right. Religion is for those who are afraid to go to hell. Spirituality is for those of us who have already been there. So
say that again. Wait, say that again.
I said, religion is for those who are afraid to go to hell. Spirituality is for those of us who have already been there. So instead of killing people in the name of the same God, instead of creating all this confusion and this conflict of interest. At 17 miles above the Earth's surface, I saw that we are all literal brothers and sisters in the family of humanity. And at some point, we got to do our part to bring peace on Earth. I love Mo Rock because of what he represents from an international perspective of a brotherly love. I love the team he's put together at the LA Tribune because he's always about how can we say something? How can we bring like minds and like hearts together to help heal the world and talk more than just about leadership or team building? It's so critically important that we understand that it's our responsibility from day one when we're born to this earth to find our purpose, because the meaning seems to be obvious. There is life after death. I know every religious tradition believes in some form of that. But let's just focus in on our purpose. And our purpose comes from identifying our gifts. You know, what am I pretty good at that I can help someone else be at? So let me just kind of wind down a challenge. We've all read the book Atomic Habits by James Clear. I've been on the program with him a few times. I idolize this guy. But he made famous that we can improve our overall performance if we just increase our own personal worth, our own personal talent, our skill set by 1%. And everybody goes, okay, great stories. But if you think about it in terms of time, there are 1,440 minutes in every day. 1% of that is 15 minutes. So what could you accomplish, my friends, on this broadcast if you're just willing to wake up 15 minutes earlier than you normally do every day and spend 15 minutes in spiritual meditative thought, 15 minutes more in the gym? I put an awesome gym in my house with a cold plunge so that I have a righteous routine. I've written 37 books. Please follow me at my website, danclark.com, or on Instagram, Dan Clark Speak. I post videos all the time. I'm trying to heal the world in my own little way. But I have a righteous routine where every morning I wake up at 5 o'clock. It's more important to be disciplined than motivated. And I wake up at 5 a.m. when that alarm goes off, because I know if I don't wake up at 5 a.m., by 5:05, I've started to save my money up for liposuction and a tummy tuck, because exercising and pushing myself to the ultimate capacity potential as a human being is not natural. I don't think anyone should run if no one's chasing them. I go down to my cold plunge. I lift. I listen to a podcast. I go into the library. I read. I love to read like you do, Donna. Read for an hour. And if we're selfish in the morning, we can be selfless all day long. My hero, Gary Brecka, helped us understand that. So figure out what you can do in the morning before anyone wakes up, before you check your emails, your phone. And for 15 minutes, I guarantee if you focus in on Brian Tracy, who made famous University on Wheels, we can get an education. I taught myself how to speak French just waking up 15 minutes early. Bonjour, comment ça va? Je suis très content d'être ici. We can learn to play the guitar. We can learn to play the piano. We can learn to speak Spanish. We can do whatever we want to do when we focus in on being selfish first so we can be selfless forever. And there's 9 categories of life that I just want to add to this conversation. Every guru, self-development person has their own version of the balance wheel, but they've labeled their balance wheel categories nouns which evoke no emotion: physical, mental, spiritual, social, financial, and family. I turned them into 9 categories through my experience, and I changed them from nouns to active verbs. So we take action. Number 1, it's not set a physical goal, it's physical fitness. We go into the gym every single day and put a little bit more weight on the bar, spend a couple more minutes, extra minutes on that pre-core or in the Peloton, because that's the mindset we need to become the best version of ourselves. And it's ironic that we leave the gym, we go into the gym and create discomfort on purpose to become the best leader, the best communicator, the best human being we can be. And then when we leave the gym, we click it off. We don't want any challenges. We want princess parking at every mall. We want sales in every store. We want a 90-degree day with a breeze blowing over our shoulder from Malibu Canyon. That's not reality. Continuous education is the second category, which ties into exercise. Distractions are the number 1 motivator. So listen to a podcast, learn while you're exercising. Third, deeper spirituality. Fourth category, emotional stability. Pressure is not something that's naturally there. It's created when you question your own ability. Under pressure, you don't rise to the occasion. You fall to your level of training. That's why we train and prepare and practice so hard. When you know what you've been trained to do, there's never any pressure. Fifth category is social networking. We need to network at the highest levels and learn to influence the affluent. Financial literacy, there's no one better than Sharon Lecter. What a beautiful soul. What an amazing, brilliant human being that was on this program. Family togetherness, no other success can compensate for failure in the home. I believe families are forever, if not, then what's forever for? Fun and recreation, we need to change our state, Tony Robbins. We need to change our environment. We need to fire up. And the last and the ninth category is charitable giving. We get more out of giving than we ever get out of receiving, but in the process of giving, the receiver gets just as much out of that conversation, out of that act of service, and together we rise. And that to me is perspective leadership. It's no longer command and control. It's not, I'm entitled and I'm appointed. No, it's earned. And it's an opportunity to serve with that law of reciprocity that what goes around comes around. I'll end my rant with my favorite hero, my mentor, Zig Ziglar. He sponsored me in the National Speakers Association way back in 82, and we all know what he said. You can get anything in this life that you want if you're willing to help enough other people get what they want. If that's not leadership 101, I don't know what is. And my 2 cents, wealth flows through you, not to you. So it's all about how may I serve you? What can I do for you? And eventually it creates, through that law of reciprocity, a moral obligation for you to come back around and say, Dan, what can I do for you? If anybody wants to do anything for me, join my mastermind, join my speaker course, my Speak Like a Pro. Give me a reason to stay connected and interact at the highest and deepest spiritual, mental, physical level. And together we will rise. I guarantee that this time together on the LA Tribune Leadership Week will be a significant emotional event in our lives that we can actually pinpoint as a launching pad, as a beginning day of our friendship. And as Rex and I always say, we unashamedly say, we love each other. We honor one another. Every time I'm around him, I say, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. That was a long rant. Sorry.
But a wonderful and a beautiful and a necessary rant, and I want to thank you for that. And we still have to get a lunch together when you're traveling through. But I wanted to say, I because you raised such an important point, and that is that language is an important piece of our experience. It's a secondary part of our experience. We try to describe what we're feeling. It's not the same as our feelings. It's taking aspects of it, because they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but those words, you can't. How do I describe an orange to somebody, or something like that? But how people use words to define themselves? They say, "I'm stuck," "I'll never get over this," I have these beliefs that keep me back, or I'm sabotaging myself. But here's something that I know you embrace, and I want you to elaborate on it, but I need to set it up a bit. Because I believe that we're all in it together. We're all in this soup. We're all in the world. My metaphor is, I use a mirror. We break it on a table. All those millions of little shards, are still the mirror. They're just individual pieces that reflect each other, and that's what we are as people. We're all of one stuff, but we reflect each other. And some of what we see we don't like, and yet it's still us. But
it's like water and ice are out of the same substance, but we use them for different purposes.
And steam is the same. Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing: is that with language, the more you do, the more you can do. And momentum is something that you can create, and keep going. But there's no such thing as humanity. There are only humans. And what are humans? Humans are living beings in a process. There's no such thing as life. You're just living. There's no such thing as a relationship. You're always relating to another human being, and in the process of communicating back and forth. And what we've done is we've taken these static notions: relationship, love, friendship, success, wealth, and we've turned them into nouns so that they're now frozen in our mind, and there's no action or activity involved. And what we need to do is start getting, because I can give to you, or I can say I love you, but I would rather say to somebody, I want to behave toward you in loving ways. How would you like me to be loving you? Because that actually activates what you can do. If I just say I love you, well, I love hamburgers and I love dogs and I love horses and I love myself. And I mean, it becomes almost meaningless. But if I can convert it into some action, giving and receiving, and what you say is, if you're down, start helping others. Again, it's putting something into action. And as people, we need to activate that aspect of ourselves instead of just always freezing everything and getting stuck where we're at. We create the motion and the movement so that we're moving along, helping others, loving the people, because we're all in the process of giving and receiving.
Yes, may I give a little commentary on the 3 points you made? First,
Yeah.
language. 2 parts of the brain, neocortex and a limbic system.
Yep.
And the reason why it's hard for us to communicate is because our feelings reside in a completely different part of the brain than our language. So it's hard for us to put our feelings into words. Second thing, when you talk about perspective, when you talk about language, again, a songwriter in me comes out. It's easier to act your way into positive thinking than it is to think your way into positive action. It's not the sugar that makes the tea sweet, it's the stirring. It's the process. So we need to take action, and that's what creates the good feelings. You don't have to feel good about yourself, love yourself. You don't have to have that I like me, that positive affirmation. If you're down, go do something positive, and it creates the good feeling and triggers those brain chemicals that are real. The third comment, you bring up one of my favorite words, momentum. But remember, I'm an athlete. When I played football for 13 years and I sat in the stands for the first time, I was appalled by the lack of understanding of the fans sitting next to me. Let me just explain this. Not every football play is designed to score a touchdown. One play sets up the next play, which sets up the next play, and eventually that running back or that receiver breaks loose for that 30-yard scamper and scores the game-winning touchdown. So in life, in sales, the analytics on the sales process, 44% of sales professionals quit after the first sales call. 24% quit after the second call. 14% quit after the third call. 12% quit after the fourth sales call, according to Dr. Herb True, marketing professor who since passed away, one of my dear friends who was at the University of Notre Dame. Good Catholic boy. That means 94% of our sales professionals quit by the fourth sales call, and yet 85% of our sales are closed. 85% of our deals are made between the fifth and the 12th sales call. So we have to make ourselves so compelling to be around, so fascinating to listen to, so full of integrity so we can have that transference of trust 5 to 12 times, enough times to be invited into that circle of trust, enough times so that these individuals that we're selling our philosophies on, selling our goods and services, selling ourselves on, falling in love as someone single dating, we need 5 to 12 times until they close themselves. So we need to orchestrate as many numbers of touches, as many number of plays that are required, being present in the moment, for us to finally score that touchdown. So in football and in any sport, momentum is only as good as your next play. There's nothing more insignificant than the halftime score. And when people start saying, I'm going to leave religion because it shames me. I'm going to leave this room because it shames me. I'm going to leave this situation and this conversation because you're shaming me. I agree. But let me put a different perspective on that word. If you're ashamed by what you're doing, if you're ashamed by saying what you're saying, if you're ashamed that your mother might catch you or your dad might find out, if you're ashamed that your spouse or significant other would find out about what you're doing, That is not negative. That is a motivator that keeps us in between the lines. It keeps us in our lane. It keeps us living our lives. Trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. It helps us motivate ourselves. And I happen to believe with my religious tradition that every person born into this world is born with a conscience. We're born with an inherent ability to discern right from wrong, truth from error. I don't really care what language or what ethnicity we're from. I think that every human being inherently knows you shouldn't knock somebody out of a wheelchair. What we have to do in the Western civilization is make sure we up-level that perspective. We should always give someone who's disabled, someone who's physically challenged, our seat. We should always give an elderly person our seat. Always open the door for whomever's coming behind us. We should celebrate the social graces of please and thank you, no gossip. Be loyal to those who are not present. Don't put somebody else down to make us feel better about who they are. There are certain unwritten social graces and laws of communication that I think we all could subscribe to and embrace if we're just willing to stand up for them and expect that higher perspective, that higher standard of excellence in our personal and professional relationships.
Right.
I would hope that you would agree, but
I'm sure that many do, and you know, if people are agreeing, they can always put it in the chat room. I wanted to broach a subject before we close out here. We only have a few minutes, and that is this: you know, when people say they're stuck, or they're frozen, or they can't get over an obstacle, or they have a limitation of some kind. You know, the law of the universe is movement. It's increasing. It's moving. Everything vibrates at a certain different frequencies and everything, but there's nothing that's static. There's nothing that's frozen. The atoms in a rock are vibrating, even though it appears to be solid. So when people say they're stuck and they can't move, they are actively somehow maintaining their stuckness. They are doing something internally, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, financially, whatever, to remain the same because they don't know to move differently. You come up and say, know your why, have meaning, have purpose, and take action to help other people. Can you address this as a way for people to understand they can get out of their own way anytime they choose to get out of their own way? By choosing differently.
Subconscious mind doesn't know if it's true or false. It just believes everything. So we need to be consciously focusing on the rose, not the thorn. And let's go back to the power of words. And because you brought up the word love, let's just change that perspective very quickly. Okay, so the perspective of leadership versus those whom we lead. Crucial conversation. What would happen to your conversation with someone who blew it? A child who fell off the wagon, someone who disobeyed the laws, someone who violated some policy at work. And normal leadership is you're fired, one-off policy. Discipline is to teach, not to punish. You can't increase a person's performance by making them feel worse. Humiliation immobilizes their behavior. In a religious context, someone who feels they're stuck, how many times do we have a religious leader say, you got to have faith? No. Faith without works is not faith at all. And then what do? They add on to that. Just have hope. Never give up hope. No. French philosopher Pascal said, too many live their lives hoping to be happy, but because they only hope, they never really are. It's like we're waiting for somebody to ask us to the senior prom, and we've never even taken the time to learn how to dance. It's somehow we've got to figure out a way to take action. So the way we change our perspective in love, which is the essence of leadership, the essence of relationships, intimate and professional. Love is a commitment, not a way of feeling. Romance is not love. Romance comes from a Greek word that means erotic, so I didn't want to talk about it. But think about it this way. Donna, if I love you because you're beautiful, that's romance. If you're beautiful because I love you, that's real love. It's a value-creating love that inspires us to be the best that we can be. Yet how many of us confuse love commitment with romance emotion? What have we said our whole lives? Oh, I love her so much, she makes me feel differently than I've ever felt before. Oh, I love him so much, he makes me feel differently than I've ever felt before. So do breakfast burritos. If you think you're in love, just maybe you need a long cold shower and a box of Rolaids. What is my point? I love you means absolutely nothing unless we back it up with action. It's an action verb. It ties a bow around our entire discussion about perspective leadership. It ties our bow around the story that you asked me to share at the very, very beginning about language can stir and trigger the brain chemicals if we select the right words and put them in the right order, the motivated sequence. I sure hope people will reach out and stay in touch with me. This is not a dress rehearsal. This is game time. And I'm getting on old, baby. I'm getting old. And I want to connect at the deepest level with the top 10% believers in this world, which Mo Rock always assembles, which you always assemble, Rex. It's an honor to meet you, Jim. I can't wait to meet belly to belly. Don, it's an honor to meet you. I can't wait to meet face to face, because you cannot trigger the complete set of brain chemicals in a text, in an email. And God forbid, even though we're doing our best to connect here online, we must be willing to pay any price. Jim Rohn said we become the average of the 5 people we associate with the most, which means we must be willing to pay any price and travel any distance to associate with extraordinary human beings, even online. But it's my hope and prayer that at some point, Mo and his peers, his tribe, his followers will figure out a way to have a live event. I'm the first one there. And that's when the real transformation is going to occur. That's when we really take our personal relationships and our perspective leadership to the highest level possible. Because when you have a hug that lasts 11 seconds, there's a chemical transference of trust and appreciation. And you can't do that without shaking hands, pulling someone close, connecting heart to heart. One of my favorite photos is when I had a chance to have a long, intimate conversation with Tony Robbins. And when it became photograph time, instinctively, he put his arm around me, put his big old right hand right on my heart. And he epitomizes everything we're talking about here. And I hope I've added to the conversation among my superstar colleagues that I honor you, Rex, Joe Vitale, Sharon Lecter, Mark Victor Hansen, one of my ultimate mentors, and everyone else that I've had the chance to team up with today.
So let me offer this to you, Dan. You know that I've said, let's do something together. We're in the process of trying to make that happen, or attempting to make that happen. So let's not wait any longer, whether Mo will or not, because he's here. He can chime in.
You're more than welcome to do business with him, Rex, as long as you give me my cut. I'm tired of people coming on here, meeting each other, doing business, and then forgetting about my cut. So as long as you send a check in the mail, do whatever you want to do.
Regardless of your the point is we can wait to create, or we can start creating. And so I'm all for creating now.
Let me just honor Ava. Thank you. Obviously you made this happen, and we honor you. And Mo, you know how I feel about you. You are the kingpin. You don't have to do this, and you do it. And our international love of bringing the world together, especially in the countries on earth that are in current conflict and disagreement with America, let's step it up and bring them together. Same God who made you made me too.
Dan Clark is an American hero and an icon, and he represents what's possible in this country, and he represents a unique kind of American leadership that the world needs. I'm waiting for the day that Dan Clark runs for Senate so I can move to his district and give him my vote and be honored to give him that vote.
In the same day, you know this, Mo, in the same day, with the time zone changes, I delivered a 90-minute motivational / leadership conference to thousands who were in a huge theater in Tehran, Iran.
Yes.
Same day, I did a 90-minute leadership motivation training for a company based in Israel. And when I got off of that, I was emotionally drained, drip dry, with the satisfaction that just maybe for those 180 minutes, I brought a little bit of peace on earth by changing their perspective, that at the end of the day, we're all the same. Let's just make sure everybody knows it's a global economy. It's a global world. And I just love what you're always trying to do, Mo. And the reality is, I don't even think you and I have even met face to face as many times as I've been on your programs. And I hope you'll keep asking me, because I get more out of this than any of you listening. And God bless us all.
Amen.
Well, Dan, I'm going to take the liberty to invite you at our Presidential Award, June 28th. I'll send you the details.
Awesome. And Dan, the feeling is mutual. Thank you for that, Ava and Jim. The feeling is mutual. Dan, Hall of Fame speaker Dan Clark, ladies and gentlemen. You know, a lot of people ask, what is the importance of the role of journalism in our society? And my friends at TEDx St. George gave me an opportunity to share why we're doing the work that we're doing. And so we're going to watch a quick 4-minute TEDx talk, a very short TEDx talk, because they asked me to give a TEDx talk. I said, what's the minimum amount? And so in life, one of the secrets of success is to just aim as low as possible. And so we're going to watch this quick TEDx talk, and then we're going to come back with the Moral Compass panel. Dan, love you, but brother, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. God bless.
Thanks for meeting you, Dan.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you. And again, I want to thank Dan Clark, and I want to thank our friends at TEDx St. George. And, you know, being in this business, I was shocked to find out that for every one piece of solutions-oriented news, there are 17 problematic pieces of news. And so the work we're doing this week, all of the interviews that we're doing this week, all of the leaders that we're featuring this week is part of the solution. If you're watching this right now, you are not part of the problem, you're part of the solution. And so I want to thank all of the folks in the virtual auditorium for sharing the message and helping us redefine what's possible with news. And with that, I want to welcome a few more folks to the stage. Carissa Johnson, who's very familiar in this community. I've had so many people messaging me saying, where's Carissa? Where's Carissa? Carissa, you know, people are used to seeing your face on these virtual summits for hours and hours at a time. But this time we get you a little more sparingly, but we're grateful to have you. Sandra Horton, Misty Kerrigan, Dagmar Fleming, Julianne Meyer, Ava, Donna, and of course Rex. And one of the many things that the folks on the screen have in common, in addition to being great leaders, in addition to being heart-centered leaders, is they're all also co-authors with one another. And they're part of a book that is possible thanks to our first speaker of the day, Dr. Joe Vitale. And that's, of course, the moral compass here. And so we're going to spend this panel, and Donna Campbell and Julianne Meyer are going to wear two different hats. They're going to wear the hat of contributor and co-host, and they're going to ask everyone here the simple question, what does integrity mean to you? So with that, Julianne Meyer, take it away.
Thank you, Mo. You know, I love that word integrity. And for me, it's as simple as doing what I say I'm going to do when I say I'm going to do it, even if nobody is watching. It's really as simple as that for me. It's a much bigger concept than that. But when I am thinking about it in my day-to-day life, that's the first thing that comes to mind. It's kind of like when somebody says, oh, well, who's going to know? I'm going to know. I would know if I didn't put in the reps. I would know if I didn't do what I said I was going to know or do. So yeah, it matters. It matters having integrity in all things that we do, and how we do some things is how we do all things. And I feel like we block up the flow of energy when we are not in integrity as well. So Dagmar, I would love to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Well, thank you, Julianne. And thank you, Mo, for bringing all these leaders together and having this conversation about integrity and what does it entail. And to me, integrity is about commitment to my values, to my vision, despite whatever adversity I may experience. Just like you said, Julianne, who will know if I'm following those values or not? But what matters is that we all have our own North Star, that we know what we will accept in our reality and what we will not, and that we model these values to those who we surround ourselves with, who want to be part of our vision. So that authentic presence, unapologetic dedication to follow your own compass is what, to me, integrity is at its most fundamental definition.
I love that. And I love that you bring in the moral characteristics of it, because it's truly about being in alignment with who you are and putting your actions out, which is why I think the spoken word is so incredibly powerful, because that's how we bring our thoughts into existence. So with that, Carissa, what does integrity mean to you?
Well, first of all, I just want to say I'm so happy to be here. Hello, Donna. Hello, Rex and Ava and all these other amazing leaders, and Mo. You know, just to kind of echo what Dagmar is already saying, and Julianne, it's, for me, it's this inner coherence. It's the actions that I'm acting on in the world are in alignment with my truth, are in alignment with my inner compass, my intuition. And something I wrote about in the chapter for the moral compass is about the gritty part. I don't think people often talk about the grit that happens in integrity, when you have to confront the edges, when you have to meet the challenges that come with acting in a certain way in the world that some people might find resistance up against, right? Because when we're acting in integrity, other people might not find it palpable for them, right? They might not want to go along with your program or might not want to go along with what you're doing and saying. And so there's this aspect of spiritual grit that I think happens when we act in accordance with our truth, when we're bringing something new forward into the world, when we're bringing forward a new paradigm. And that requires us to meet that friction and meet those edges and still stay true to our inner compass, our morality, and ultimately what I believe is our heart as well. So it's this inner dialogue, it's this inner journey that we take in order to execute in a world that ultimately we grow upon.
Beautifully said, because I don't think we look at that gritty part, because we always want to look at the rainbows and the butterflies and all of that. But when you really get down to it there, absolutely. Sandra, let's hear from you. What does integrity mean to you?
Oh, thank you. What a blessing to be here with you all. Thank you so much, Ava and Mo and my wonderful mentor, Rex, and all of you. Thank you so much. I always come from a heart space. I always start there. Integrity, the essence, our ethos, where we are, where we come from, is in our heart. And we always have to start there. Connect our heart to our mind, to that higher calling and consciousness. And as a leader, what I've learned and where my true moral compass is to really know my inner story. And for so many people, and I can say from my own story as well, that perhaps that integrity, that moral compass can be misguided if we don't know who we are, where we're going, how we're getting there, and how do we want to stay there. Those are the 4 essential questions that if you dig in and you unlock those pieces of yourself, you can show up in integrity in any realm of life. And I think that is the greatest gift that we can give to the audience, to those who are listening here. Just do the work. Go inside, find that, and then you'll know your values. You'll know all these other pieces that everyone has expressed because you know yourself. And then you take your leadership and you live and you work through an empathy ethic. It's not about me. It's how can we build connections together and be empathetic. And that's where we ground in our morals. So that's my offer for right now. I really just wanted to get that out because I think it's so powerful and really important.
You know, I'm so glad that you mentioned the piece about knowing who you are and being true. That is the part that a lot of people don't want to take a look at. So I appreciate you bringing that up because I think that even it's not at the forefront of my mind. So thank you for sharing that. Misty, I always love hearing your thoughts on questions like these. So let's hear your input, please.
Julianne, thank you so much. And Mo and team, and all the thank you. I didn't even know I needed today. I've been on since 10, laughing, crying. The first conversation was phenomenal. It's been a great day, and I can't believe we have 6 more. Very excited. But it always reminds me, and I think I talked a little bit about in the book, is I started children's mental health about 23 years ago in a group home. I want you to think about 36 teenage girls, dual diagnosis, and add trauma, and they all live together. And they came in from really hard lives or just really, really sad lives and trauma and behaviors. And we had to really think, where do you start? Yes, therapy, and there's all that, but we started with integrity, self-integrity. And we created these groups called commitment groups, and we would just get all the girls to sit down. And the main lesson, and it still sticks with me today, 20 some years later, because we turned the entire dorm around and kind of started the foundation of it, was you are your word. Because we had to get them to start trusting themselves because the world already let them down. Their parents let them down. Their friends, they're like, you name it. So we just said, you got to rebuild from yourself out. And so that was the thing that still sticks with me is you are your word. You are your word to yourself first. So that self-integrity. And then I love it because one of the things, Sandra, that you just said, which was so important, is taking that time to know your heart. Because I think so many times we have heart for other things and other people, and as parents or in our jobs or with our clients. But it really is, it's that time right now is to take self-reflection. Take self-reflection. Take that time and just think and feel and connect.
Well said. I love how you expanded on that, Misty, because really, we're always looking outside of ourselves for answers when it really starts within. So that even hearing about that, that exercise is so powerful for me, and just another way to look at it. I love it. Ava, you're on mute, but I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, I always say, as the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, we're not afraid of talking about controversial matters. And, integrity is one of them, because some people define integrity as ideally, wanting to always do what you said you will do. But historically, as an instinctive people pleaser, I ended up with wanting to do a lot of things for other people that I wasn't integrous with myself anymore. And so I love what Misty shared and Carissa and Sandra in like knowing your values, because one of the things that I've discovered in this study of integrity is that integrity is the foundation for wholeness. It's the foundation for completeness. So whenever anything is not working, it's an integrity issue. And somewhere there, we've betrayed ourselves. Somewhere there, we've overcommitted. We've made choices to please others, to compromise our values, to want to create a certain result beyond what is true and achievable. And really going back to our core values. For me, it's like really getting grounded with what my core values are, what's important for me, so that I can be in integrity with what's important. I can be in integrity and with what's aligned to my mission, my vision, versus being pulled to and fro in different directions. So that's what integrity for me is. First, starting within, starting with getting grounded, with my truth, with my core values. And from there, I can deliver wholeness in what's true and important.
I think you said something really valuable and important there, Ava, because a lot of times when we think of integrity, it's doing what we say that we're going to do, but usually that's often for other people, not necessarily for ourselves. So there's this whole piece about self-integrity, and are you being over-integritous in other places? But Rex, well, we don't want to leave you out of this conversation here. So what are your thoughts on integrity?
Well, I want to shake some of it up too. It'd be a little bit of a disruptor here. It was touched on earlier, but that is that, people say, do your own thing, or I'm going to do my own thing, or stand out from the crowd. I'm going to stand out from this. I'm going to stand out from that, but there are a lot of bad people doing that. They're not all good people who are doing their own thing. So they can have their own personal integrity, although that kind of counters the definition. But if it's just about doing your thing and keeping your word, well, you can keep your word for pretty horrible acts. So there is in the dictionary definition, there's the idea that it has to do with moral values, higher moral values, honesty, and compassion and goodness. Now the other side of it is from within to without. So yes, you do need to keep your word to yourself, because you're the first order of change. As Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. Don't expect other people to change until you've changed. That's a component of integrity. Now, another definition of integrity is to be whole or undivided. So, how you relate to other people, the without side is as important as the within. Keep your word to yourself, keep your word to the other person. So, it's a promise that you make. It's a bond. If you say, I'm going to clean the garage tomorrow, and you don't do it, you've just kind of slapped yourself in the face. You're not keeping your word to yourself, and that's important. If you tell others, I'm going to clean the garage tomorrow, and then you don't do it, well, then you're a liar to them too, Or as Ava was saying, if you're just always pleasing other people, but you don't take care of your own needs, well, now you're being, a doormat. So, there's a whole lot of stuff that goes into finding balance with integrity. Well, another definition of integrity is durability. In other words, how long does something last? So if you go back to the 4 questions that Sandra proposed, and the last one being, well, how do you maintain it? Means how do you put these things into action that serve you and other people to the highest degree, and then how do you continue to do that so that it doesn't peter out, it doesn't fall or fade away? So I say that integrity is in the very Hippocratic Oath. First, do no harm, and second, seek to do good. And if you do those things for yourself and for others, you find wholeness, you find balance, and you help make the world a better place.
I think that sums it up perfectly. It ties everything together with a beautiful bow. You have such a way with words, Rex. I completely appreciate that. You know, there's something that I kind of wanted to touch on is, you know, we've talked a little bit about, you know, keeping our word to ourselves and to others and being a liar and all that. We're not saying that we never fall short. We're not saying that is never the issue. But if we are keeping to do no harm to others, if we're doing those things and keeping, you know, those Hippocratic oaths forefront, then we can not shame ourselves and move forward. And I'm just curious, let's start with Carissa. What are your thoughts about, like, how do you reframe when you say, let yourself down?
Oh, I can't tell you how many times I've done that. I was actually thinking about that when Rex was speaking, how many times I have said I was going to do something and something changed. A plan came up or something happened, and it just required me to do the internal work to kind of clean up a mess or do something that really rectifies a situation. And I think that instead of trying to avoid the shame, I think we just meet it with compassion, right? So I could easily say, oh, just reframe it. But I think when we acknowledge the emotion that arises, we can actually liberate ourselves from it, because all emotions are just a teacher. So if something arises when I say I'm going to do something and I end up making a different choice, I ultimately can look at myself, look at the experience and learn from what happened. Oftentimes when that's happened, I've realized that from the beginning, I actually didn't listen to my intuition. And I knew that I was making a commitment, or I was doing something like out of what Ava was saying, like people-pleasing tendency. So it's all learning experiences. And so instead of trying to avoid the situation or avoid the disappointment, or even in the moment reframe it, I think fundamentally we have to choose to look at emotions and experiences as teachers. And then once we liberate ourselves from, okay, I'm looking at this situation, I'm noticing I'm feeling shame, we you know, there can be like complex things here. We can like meet parts and whatnot. But, you know, after we like liberate ourselves from the emotion, then we can reframe it. Okay, I'm just learning. Okay, here's what I learned. And having that introspective contemplation period when we have experiences like that ultimately help us repair the relationship that we have with ourselves and others. So it does require a finesse to go inward and also communicate with the other people. I found that one of the greatest tools that I have in moving through these processes when I disappoint myself is communicating to the person that I'm disappointed in myself and that this happened, and not trying to hide behind it, but just communicating about what happened, maybe what went wrong, and what I'm going to do differently. So those are simple practices that ultimately help us become more well-rounded, whole, and also very human people.
I like what you said there, and how you take the time, you look at it. Was this meant for me? Did I follow my intuition? Was it in my time? This is not my paraphrase. Or was it in the divine timing of things? And so, Misty, I'd love to hear from you. What happens for you when you do something or you say something and you need to refocus or reframe when you didn't find yourself in integrity?
So I come from a long line of the work, especially working with youth and families, is that everything's about meeting needs. Not just like the Maslow, like your basic needs, you're hungry or you didn't get enough sleep, or with those like your, I like to think about it as, you know, like your childhood traumas that kind of sneaked into your adulthood, and now you have a need for control, or you have a need for being liked. So What I have to sometimes do is take that step back, because we used to say there's no such thing as a bad behavior. It's just an unmet need. There's no such thing as a bad behavior. It's an unmet need. So there was a need being met, even though we might not have seen the underlyingness of it. So normally, if I'm disappointing myself, it's coming back and being like, some need was met by doing that. Something was, even though I hate to admit it, or it might be embarrassing, or I'm hiding it from myself, I got something out of it. So what is that I got out of it, so that when things come up the next time, I could really look at that. Even like something as saying, yes, you're going to go somewhere when you know you're not, because the relief of calling and canceling, that relief feels good. So just it's something as simple as that can go really deeper if we don't really look at our patterns of when this is happening. So for me, I like to get a little more intellectual in patterns and think, and then also getting to be in this wonderful world. I just call one of you guys, right? I'm like, Rex, here's some things going on, buddy. Like, what can we do? Because I think so many times us as coaches or mentors or leaders, we forget to get coaches and mentors and leaders. So sometimes we can't see the things that are in front of us, and it just takes others to reach out. So for me, it's looking at what the need is behind it, or really just calling and getting help with it because I'm not seeing it.
Beautiful.
Beautifully said there. And let's move over to Sandra. Same question. What do you do to refocus if you find yourself not in integrity?
I love that question. And thank you, Misty, as well. I just want to honor the work that you do, and what a beautiful contribution. Thank you so much. That was really moving, and just a great, genuine share. And everyone here is just so genuine and just so wonderful. I want to take this and pivot it just a little bit because I think, what Misty was talking about is going within, but understanding kind of those driving forces within us. I mean, our beautiful brain has this wonderful, lovely way of just driving us unconsciously. And unless we take that moment to stop, reflect, and then engage in it, and then challenge it. So one of the things that I have found if I'm disappointed is, again, point the finger at myself, number one, and say, hey, wait a second, like we've talked about, there's some learning here. One of the greatest lessons that I've learned from and working with people is there's an underlying real important thing here. It starts with our feelings, and feelings are directly linked to our values. And when we have a misalignment with our values, guess what happens? We have stress. And if we don't address it, we get disappointment, we get upset, we get frustrated. And again, if it goes unchecked for long enough, burnout. And so many people, so many individuals are on this treadmill right now of high expectations, being externally focused, and they're just going and going with so much disappointment and comparison, expectation settings. Guess what? You have to stop. And for me, it's going back within and to identify, what am I feeling? What's important to me? And if those circumstances aren't working for me right now, then either I have to stop and look, maybe I have to totally shift my thinking, my way of being, and go do something else. Or I have to make a decision. How can I go back in alignment with my values? What crucial conversation do I need to go and have? Build better rapport, communicate more effectively, reduce the conflicts. I need to be in alignment with my values, because if I don't, my body is going to tell me, and I'm going to get sick, and I'm going to get not well. And I think many people, leaders particularly right now, are working through this new normal phenomenon, which is intense. There's so much information out there that we just need just to stop. Identify, go in. Where are you feeling it in your body? Connect to your body, not just being in your brain. Identifying your values, and then making more informed choices so you're not disappointed, but you're empowered, in alignment with your own integrity and your values. So that's what I found really helpful for me to move through my life, and to help other leaders to do the same.
Beautifully said, Sandra. And I always love hearing you speak, because you expand our understanding of that connection with emotions. And I fully agree, because what I do is I practice radical self-acceptance. And a lot of my clients will ask me, well, if you accept the negative behaviors or something that is going off track, does this mean that you're perpetuating the problem? And actually, I found that when you start loving the part of yourself that is struggling, that is weak, that is seeking solution and maybe not having it at the fingertips, then we actually melt the resistance to change. Because many of you mentioned shame, guilt, and other anger, frustration, emotions that stop us from progressing. But what if we just start with self-awareness, which you mentioned, Sandra, and everyone else, and then just give ourselves permission to be who we are in this moment so that we can become the next version of ourselves next. So self-acceptance is what I always say is the beginning of change.
Absolutely amazing. And there we have it. And we're going to have another Moral Compass panel coming up over the next couple of days. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us and contributing to this amazing book. We're going to transition over. We do have our next speaker here. And Scott, I'm just going to go ahead and bring you up here to the stage. And Rex, there we go. All right, perfect. There we go. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here.
You listened to our topic and the discussion there. What's real quick your thoughts on integrity?
Well, I absolutely love it. Integrity to me is wholeness. It comes from the word integer, one. How you do anything is how you do everything. And so it's such a foundational piece. And I always love, Rex and I are long lost friends. So I always love when he adds and expands the breadth of the definition. But just excellent contribution by everybody there. It was awesome. Wholeheartedly on agreement with what was said.
Well, Scott, we are excited. I know that you've got an interview with Rex Sykes, so we're going to bring ourselves down. And as my CEO Mo Rock always says, we've got our pens ready and we're taking our notes in the back. Excited for what you're.
I can't wait to hear what I say.
Say that again.
I said I can't wait to hear what I say. So
I love that.
And I just want to say I love Scott. He's been my mentor for so many years. So I am eager to hear what you've got to contribute to this conversation. Rock on.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
Wow. Well, hello, my friend, my brother. It's so good to have you here, Scott. And if people don't know, you're a speaker, you're an author, you're a transformational change agent. You work inside of corporations and outside of corporations, public and private, and do many, many things.
Yeah, I've been very honored. Who would have thought, that at one time I played the corporate game and I did all those things, and I had a lot of wonderful mentors over time. I've written checks to 19 mentors over my career. I always, if I wanted to learn, I wanted to learn from the best. But my statement to them was the same every time. Give me everything you got, and my commitment is I won't keep it. I'll share it with my students, my clients, those that I interact with. And who would have thought when I made the decision to become a professional speaker full time and share that knowledge that they were so gracious to share with me, that I'd end up doing 3,000 plus live events and have the experiences that I've been able to have. And sometimes you pinch yourself and just say, I'm so blessed.
Well, and it's a blessing to be your friend and your brother and a colleague, and to have you here on the Tribune's Leadership Week and on the very first day.
Yeah, well, I'm honored for sure. It was funny. Dan Clark and I did so I came in, during that time, and Dan Clark and I did an event a while back, and we just swore that we were going to get together face to face and we were going to do some things. So we're going to have to make that all happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, well, let's just take a little bit of time and kind of follow through on that integrity talk that we were having, because people are saying, well, what happens when, and I know you're good at this. So, what happens when you don't keep your word to yourself? There is that tendency for some people to shame themselves, or or you criticize other people because it goes from, here to somebody else instead, there's a blame or complain kind of thing. Or they blame you, and then people internalize that. So when somebody feels like they're out of integrity with themselves or out of integrity with a spouse or their children or whatever, what might they do? How do they get back?
One of the things that I suggest is own up to it as fast as possible. Clear it out of the way. The reality is if a situation comes up, I think it comes down to multiple principles coming together. Integrity being wholeness, again, integer, one. How you do anything is how you do everything. And then you put that with a grand plan of taking 100% responsibility for what happens in your life. What that means is that you don't blame others for what's happening. You don't shame yourself for what's happening, and you don't justify. You don't share the reasons behind it. So I think a big part of it is, when something happens, make it right as fast as you can. Call yourself on it. Evaluate why you're doing what you're doing. Why did you make that move? Why did you decide to do that? And again, it's not a matter of blame. We're human beings. We are being during the day, right? And there are times that beingness, sometimes we don't act or do exactly what we would do at other times. And so to not blame anybody else for it, accept responsibility for it, to not shame yourself and go, oh, geez, I'm just so dumb. I can't believe I did that. None of that's going to do any good. And quite frankly, the justification nobody wants to hear anyway. Right. So attack it right out of the blocks.
People misunderstand me a lot of times because I go, I don't want to hear an excuse. It's not because I don't want to hear what you say, but I can have excuses and they're meaningless. Sometimes I'm lying. If I have an excuse, I'm just trying to save my butt. So I don't need an excuse. If I asked you to do something and you didn't do it, you just say I didn't do it. I'll accept that. But if you tell me I didn't do it because of this and this and this and this, and it's like in LA, if you're late because of traffic, nobody cares because everybody knows there's traffic.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's really powerful. Let me say this because I loved what you just said. We started the morning with Sharon Lecter and Joe Vitale, and then Doria Cordova came on and talked about Ho'oponopono. So what you just described to me is you say, I'm sorry, please forgive me, I love you, and thank you. And you say that to the person who you are in step with, and you say that to yourself too. I mean, you don't make excuses, you don't blame, you just ask for forgiveness. When we teach our kids stuff, we teach them to say, I'm sorry, and I promise I'll never do it again.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, the beating ourselves up and the world's tough enough. Can we all agree to that? There's plenty of stuff going on that we don't have to pile on ourselves. It just doesn't make any sense to do that. So the fact is, if we can simply use a technique like that or a process like that to get us through it. One of the things, and it's interesting because I did a talk for a company this morning, but one of the things that I teach is 5 questions to ask in every situation. And those questions are to turn it into a learning event. Those questions are, what's the lesson? What's my gift? What did I do to create it? How would I modify it next time to make it better? How is this going to serve me the rest of my life? So again, now you have one of those situations where you may be out of integrity so what's the lesson from being out of integrity? What's the gift? Well, somebody forgave me. What did I do to create it? Well, I was rushing and I didn't honor the time that I said. Well, how do I modify it next time to make it better? I leave earlier. I just get myself accustomed to leaving her. How's this going to serve me the rest of my life? I'm going to experience the joy of being punctual, being on time, doing the different things, whatever it means. But you can take those 5 questions in any less than desirable situation and really turn it from a less than desirable situation to a learning event. And, somebody asked me on a show like this one time, Scott, what's your greatest failure? And I said, I haven't had it. And they said, you've never failed at anything? I said, I didn't say I haven't had a lot of stuff go wrong, but I don't look at it as a failure. I look at it as an opportunity to learn from it. I didn't purposely go into anything. I don't believe I've purposely gone into anything in my life or my career and tried to goof it up. I don't think that's the process, right? Now, does that mean I haven't made mistakes or done dumb stuff? And oh, heck yeah. But that's actually why I developed those questions, is not only to help my clients, to help me, because it helped me walk through those situations. And what I've found is when you do that, you end up serving a whole bunch of people. Again, the last one, how is this going to serve me the rest of my life? Well, it's going to allow me to serve not only myself, but those that I interact with.
Wow, that's beautiful. And I love the questions. And one of the reasons why I do is because, as you know, it's not just the answer, but it's the direction that you set, because it's not just about, what was wrong and what's the problem and how am I screwed up and this, that, and the other thing, but it turns it to how is this an opportunity for me? Where do I find it? How did I participate in it? Well, how will it, And so I want to ask you about that middle question. What did I do to create it? Because that's a very powerful turning point. What say you on that?
Well, it's funny because a lot of people don't want to, especially if it's a not so positive event. I didn't do anything to create this. Well, if you participated in it, you were there at the very least. And so why not claim it? Because the only way that you're going to get through that situation is to be able to claim the fact that, in fact, I did have participation. I'll give you one of the, so I had and Rex, this, but I had a full-blown cerebellar stroke. I had a near-death experience. Now, I'm an overachiever. I lived. So it's been that way.
Please elaborate, because that was my next question. You've written a book, you've had this experience, and the title of your book explains a lot too. So
yeah, well, and I'll get to that after that. But I used these 5. Here I have this near-death experience, and I come through it. Well, what was the lesson from having a near-death experience? Well, that I probably should have, when my head felt like it was going to blow off, I probably should have gone to a doctor. Novel concept. As guys, we tend not to do that, right? We're better than the system. Well, what was the gift? I lived through something I was told repeatedly they couldn't understand why I was alive. That's a gift. What did I do to create it? Well, actually, I was going to a speaking event, balanced a box of books on my knee, flipped open the back of my SUV, ducked underneath it. It came down, hit me in the back of the head, dissected a vessel in my brain. 8 days later, I threw a major stroke. How would I modify it next time? Well, there's actually 2 things. First of all, take more time. Don't be in such a rush. Be more careful when you flip open the back. But the second thing is, always sell a vehicle that attacks you. Don't ever keep that. And then the third thing is, how will this serve me the rest of my life? Well, I was able to write a book about it to help other people. I talked about it from stage, and I had a gentleman walk up to me after I shared it, and he said, I want to thank you. I said, for what? He said, I'm going from here straight to the doctor. I've had a headache now for 12 straight days. You convinced me that it shouldn't be that way. I'm going to go get checked out. So the next, so again, he reported back. He goes, "Thank you so much. I had a significant problem that they were able to get into check because I had the courage to go to the doctor after you scared the crud out of me." And so I wrote the book, That Sucks, What Now? Real world solutions for getting through what you're going through. It's not about the event. That sucks. I wish it wouldn't happen that way. What now? No time to sit around. It's time to fix it. What solutions can I come up with from what I've learned? So again, the thing is that we all have this ability to take not so great activities or situations in our life and turn them into things that can be of service, not only to self, but service to others. And you never know, a river never knows where its source will end, right? You can take this piece of information and you can downstream it, literally with the metaphor, and you never know where the flow of that will end and who it could serve along the way.
Now, on top of it, you and I know you, so I'm just going to say there's three things that you talk about an awful lot, which is a good thing. I mean it is absolutely good because they're principles that are important for all of us to understand and begin to appreciate. Can you?
Absolutely. Thanks for teeing that up. That was I'll give you $1 for that one.
Okay.
No, but my platform, after what I've been through and just what I've learned as I've become more mature, that's code word for older, as I've been through that, is my platform is really to do what I can do to encourage returning respect, honor, and dignity to the planet. Respect is how I treat someone else. Doesn't mean I have to agree with them 100%. Doesn't mean we have to be totally aligned, but we should respect the fact that we're fellow human beings on this planet and working to do good things. Honor is lifting you up in your position and hopefully you doing the same with me. And when we respect each other and we honor each other, by definition, dignity comes into the situation. And so when we can bring that respect, honor, and dignity back to the planet, a lot of the things that are happening today wouldn't happen. I'm convinced of it. If we respected somebody, that whether they be homeless or hungry or a veteran or whatever the case might be, if we would respect each other, to allow each other to talk openly. See, I think we're at these, 180 degrees apart situation. And when you're diametrically opposed, it's really hard for positive and negative to get together. But as we close that divide a little bit, now we have the ability for a conversation to happen. And I may learn some things from you and you may learn some things from me. And because we can now critically think about new information, we have a way of potentially solving situations. But if we don't talk, we don't communicate. See, I mean, unfortunately, I think there's too many people trying to divide people as opposed to encourage people to come together. That's why congratulations, Mo, Ava, the entire team here, Rex, your participation in this. But what the LA Tribune is doing with this Leadership Week is bringing a number of people who have a true desire. You can just tell, just listening to these different sessions, that people have a true desire to positively impact each other. And when you put that day after day and session after session, and you put enough of that out, it's going to seep in somewhere and do some good along the way, for sure.
Absolutely. I know that you embrace this, but I'm going to set you up again, kind of prompt it, because we were talking about what happens between people, but the same respect, honor, and dignity applies to oneself. In order to respect someone else, you have to probably first respect yourself. And to respect someone else, you ought to respect yourself. I mean, in other words, that from within to without, and then to honor yourself and to have some dignity with what you do, self-acceptance.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think that people talk about, they try to term it other ways. And that's kind of where I developed and just really wrap my arms around the concept of respect, honor, and dignity. Because respect is a true caring, a true feeling, a true empathy, not a sympathy,
right?
But an empathy, being side by side with it, right? Being able to do that. Honor, to me, is somewhat of that integrity piece, right? That you are integrous in what you're doing, and you honor and say, you know what? Gosh, Rex has done great work. Let me honor him, and then what you feel when you stay in that mindset, in that heart set, really, it's not really a mindset. I think it's really a heart set. I don't think it's an intellectual or tactical process.
Right.
I think it's a relational, strategic process, a heartfelt process. You got to take the 14-inch journey from your head to your heart. You got to drop in, right? And when you respect others and respect yourself, it does start with respecting yourself. You have to, it's one of the things that I share. A 7-year-old could be a mentor to a 10-year-old. Well, how could that possibly be? Well, because the 7-year-old could so much know one piece of knowledge that 10-year-old needs to know. It's not about time on the earth. It's not about whatever. It's about knowledge and having a desire to share that knowledge. I think it's really more of a desire piece than anything else, right? Right. And when that happens, then the dignity is there. And when there's a great Zig Ziglar quote, you cannot act in a manner inconsistent with the way you see yourself. That's where the dignity comes in.
Yeah, and it was a huge component of Maxwell Maltz's work. Your image. You're consistent with your self-image, and so you're going to have whatever issues or whatever enjoyments as a result of that image. Yeah, absolutely, it's very powerful. While we're at it, because integrity also implies a durability. Like the integrity of metal, it suggests that it can bear weight, or there's something that, and having that as kind of a foundational component, for everything that we do. What I love about you, and where I feel very privileged in terms of our day today, Scott, being with all these people, is that the people who I know who have been here, and you talked about Dan Clark, and is that there's a genuine desire to help people be better so often because they've gone through something like what you did, or Dan had been paralyzed, and overcame it. And so, the idea is what you just said, let me backtrack. You talked about the division in the world, and, it said the house divided cannot stand. And then you mentioned a younger child being a mentor to an older child, or giving something. I would say that I've learned, I know you've invested countless dollars and time and energy and effort in mentors. I have as well. Okay. I mean, just go. But some of the most profound learning I've had has been from what people would call bums on a bus stop. Yeah. They've been people I've met on a bus or in a plane. There's the common everyday exchanges where there's some wisdom imparted because there is no desire to impress. There's no exchange of money. People are just authentically sharing and caring. And children, by golly, I don't think they're unless they're a little extra special in some way, trying to figure out the financial benefits of the interaction that they're having when they give advice. So they're just genuinely giving and doing it from kind of a purity of heart and from a place of integrity.
Well, I think you see that, and it's interesting you say that. We actually, a buddy and I, and it always irritates me because he always beats me to it. And I'm going to call it on myself. And I'm going to give him credit. Sean G. Murphy. We were hanging out, and we went in to a local bakery, and a guy was sitting there hungry, and he said, I'm going to bring you something. What would you like? He said, anything would be great. And he said, I'm sure it would be. So what would you like? He was very specific about it, and then went in and got something. And then he said, before he even ordered it, he said to the person behind the counter, I just want to thank you for everybody who hasn't and won't thank you today. There's just that little extra piece of gratitude and being able to do things like that. And so when we came out and gave this person this, he said, oh, this is way too much for me. I have a friend down the block. Is it okay if I share it with him? Are you kidding me? Right? I mean, and it's not like they were begging. Right. They were just there. They were just kind of positioned, right? They never even said a word to us. We said the words to him. And so we all have this ability to be phenomenally grateful. If you've taken a breath today, how blessed are you? I mean, one of the things, and Rex, you know this, because I actually did it on this, on the LA Tribune warm-up stuff and on some of the social media. But when I recognize a friend is going to be speaking somewhere, I will comment, the audience will be tremendously blessed by your genius. Now, wait a second. You're a speaker. They're a speaker. Yeah, but I'm not speaking at their event. They are. A friend is. Why would I not honor them and support them? Now, that's not a hard thing to do. I'd like to share that around. Everybody should be doing things like that. It's not that big a deal, but it's that big a deal. See, it's the heart set. It's the attitude. It's the mindset. It's the desire to give back and support others who want to support others. Somebody asked me the other day, Scott, you're a speaker, trainer, coach, author, consultant. You do all these things. What do you really do? I said, you want the short answer? Sure. I help people help people. That's it. Well, what if we all just help people help people?
It's so amazing that we've come this far in the evolution of human experience where we started out maybe alone, and then we banded together, and then we became tribes, and larger and larger until we had societies and then nations, and the whole thing. But we started off maybe independent somewhat, maybe, and then we banded together. So we cooperated, we collaborated, we hunted and gathered together, we supported the tribe. And as that grew and grew and grew, yes, there's competition and everything else. But it seemed, they talk about barn raising, where a community would come together and they would help raise the barn because and yet in this day and age it seems like people will say, well, only help those who can help themselves because they're freeloaders or they're lazy, or I'm not going to help them because they're just going to take the money and go buy alcohol, or they're going to do something with it. We seem to have, as a society, started to perpetuate kind of hate and discord and division and disdain toward our fellow humans, and forget what their color is, forget what their race is, forget their pronouns, forget they're woke or not woke, forget any of the politics, any of the religion, anything. They're just fellow human beings.
Yeah.
And to be able to help a human being, no matter what state, shape, whatever they are in, what you just said, I help people help people.
Yeah.
It's
One of the
thing.
greatest lines I ever heard was Dr. Ben Carson as a brain surgeon. And he said, when I cut the top of somebody's skull off and I go to work on their brain, they're all the same color. I can't tell whether they're male, female, white, black, green, purple. They're all the same. And I think that the more that we can understand those things, right? We help people help people. Now, I actually like to play around when somebody says, They say, what do I do? I say, I help people help people. How do you do that? Very well, thank you.
I want you also to mention the name of your book again, because it's beautiful, because this is about what happened and how you got through it.
Yeah, the book is That Sucks, What Now? Real World Solutions for Getting Through What You're Going Through.
Beautiful.
I think the title says it all. It says, buy me, right? We can all relate. You know, I was listening backstage and also on my phone when I wasn't backstage. And, you know, something that just sticks out to me is this idea of not looking down on other people and just helping people to see and to actually see them. And I know that, I mean, I came from New York. And so I'm used to not looking at people. I'm so used to being so focused on just where I'm headed without paying attention to who's in front of me. And I think a lot of people, whether or not they lived in the city or not, have that sort of mentality where if there's somebody like a homeless person on the side of the street, they may not pay any attention to them, but they are still human. They are somebody's mother, father, son, whatever the case may be. How can we as a society start to open up our hearts a little bit more in order to see and help people?
Well, I think it's going to sound maybe a little trite, but one step at a time. You know, you have to get yourself comfortable with it. I mean, there are places in Dallas where people will be on a corner and you just came from a lunch and you got a half a sandwich left and they've got a sign that says, I'm hungry, I want food. Do you really have to take that home, or can you just open up the window and say, here, I hope this blesses you? And by the way, you could do that really quickly. So it's not so scary. You know, the first time it might be, but I think what you'll find is people are inherently good, you know, and they are inherently grateful. It just sometimes you need to help people understand that it's okay for them to be grateful, right? I think part of it is you just got to take an action. You know, Rex knows this. We've talked about this before. The only way to get feedback and to know things are okay or you're on a right course is to first take an action and probably be wrong on the wrong course. But it's only after you take that action that you can now get feedback to then modify. Sorry, I hit it by accident. I am gesturing on stage, except I'm not, you know. So, I mean, I think that the thing is by taking action, we can start to understand that people aren't so scary, and to do a nice thing here and there. And it doesn't have to be so grandiose, but whatever it is better than it not happening. You know, one of my favorite quotes, and I say this every day, I've said it multiple times today, the great Mother Teresa: if you can't feed 100, feed one. You know, everybody wants to start and do this, you know, well, if I had 1,000 people here, I would do something about it. Well, what about 2? What people don't realize is 2 telling 2 telling 2 telling 2 32 and a half times covers everybody on the planet. It's 2 to the 32nd covers 8 billion people, but nobody wants to start with the 2. You know, people like on my podcast and shows and stuff that I do, somebody says, how many people are watching? I have no idea. Well, don't you track it? Not really. Why not? Because for me, it's not about, I'm not trying to create this fame. I'm working to create impact. And if there's only so many people that watch this, but those people go and mobilize and take it out, we've done good.
Wow.
You know, sorry, I just want to say something really quick. It could even be as simple as a smile. You don't know who needs that. I mean, when you show up with the goodness in your heart.
There's actually in the book, I talk about when I came out of the hospital, one of the things my wife did is she said, let's go to the grocery store. And so I'm pushing a cart and I smiled at somebody and they ran. They moved to the next aisle. And so I went to the next aisle and I smiled at somebody else, and they kind of moved away. And so the third aisle, this lady was walking up to me, and I took the cart and I put it across the cart and I smiled at her. And she goes, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm smiling." And she said, "Why?" And I said, "Because I can." She goes, "That is awesome. Thank you. You made my day." I said, "Then I did good." And so you're right. A smile costs exactly nothing, and it immediately positively impacts two lives, yours and theirs. So start there.
You know, I've said for decades, and it wasn't my original idea, but you can light a million candles off of just one candle, but your candle has to be lit first.
Yeah.
And Jerry Seinfeld has a philosophy that says, you know, when you're doing something like you're doing your every day, you're doing a podcast, you know, you're doing a couple of minutes of inspirational talk. He's like, don't break the chain. Always keep going. You know, don't let that weak link or the broken link separate you from what it is that you're doing. And so a lot of people have a lot of excuses why they can't do something. I don't have money, I don't have time, don't have the energy, don't like them, they aren't right, this isn't right. You know, Mother Teresa was one of the most powerful, since you quoted her, powerful, influential people who had virtually nothing. She didn't have pockets, you know, she didn't have money, but she could go into any president, any king, any prime minister's office almost any time unannounced. Well, I mean, they would say, Mother Teresa's here, and they go, show her in. You know?
Exactly. Well, that's like she traveled on G7s and ate in the best restaurants and did whatever. Well, how does somebody with a vow of poverty do that? Because she was rewarded for her impact.
Yes, but it didn't start with her on G7s. It started with her having nothing and just doing this, smiling and helping and being good, you know, to a poor helping another poor person.
Exactly. And again, so Julianne, great question, but the smile can be the first thing that you throw to somebody and let them accept. And if nothing else, they'll go, what the hell is she up to?
I love that. Welcome, Jim. Welcome, Donna. We're so glad to have you guys here with us.
We're glad to be here with you guys and Uncle Rex.
Yes, absolutely. And I've been loving this conversation, listening in the green room, and of course, sharing comments. And earlier today, we had Dan Clark on talking about being significant and how that plays into the role of leadership. And now I love all your phrases and everything that you've been sharing. And how do you take that and that smile and incorporate that to be significant or apply it into leadership for you?
Well,
I'm so curious.
I'll give you I don't strive for success, because striving for success to me is just putting yourself on the hamster wheel of life. You know, I've achieved a goal. I've been successful. I'm going to be successful again.
What is success, really?
but significance is the meaning behind the achievement of the success. And so it's really about meaning to me. And so again, I don't strive to be successful. I strive to be significant. And how that pairs with fame versus impact. I think success is about the fame. Significance is about the impact, because it's about the meaning behind it. And so as a leader, if you truly want to be significant, you're going to do things. I talked with this company that I did an event for this morning. They've done 3,900 haircuts for homeless. They provided 42,000 meals. They've provided 5,000 professional outfits for veterans. Now, that's not their business. That's their heart behind the business that's doing something like that. So again, that's significance. That's going from, we're successful, we've got many locations, we do a lot of really good stuff, but the significance is it gives them a platform to be able to do things that now better humanity. I mean, I was so honored to have the opportunity just to speak to their team because of that, because you have like-minded, like-hearted people, as there are here with the LA Tribune Leadership Week, that have a true desire to impart some wisdom and put it up for critical thinking and consideration. If you like it, adopt it. If you don't, chuck it. It's all good.
I love that. Scott, thank you so much for being here with us today, sharing your words of wisdom and your heart and your smile with all of us. So appreciated. And
Well, thank you.
yes, thank you. Thank you.
Tremendously honored. Thank you, my friend Rex, and great to meet a bunch of new friends as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you so very much.
Well, now we're going to have Jim in a different hat. We've had you as part of our, is he frozen? I think he might actually be frozen.
Oh, no.
I am frozen. I don't.
But we can hear you. Okay, at least you have a nice smile on your face.
You can hear me, but I'm frozen. All right.
He's a ventriloquist.
It's pretty impressive. Well, Jim, you've been a part of this event, and it's been so inspiring to hear all of these people share their wisdom. And I would love to hear what you have gleaned so far from the event.
Well, okay. I think I'm coming back in, maybe. You can hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Oh, okay, good. Okay. Well, what I have gleaned so far is that there are some extraordinary minds in this world that are impacting the world in their own way and in their own business. They have their own tribe. And what I'm really inspired and motivated to do is to make sure that we here at the Los Angeles Tribune not only capture all of them and embrace all of them and embrace all of their people, but also to expand this so that this truly becomes a stage for the world enunciation, world proclamation of leadership and of impacting the people that are inspired and desire to be impacted. I mean, this is the nucleus of what I see is available and possible. I mean, there's so many other wonderful people that can join in this, and imagine the amounts of different points of views and the experiences going into space and saving 30,000, everything these people have done is amazing. And what it will do, I believe, it will make the extraordinary ordinary. Because right now, to be perfectly honest, everybody who's on these panels are people that may be perceived as being out of reach. Oh, I could never be that person. Oh, that person is, a unicorn. But when you have everyone speaking the same language, and when you have everybody being as relatable as our speakers have been, where they basically they've let you know, listen, I've failed. I've come from humble beginnings. I've faced extraordinary challenges, but yet I was able to achieve. When we can make the extraordinary ordinary, then I believe that we have achieved what it is we're looking to get done here at the Los Angeles Tribune. So that's what I'm seeing. It's just the possibility.
Wow. Beautiful. I'm sorry. I just have to say something really quick. Making the extraordinary ordinary. I truly love that, because we can all be great. This is not about I love that. This is a community we're building here. Yes. I'm sorry, Rex, you were going to say.
No, I'm just going to say we are going to take a brief break, and then we're going to come right back. So they're going to queue up something that the audience can watch. And while you're who are watching, getting something to eat or taking a bathroom break or whatever, also go ahead and invite some friends or some family members to come and join us while we do the break. And also feel free to continue to leave comments or chat in the chat room. Leave comments or questions, I should say, in the chat room, and let us know how you're doing and how you're liking the guests and what they're saying and your experience of being here on our very first day of the LA Leadership Week. And so, break time. Hello, and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees. You're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place.
Woohoo! Jim, you're back. We like it. At least you were frozen in a happy face.
I was, and I'm glad I moved everyone to require a restroom break, so that
there we go.
I'm here to serve.
Well, now that we have reset and we are, moving forward, moving on, I'm just so excited because we have an amazing guest in the green room who's about to come up, and he's a dear friend of mine, and I'm sure to the both of you as well, the ambassador of joy himself, Mr. Barry Shore. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you, my friend.
Good day, beautiful, bountiful, beloved immortal beings, and good-looking people. Now, Julianne, as I call her, Jam, Julianne, how can I make the categorical statement that all the thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even millions of people be watching this are all good-looking? Because by definition, if they tuned in to Leadership Week, it means they're always looking for and finding the good in life. That's a definition of a good-looking person, right, Rex? Looking for and finding the good in life. That's what we do. And JAM, she does it with that bountiful, beautiful, beneficent smile. Jim Miller, look at him, just he's emanating, he's emitting joy, happiness, peace, and love. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Well, Barry, we're so happy to have you, my
It's so nice to be had.
Can I share something that I get a phone call one day out of the blue, don't know who it is, and I hear, hello, in his greeting, and I'm like, hello, back. It was the most marvelous moment for me to be able to to meet someone who sang to me first on the phone and be able to sing back to them on the phone and not have them hang up.
I feel like I'm at mass with everybody responding and singing and responding and singing.
Yeah, that is the genius of life. And I believe wholeheartedly, because that's what we build our lives on, all of us, that the ability to have song, pardon me, the ability to have song in one's life makes a difference. Now, Rex, you know this. We've talked about it. Julianne, you know this. Jim, I'm sharing with you. You're a madman. Because MAD is a great acronym that stands for make a difference. That's what we do in life. We're here to make a difference. And I'm hoping that in the next few minutes, somebody who is very dear to me, I've invited him to join us as well. His name is John Ponder, because we're going to be speaking about leadership, what a leader is, how a leader manifests him or herself, and what it means in the world. And I'll just give you a brief introduction about, if you want, about me, but also about John Ponder. So just the briefest of insights. Julianne knows this, and Rex certainly knows this. So you're looking, Jim, at somebody who almost 2 years ago now, I'm standing up in the morning, completely healthy and hearty, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Remember that reference? And that evening, I was in the hospital, totally, completely paralyzed, my neck down. I became a quadriplegic in a matter of hours, and it was not from an automobile accident. It was not a spinal injury. It was a rare disease, which I never heard of the day before, took over my body and caused me to be completely paralyzed, quadriplegic. All I could do is communicate by blinking my eyes. I was 144 days in the hospital. I was in a hospital bed in my own home for 2 years. I couldn't turn over by myself. I was in a wheelchair for 4 years. I had braces on both my legs, from my hips to my ankles for years, and that was progress. Thank God today I'm able to be vertical and ambulatory with the help of a 7-foot walking wand. So I'm a triped, not a biped. I can't walk up a stair by myself. I can't walk up a curb by myself. And I've helped 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. But you hear my voice. Positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant, all because of one word. And we all know that word, right? Smile, because SMILE is an amazing acronym that stands for seeing miracles in life every day. That's what the joy of living is all about, seeing miracles in life every day. And I can tell you, people look at me and say, wow, Barry, sure, you're not a quad anymore. And it's true. I'm only paralyzed from the waist down now. I can't get up from this chair. And I'm going to add a little coda, an asterisk, that Rex knows about, and Julianne also, that in the course of regaining back some of my upper body movements and such, I did aquatic therapy for years. And I learned how to swim. Remember, I was a quad. I learned how to swim. One day, I moved my arms over my head. I hadn't moved in years. And I moved, and I hit the side of the pool with my head. I said, oh, I love it. And I turned around. I didn't want to stop. I swam for 98 minutes without stopping. Now, I'm going to fast forward to make this amazing story very short. Jim Miller, I now swim 2 miles a day, 6 days a week. I've been doing that for more than 14 years. And as of February 23rd of this year, I amassed 9,501 miles. Wow. Hello, everybody. Yes, everybody. Okay. Now, why do I say applaud and such? I'm not swimming for me. I just made a video about it. It's 55 seconds. I think I sent it to you, Rex. I said, I'm not swimming for me. I used to be a quad. I'm swimming. It makes me healthy. I love it. I'm swimming for all the people in the world that say, I can't. Well, yes, you can. Part of the reason people tuning in to the Leadership Week is to regain their very being and recognize that each one of us is a leader in our world. And it doesn't matter if that world is one other person, 100 people, 1,000, 10,000, million, it doesn't matter the size. It's what you do with your leadership. And the most important person you want to lead, of course, is who, Jim?
Yourself.
Thank you. Wonderful, Jim. He knew it right away. That is the essence. In our world today, we have something called IP. People have heard of IP. So some people think that means Internet Protocol, or what are the other thing is information, something, intellectual property and such. The greatest IP in the world is what? Inner peace. When one has inner peace, then you do what Jim Miller just sang. You become a leader. And leaders attract. They don't chase. They don't grab. They don't have to. They attract. Am I right, gentlemen and ladies?
Absolutely.
That's the genius. So I'm going to share with you an acronym, and Rex knows I really enjoy words and acronyms. That's our métier, right? Rex, we're word people. Absolutely. And LEADER is a remarkable acronym. It's in my third book I published last year called A Pocket Full of Acronyms. And LEADER, LEADER, stands for listening encourages awareness. Duties enhance responsibilities. See, what do leaders do? They listen. Listen encourages awareness, right? When you recognize you have duties in this world, that enhances responsibilities. The greater the responsibility, the greater the leader. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
The more you take on, the more you can take on. It's a cycle of never-ending goodness. See, we are the spirals of goodness, not the spirals the other way. That's the genius of what Leadership Week is about for me, and why thank you, Julianne and Rex, and you, Jim, even though you didn't know it, for inviting me. I am so happy to be here. So let's have a bit of a dialogue if you want. I do hope that my dear friend John Ponder is going to join us. Let me tell you a little bit about him in case he is able to join. I sent him the link. Sometimes with links, you never know with people, right? Things happen. I'll go bump in the night. So John and I have become friendly. I featured him recently on one of my podcasts. I do a number of them, and I'm blessed to tell you I have, thank God, hundreds of thousands of listeners throughout the world. And as Rex knows, more than 5 million downloads. So I just started a podcast entitled Eye on Las Vegas, because I moved to Las Vegas 3 years ago from Venice Beach, California. And matter of fact, next week, tomorrow, what am I talking about? Tomorrow, Ava Manuel will be on, because Ava just moved to Las Vegas.
Right.
And so we're going to feature her tomorrow. So I was privileged to interview John Ponder on Eye in Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago. And we had known each other through a mutual friend from before. So John has a remarkable story. I'll just make it very short, the back of a thumbnail. Suffice it to say that John started serving time in prison or in juvenile court and such, and juvenile delinquency and such at the age of 12. He was in prison for more than 20 plus years, in and out. Yes. Until one day when he found IP. And in prison, he made the shift. Now, Rex loves this when I say this. We call it, you'll like this, Jim. We call it a shift in perspective. Now, I've been working with people for more than 4.5 decades. And I can tell you, when I start working with people, 97.2% of all the people I work with drop the F and shift, and the other stuff happens. So you got to keep your F's in place, right? So John made the shift, just that slight shift in perspective. And he said, do I have to live like this? No. He made a decision, shifted his perspective, became clean in prison, and got out. Now, when he got out, it wasn't easy. He got out through a presidential pardon because he was about to serve another 23 years in prison. President Donald J. Trump pardoned him because Donald J. Trump investigated his situation. Donald J. Trump is the greatest president when it comes to helping people get back on their feet, especially from the prison system. John got a presidential pardon, met President Trump. And at that point, and President Trump wanted him to be the leader. John came out and established a group called Hope for Prisoners. Not Hero. He is a hero. Hope for Prisoners. And he did it because he's a leader. He led himself, as you said, Jim. He began to lead others. And his success over the past number of years in Hope for Prisoners is such that the general recidivism rate of prisoners in the general world is somewhere north of 63%. In John's program, it's south of 5%. He makes a difference. That's what leaders do. Am I right, Julianne? We make a difference. And as Mo said so eloquently, everybody here, whether you're speaking like this right now, Barry Shore, and featured with this, or you're somebody listening, we're all leaders. If you tuned in, you're a leader. And you want to be able to activate the three principal aspects of a leader. May I articulate them?
Yes, please. That's what we're here for.
Okay. Well, if Rex says yes, then I'm in. Okay. Thank you, dear sir. And by the way, I do remember that phone call. It was a breakthrough for me, Rex. I was me. I was singing, and to be able to have my friend, who we didn't even know yet were friends because we were in simpatico, sing back. It made it just happen, right? I mean, that is the genius of life. So his real name is Sex Reichs, by the way, but we don't want to. I like transposing letters and such like that. So the three signs of a leader, by definition, from Barry Shore's perspective, are the following. Number one, the ability to make decisions quickly, on the spot, with whatever information you have. Because the alternative to that, as we all know, because we've all been there, is paralysis by analysis. You can go ad infinitum before you make a decision. Who knows what's going to be any better? In other words, we as leaders, we trust ourselves. Am I correct on that, Jim Miller?
That's right.
We trust ourselves. When you trust yourself, you do the best you can. You make a decision, you stick by it. That is one of the defining elements of a leader. Another, and this is the classic one, and Julianne represents this very well. I call it either the classic example of a leader or a winner, and that is taking action. Winners, leaders take action. That's who we are. We're action takers, and we respect action in other people and from other people, especially when you hear a good idea. So I know a number of people posting little things up here and saying they like this and it's really great. And when you hear something that resonates, like what happened with Rex and myself, when it resonates, you take action. We followed up, and we've been close ever since. Sharing, giving, doing, building together. That's really the definition of a leader. Making a decision, taking action. And the third is really a phenomenon in the world of leadership. And that is what I call becoming emotionally bulletproof. Emotionally bulletproof. So I'll give you an example, Julianne. Julianne is anybody who's watching, not just listening, is a beautiful young woman, both in the exterior and the interior. I mean, I know I sing happy birthday to her every year. Am I right, Julianne?
You do.
Love it?
Message. I love it.
And so there's a very interesting line that I learned when I was in the 9th grade. So that's a number of decades ago, not just years, number of decades ago, from Mr. Campbell, my math teacher. He was also my wrestling coach. And I had done something really good for the team in a wrestling event. And I mean, I was the star. I helped get us to the next level and such like that. And I must tell you, I got enough compliments. It was hard for me to get out the door. My head was so swollen from the compliments. It was just great. Okay, happened to be 2 weeks later, we're at the state championships, and me, the hero, flubbed. I mean, I did something so easily not done by an amateur. Okay, well, I'm still I was in high school. The point is, it didn't have to be. I lost the match for the team again in the state championships. Okay, you can imagine, was I razzed? Hello. So coach didn't say anything right then, even though he was very disappointed and such. But the next day, he taught me something that has stayed with me for decades. I included in my book, which is called The Joy of Living. You deserve it. Julianne, I think you have a copy. Rex, you have a copy. And Jim Miller, if you're good enough, you'll get a copy as well. And I include in that book, the 11 strategies for learning how to live in joy daily, no matter the circumstances. And this, what coach taught me. He said, if you let compliments go to your head, you let complaints go to your heart.
Ooh.
Right. By the way, it happens to be, I'm going to be very sexist right now. Women are more fragile in a way than men. But you'd be surprised, men are very fragile also. People don't like when other people don't compliment them. And they make complaints and say, you did this and this and this. But if you let the compliments go to your head and get a swelled head and you think you're something, and then the complaints go to you, oh, you're going to be on a roller coaster. The genius of a leader is to be emotionally bulletproof, which means that it's not that you don't allow a compliment to come into your life and you don't allow a complaint to come into your life. You use them for advantage of being the best leader possible. You're a human being. You can recognize in other people that it's the right thing to do to compliment people. It's the right thing to do, not to complain, to work with people, to enable others to grow. And sometimes that means what other people will call a complaint, what we call the ability to grow. Am I correct on that? And that is a skill that is very difficult but necessary to acquire. Because if you can acquire it for yourself, you can do it in somebody else. Because who's your harshest critic, Jim Miller?
Other than my wife?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Yes. And yes, Rex.
You're on mute.
Dang, I'll be darned. I couldn't believe. I want to point something out because, we have Barry, you've overcome a lot. Scott has overcome a lot. Dan has overcome a lot. I mean, there are people who overcome so much. And so for those people watching, these are powerful examples, role models. If they can do it, you can do it. This is what I hope you take away. There's a saying, if it's possible for one, it's possible for all. Now, that doesn't mean all will. It just means that it's possible. And what you have overcome in your life, and to go on to become the ambassador of joy, and Scott has overcome, his near-death experience and gone on to live a fruitful life helping others, and Dan Clark, same thing, and all people who have. I just want to say, let this inspire you who are watching. And if you want to share something powerful with your friends and family about people who've overcome difficulty or limitations or physical, mental, emotional, financial, whatever it is, you're at the right place. And at the right time to be able to share these powerful role models and examples of conquerors, of victors, of winners, of people who, just like you and me and all of us, because they aren't born special, but they become special because they wouldn't let whatever it was stop them or prevent them from being who they are. So we're very glad that you're watching. Barry, I'm really happy that you're here. I just wanted to say, for those people watching, there's so many great takeaways from today and from all our guests and from all our panels and from all the people who have been, contributing. So I hope that you who are watching will also contribute to those around you. Thank you, Barry. We're not done. I'm just saying.
Right. I want to encourage everybody to understand what Rex just said, because it's so good. Right. You can look at Barry and say, wow, look at that. How can I do that? Remember, I told you I just hit 9,501 miles, and I'm not stopping. My goal is to swim around the world. Hello. It might take me till the year, I figured I'll be 107 at the same rate. Okay, God willing, it should happen. My point is what he just said. I don't swim for me. I swim for other people who say I can't. Well, that's not in the vocabulary of leaders. Mm-hmm. And everybody knows, as Jim told us, the ultimate leader is yourself. Hello. once you make the decision, remember we talked about the 3 signs of a leader. The first sign is being able to make a decision. When you can make the decision saying, this is who I am. I'm a leader in my own life. Therefore, you will expect more from your life. There is nothing in the world that can detract from you as the leader of your own life when you have that IP, that inner peace. Nothing. It's not possible. You will overcome everything and you will attract goodness into your life. That's the genius. Now, by the way, the goodness might come wrapped in a package that you didn't expect. And you might say, my gosh, that's a tough package. Okay. And then when you go through it, you say, oh my gosh, if I didn't have that package, what would my life have been? I've done, and Rex knows this, Julianne, Jim, you probably can imagine. Thank God I've been blessed to do many things like this and in-person situations. Obviously during COVID, we all did this, but prior to this and subsequently, I've been speaking to groups, sometimes as few as 27 and sometimes as many as 1,172, which I just did recently. And one of my first questions is when I'm up there on stage, and I can't even stand up, so I go up on stage with my magic wand, 7 foot, get me up there. I sit down and I say, beautiful, bountiful, beloved, immortal beings. I have a question for everybody. How many people here want to be mediocre? I can tell you something, Jim Miller. In the 8 years that I've been asking that particular question, I've only had one hand go up. And when I called on that person, I asked him, okay, you want to be mediocre? He said, no, but I just needed to get your attention. Nobody wants to be mediocre. And that's why you're tuning in. You're tuning in to feel the energy, to be involved in this process called growth. Growth stands for generating rays of wisdom. That's what it means to grow, generating rays of wisdom. Because that's what we do, isn't it right, Julianne?
It is.
I'll give you an example of something. Jim Miller, you're going to like this a lot. So I was blessed years and years ago to be speaking to a group, and many, many hundreds of people in the audience, all of whom, by the way, had to pay 5 figures to be in the audience. So you're talking about, for want of a better term, winners, right? If you measure it by financial success. And I had the opportunity to go backstage and visit with the people who were doing the catering, because it's a high-end event, a lot of fancy food and such like that. And I'm speaking to one of the people. He was a 23-year-old kid. I call him a kid because I'm much older than him. And talking with him, unbeknownst to me, he was the son of the owner of the catering service. Didn't know, didn't matter. And we were talking, and he asked me a couple questions. And he said to me, those are words of wisdom. I said, thank you. Remember, compliments, okay, I accepted it. I learned my lesson. And then I realized what he just said to me. That is the acronym for the word wow. Wow. When you hear something that resonates and you say, I don't even know how to respond. What do you think? Wow. Wow stands for words of wisdom, words of wonder. So you're hearing today words of wisdom, words of wonder throughout this entire week from dozens and dozens and dozens of people, all with the same message. It's all about you. It's not about Barry Shore. It's not about Jim Miller or Rex Sykes or Julianne or Mo. It's about you. You becoming the best you. Because when you do that, you make the world a better place. You build more bridges of harmony. You create more joy, happiness, peace, and love. That's what it's about. That harmony together creates the better world that we all want. In other words, we all speak about it. We all think about it. We all act that way. We here in the leadership world, right? The way to make it happen is to make sure that everybody we touch, everybody understands that it's not about me, it's about you. All together.
Barry, if I may, one thing that you said, and I think this is going to help our audience because, you know, at the LA Tribune, and you know, Mo, this is all about education and the education, the educare, right? To bring out in someone something that's already there, right?
Right.
And so I heard you use the word possibility and how important that word is. And in sales, which is what I'm in, enrollment, sales, influence, what I teach is we want to take what's possible and we want to do everything we can to move it into what's probable, right? Because what's possible is still something out there that I may not yet be attached to. I may not yet know the pathway to. But when something becomes probable, that it's actually, there's a real good chance that it's actually going to happen, then I'm getting excited. And you're saying a lot of things that actually move the possible into the probable. And one of the things is having that self-love, being motivated, being inspired by yourself, and being able to bring out the best in yourself. But here's what I want to ask you. What do you believe it is that is available for our audience who see things, maybe because they're seeing things like, for example, repetition makes things probable, right? It takes it from the possible and you're hearing it over and over, and people are hearing all of these wonderful messages from people like yourself and our other guests, and maybe they're starting to realize, you know what, this is something that's possible for me, maybe. But how do we make it probable? Can you speak into that?
With delight. And Jim, I am so honored that you're here. I know about Jim Miller. People, if you don't know about Jim Miller, just start doing research. So I'm going to do three things for people to make it not only probable, but likely. Likely. First of all, everybody that's listening, go to barryshore.com. BARRYSHORE, barryshore.com. And just look around the website. It's a beautiful website with lots of great resources for no cost. What I really want you to do is focus on acquiring one of my books. I published 3 books last year. The Joy of Living, You Deserve It. Pocket Full of Acronyms, or O Shift. And we have the F in shift just a little below the line. Any one of those books will not just be informational, which is good, not just inspirational, which is nice, but it goes away. Transformational. See, Jim, what you're talking about is what I call the T word. To go from is it possible? Yes. When you get into the T word, you realize that the transformation comes from within and it resonates out. It doesn't just become probable, it becomes likely. So as an example, you get a hold of no cost, ebook, no cost. Get the book, The Joy of Living, You Deserve It. 11 strategies for learning how to live in joy daily, no matter the circumstances. You might think, well, gee, that's a great thing. That's a self-help book and all that sort of book. It's a business book. You all hear that? It's a sales book. It's a book of life, because there is no difference in anybody's life. I don't care what you think you're in. There is no difference in anybody's life between business, life, and sales. They're all intertwined. Am I right, Mr. Miller? There is no demarcation. I'll give you a quick story because I know our time is moving. I'll give you a quick story. Happened when I was 9 years old. I'm now 75 years of age chronologically. 48 metabolically because I swim 2 miles a day, 6 days a week. 28 mental acuity because I work with a lot of 28-year-olds on the internet. And my SOW is 8. It's SOW, sense of wonder. I'm an 8-year-old. You want to be between 6 and 9. Get double digits, they already start pushing it on you. So you get the book, 11 strategies. So my father, and here's what happened when I was 9 years old. I grew up in Boston, Massachusetts, where it's cold and snowy and rainy in the wintertime. So this is before the internet, 66 years ago. And it was snow over 6 inches. So we hope they're going to call school off, but you have to listen to the radio listening. John D. Runkle school, no school, yay! So you can do a couple things. You go back to bed, you can play games. Not me. I made 25 cents a week for allowance. This is an opportunity. It snowed out. Nobody's going to be able to get out easily unless they get their driveway shoveled and the walk shoveled and things like that. I piled on double layers and long underwear and earmuffs and gloves and stuff and the shovel and such. I had a quick cup of something to drink and out the door before just after 8 o'clock in the morning. And it was cold. And I started knocking on doors and I didn't come home until 5:11 in the evening. And it was already dark. I didn't stop for lunch. What did I do? I made $55. Now
Wow.
I'm making 25 cents a week in allowance. I had to work for it. $55. I was more than tired. I come in the house. My father's looking at me. He has a mug of hot chocolate, not from a powder mix. We didn't have it even. From real, he melted chocolate. He made me a hot chocolate. He sat down. He said, "My dear beloved son," he used to love to say that, "My dear beloved son, how do you spell business?" So I'm 9. I can spell Business. He said, "That's right. Notice that the U comes before the I. When you take care of other people, you're shoveling snow, you're taking care of others, the I will always be taken care of. Give service. Service is the key to life. When you are in the mode of service, you're in that groove. When you learn that and that switch flicks, oh, it's about service. Wow. It's not only possible, it's not only probable, it's not only likely, it's guaranteed." Can I say it again?
Next
It's
level.
guaranteed. Or your money back. I guarantee it, your money back. My father taught me that at the age of 9. It took me decades, 2 decades before it sunk in. That's what business is about. Rex knows this. Julianne, you need to go in, and I have to do one-on-one with you to share this with you. My mission, Jim Miller, right now, because of my situation of being a quadriplegic and my success in business, I have 2 public exits. You hear that? I built 2 companies that had public exits, 3 issued patents. I made a lot of money. I lost a lot of money. I'm human. Hello. You make stumbles, you do well. Okay. My mission right now is to give $1 billion to charity without costing any giver a penny. We built a platform, Jim Miller, that enables businesses to partner with us, allocate a percentage for us to send them customers, and then we share that percentage. You'll say it's 6% in a restaurant. We give 2% cash back to you for going to the restaurant. You swiping your credit card, nothing changes. 2% to the charity of your choice, not mine, not the restaurant, your choice. And 2% to the company. It's called Einstein Cares. You know, that guy with the white hair, the smartest guy in the world. Not just a genius, he was a heart-centered person. And everybody wins. The business gets customers. They love it. People talk about, I love this place. They give me money back, give me money to something I care about. Word of mouth advertising, the best thing in the world. We're going to raise $1 billion. Won't cost any giver a penny. Businesses win, people win, charities win. That's the world that I see. And it's all built on that one word, smile. Seeing miracles in life every day. So you're going to move from the world that Jim Miller said so brilliantly, from the world of, well, is it possible? Into the world of probable, into the world of likely. And Barry Shaw says, guaranteed when you step into service. Service is the key to success, in my humble opinion.
You're not the first person who has declared that today.
Oh, I'm not. Oh my gosh.
You're not. No.
I think we're on something.
Consistency and repetition. When you're hearing it over and over from experts who claim that this is one of the rungs of the ladder that got them to where they are.
That's right.
Then it becomes apparent. It becomes guaranteed.
Guaranteed is the G word. It's all about transformation, the G word. And it's, in my humble opinion, I'll say this with great love and respect, Jim Miller, I found it to be a springboard. See, it's one thing, you start climbing the ladder and you get to a certain point and all of a sudden you go, bing! When service becomes, like my dad said, the you comes before the I, it happens. It's a law of the universe. Rex loves it when I say this one. Law stands for, ready for this, Jim?
I'm ready.
Love and wisdom. That's what law is. Love and wisdom. Guaranteed. So everybody that's watching, avail yourself of the opportunity. Get a copy of one of my books, no cost, barryshore.com. Do it. Share it with friends. Share it with everybody you know. It's transformational is the T word. I urge everybody, go to einsteincares.com, like Albert Einstein, cares.com, and just sign up for early access. We're launching, God willing, in June. And we've been building this for the past 4 years. It's a major breakthrough. It's an evolution in the process of giving, because it's about service. It involves businesses. We have some of the biggest brands in the country that are involved. And what I really care about, really care about are local businesses. We love local businesses to get involved, local philanthropies. Yeah, the big ones, they love this too. It's the local ones, the place that has 1,000 members and they're struggling to raise an extra $100,000. You can have people now give you money. It won't cost a penny because they're going shopping. Julianne, is there anything more fun than shopping?
Listening to you. How about that?
We did have a question from Joy in the chat room. Einstein Cares, ? What?
Yeah, einsteincares.com, einsteincares.com. I urge everybody go there and just get ready because we're bringing something to the world that my father taught me decades ago. And it's all because, as you said, Jim, because my wife challenged me when I was just protoplasm laying in bed, couldn't move a thing. I could only communicate by blinking my eyes.
That's amazing.
She told me something and it challenged me. I had to have a vision. It took a lot. And it's taken years to do this. And I want to say one thing, and I'm going to say two things, actually, because it's hard for me to say only one thing. One thing I'm going to say, first of all, is thank you to wonderful Julianne Meyer, Jam. Thank you, Jim Miller. Nice to meet you. Thank you, my beloved dear friend, Rex Sykes. And if we have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. I know we only have a minute left or so. So if there's a question on the board, I'm happy to address it. If there's not,
Thank you.
You're wonderful, Rex. Thanks stands for to harmonize and nurture kindness. To harmonize and nurture kindness. One of my books is Pocket Full of Acronyms, and it's beloved by a lot of people. It's available, no cost. Go to barryshore.com and avail yourself of the opportunity. Transformational things. So as you know, Rex, what do we like to do when we complete a session with Barry Shore? That's right, we do a hug. So Jim, we're going to initiate you. Hug stands for, okay, the word is HUG. Hug stands for heartfelt, unlimited giving. Heartfelt, unlimited giving on the count of three. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I was premature. Yeah. Congratulations, my friend, on your journey. Truly inspiring.
Thank you. Journey, by the way, is a great word. Journey. So I am Julianne, what's my handle? I am the ambassador of what?
Joy.
So joy is yes, Rex?
No, I was just going to say, your name isn't Joy, but maybe it ought to be.
Okay, my Julianne might become Joy. So Joy is a wonderful acronym that stands for, this is for Joy Willett. Joy stands for Journey of You. Wow. Words of wisdom.
Words definitely have power. Thank you so much, Barry, for joining us today.
Great meeting you, Barry.
Absolute pleasure.
That's what.
Well, I don't know about you gentlemen, but I always feel uplifted and inspired whenever we have Barry Shore on the stage with us. Donna, welcome. So good to see you again. Oh, you're on mute.
I was listening to everything in the green room, and Barry, you are such a joy and such an inspiration. You had me up out of my seat, ready to dance almost every time you went to go sing. So thank you so much for that.
We love that. So we have an amazing guest coming up. Donna, would you like to introduce?
Absolutely here. And I am someone I've not yet met before, but I'm really excited. I actually pulled up a couple of things here, looking at him in the personal transformational space, and is really a catalyst in that. So I'm just going to just bring him up to the stage here and have him share a few things about leadership. So I'm gonna attempt this. Masadi, is that how I pronounce your name? I'm going to just ask. He's like,
Hey guys,
yes, here we are.
how are
So
y'all?
please.
I just want
And
to say before
welcome.
we get started that I have been following you, and I am so excited that you are sharing the stage with us today. I can hardly wait to hear what your thoughts are. I saw you backstage. I didn't realize, because I didn't look that far ahead in the schedule, that you were coming. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm very excited that you're here today.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. It's an exciting time. It's an exciting time for everybody. Actually, I think the world is really looking for like a new way, a new method, a new process on becoming successful or becoming a leader, redefining what leadership is about. So I don't know where to start. You guys can ask me any question. I could, since I'm new to the group, maybe I could explain just maybe where I come from.
That'd be great.
Yeah. So, well, my journey started when I was, young, and I'm not going to go through the whole process because that takes a long time. But basically, I had two near-death experiences, and it really allowed me to understand who we are at a very, very deep level. Because, as Einstein would say, you have to step out of this reality to really look at the reality and look at it at a microscopic level or at a granular level. The two near-deaths really allowed me to do that and focus in on, say, the frequencies, the underlying theme. Which I call frequencies, because everything is frequencies, the underlying theme on why things happen the way they do, why we do what we do, and in this case, leadership. And so over the past, say, probably about 15 years, 100,000 client sessions, I've really created this concept or a handbook called Exponential Intelligence, which is a science that I've created. And it explains literally pretty much everything that we understand about life and how to use, say, the best of your potential that you are naturally God-given. So it really allows us to heal from the past. It allows us to, say, transform and get rid of, say, even some of the genetic patterns that we've inherited that we think is us. Getting rid of that, transforming who we are. Oh, thanks, Joy. Transforming who we are at light speed. Literally, it shouldn't take like decades or a lifetime to shift into a better version of who you are. Through frequencies or through the work of frequencies that I do, people can transform decades worth of, say, transformations in literally maybe for some people like almost instantaneously, but a couple weeks, literally. So I deal with a lot of high-level individuals, like the quietly wealthy, this high-level CEOs, that have everything, but they're not really happy or they're stressed out. So that's a lot of my clients. And then also people who want to really come into, who they are at a very high level. So I'm that go-to person where everything else has failed and then go, okay, well, let's give Masadi a try.
I think that you bring up such a wonderful point, and that is that you could technically have all the things that would technically make you successful to this 3D world. However, what is the energy that you are experiencing? What are you putting out and receiving in the world? And I just think that that is so overlooked because we get caught up in being human doings and we forget that there's this whole other level. I'm curious because you have had these experiences with near death. There's a lot of us who have not.
Yes.
But is it possible for us to have the same sort of knowledge as you without having a near-death experience?
Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. It's like you don't have to go through the processes to have that, but people do have, say, that near-death experience because they can let go or let their old self die off and then blossom into a totally whole different version of themselves, Joy. And this is where people can start to age younger. This is where people don't have to age like their parents. They don't have to carry on the burdens. A lot of CEOs or a lot of leaders that I help, is literally they sacrifice. And that's one of the biggest things I see in high level people who are leaders. They sacrifice a hell of a lot to stay at that level, and you don't need to do that. They give away their loved ones. They sacrifice their health. They burn out. You don't need to do that. You can expand who you are. You can understand who you are at a deeper level at the same time as providing great leadership or providing a great service for individuals, or if you're creating a product as well. So you can do all that, and again, not sacrifice.
One of the things that you were talking about earlier when you first came on, you were talking about the different leaders that you work with, the different CEOs, the quiet ones. But then you also mentioned my favorite keywords, energies and frequencies, and really what that transformation process is. Is there a commonality, or is there like the top 3 energies or frequencies that you see for people in the leadership world?
Yes. 1, sacrifice. 2, they're always like, okay, I want to go do X, or I want to go create X. And then what they do is literally they go, what do I have internally is like, what do I have to give up to get X or to accomplish X? And whenever you're sacrificing, I call it sacrificing forward. Whenever you're sacrificing forward, you're sacrificing the best piece of who you are. You're sacrificing the great potential of who you are, because most people, they go, if I create this big company, or if I provide a great service, or if I go help hundreds of thousands of people, then I'll be happy inside. But what most people do, again, is they give away their natural presence or their essence. Some people might call it their spirit, right? They give that away in order to, say, give to the world. So good leaders, I'm talking about good leaders who don't take advantage of people. And I work with those as well, because they come to a point, it's like, shit, I can't keep taking advantage of people because it's not a good return on my investment, right? So it's like, you can do it a totally different way. What I do is sacrifice backwards. I help you sacrifice backwards. And the difference there is literally where you start to sacrifice backwards. So what that means is that you start to see the limitations that's holding you back from becoming that person that needs to be in that leadership role. You let go of the distortions of the past. You let go of, say, the inadequacies of the past. For example, people who created Silicon Valley, they were usually, I hate to say it, nerdy type individuals, and they wanted to show the world. It's like, God, I'm going to show the world that I am worthy of something. So highly intelligent people, right? They created, say, massive companies, but now they get bullied by, their families. They get bullied by, their competitors. But then they get to a point where they start to bully the masses. They start to bully through, the companies that they create. They get to control their consumers and so on, like that. Again, so that pattern never goes away. So when you sacrifice backwards, you start to become, or you start to let go of all the distorted or the weak patterns of who you think you are. You eliminate that, you start to become a grander version, and then this is where like true leadership starts to happen. True leadership, in most cases, I don't see a lot of great leaders out there. Most of the leaders, they manipulate their system. They buy out their competitors, or they try to destroy their competitors. That's not humankind can't go. They can't elevate consciousness that way. If you're trying to destroy to be the top person, that's not good competition. That's not good leadership. You can learn from the competition. You can expand, and that's where, again, companies can come together. And that's what I do, is help people understand who they are at a deeper level and why they're here in the first place.
Masadi, hi.
Hi,
Jim. It's really good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Mo is so enamored and respectful of what you do. So I'm intrigued.
Thank you so much.
You said something just phenomenal that resonates with me right now, and I think it resonates with a lot of people.
Mhm.
And that is that the question of leadership in the world today, right?
Yes.
Without even going political on this, simply just looking at the world. You know, I've got a little age. I see a little gray in your beard, so maybe you got a few years on you. When I look back, there actually were leaders. There were people who had
Exactly.
integrity. There were people who were not manipulative, and they actually inspired. I mean, I remember I was 3 years old when President Kennedy was assassinated, and I remember I was sitting on the edge of my sofa crying
Yep.
because we had lost a great. I mean, he inspired a 3-year-old.
Exactly.
So here's my question. My question is it just that the world is set up right now that there's no possibility of creating that kind of leader again? I mean, are we just basically set up to have to endure what it is that we call a leader today? Or is there a way out? I mean, there's always hope.
Yes.
So what do you think has to happen? Or
Well,
can something happen so that we can get leaders that truly we can look at and are working for everyone, for the betterment of mankind?
yes. So in this reality, what's happening is, again, we're always elevating consciousness, whether we like it or not. Humans have, free will. So we've kind of delayed ourselves where, the possibilities of who we could be are available for us, Jim. The possibilities of us being grand beings, like being true leaders, are available for us. But will anybody take it? No, because it's a lot easier, doing the normal leadership, again, being really super competitive, being persuasive, and being all those things. And by the way, you can be persuasive in a very, very different way. Okay. So that's a true leader, right? Where you just walk into a room and it's like, shit, who the hell is that guy? Right. And you don't know anything about
Mother Teresa is an example.
Exactly. Mother Teresa, Cyrus the Great, Kennedys, they could, Abraham Lincoln, well, obviously Jesus, Buddha, those types of individuals, they walk into a room, you don't have to know anything about them, but they have this resonance, this presence that just shows up. And it's like, damn, I want to know that guy. I want to follow that person. So that's the kind of leadership that I'm talking about. And that takes a lot of internal work. And most people don't want to do the internal work. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's not true. They actually do want to do the internal work, but they don't know how to. And they get stuck. They get stuck into, falling into the latest motivational techniques, the latest whatever that's out there, and they get stuck into it. And this is where they start selling their soul, so to speak. They start giving away. They start giving into those things. And again, this is all about learning who you are at a very deep level, eliminating those things that you're not. And then once you do that, your natural resonance comes through, and then you become a reflection of who you are. This is where success becomes a reflection of who you are, not a facade. This is where you see a lot of like wealthy people. They have a lot of leadership skills. They have a lot of people follow them, but they're very weak on the inside. They're very insecure, and they try to hide that, right?
Yeah.
They try to hide that. You don't want to do that. You want to eliminate all that, so you just resonate in purity. And you don't have to sell out. You don't have to do anything like that. You just create massive momentum for you. And leadership doesn't become, well, you don't get burned out. I see a lot of leaders, a lot of top level CEOs, they're getting burned out. And I can tell you story after story, Jim, by the way.
What would be the first step for our listeners who may not have the opportunity to work with somebody like yourself of your caliber, obviously?
Thank you.
But what would be the first step that our listeners could take in order to start moving into this direction? Because most of us, I'll put myself in the category, most of us are not really aware of the work that you do.
Yes.
So, but it's so intriguing, and it absolutely sounds necessary. So what do we do? What are the first steps that we as the audience can do?
It's really kind of crazy, and it's very, very simple. I call it spatial referencing, and literally is where you step out of your mind. You start to reference where you are or how you create yourself in this reality. And I know it's getting out there, but again, I do a lot of like meditations, like 18-day meditations that transform your life that the masses can join in. You know, most of the private sessions that we do are, I'm backed up by, I don't know, like I think I have like 700 or 800 client waiting list. So that's kind of hard to get into the one-on-one sessions, but I do a lot of meditations. There's a lot of free stuff online. If you look up Masadi, I do a YouTube channel every Sunday where we talk about basically what we talk about here. So it's really great. But what you can do is literally start to become aware of how you render or how you create your identity here. And what that means is, and it's very, very simple, and I'll give you a simple exercise. You might laugh at it at first, but give it a try. People have actually gone off their, say, their psychotic medications doing this. That's how powerful it is. And it takes you beyond the mind. So the first step is that you have to go beyond the mind. You have to go to your creative self, your higher version of who you are, that version that created you before you even had a mind, before you even had a body, before you even were a single cell. And you can access that. The way you do that, again, is start referencing. So for example, the window is over there and you pick a point on your body, like, you know, the tip of your nose. Jim, for you, I can read anybody, by the way. For you, it really put you into your body. For you, no offense, buddy, you're in your head too much. You're wanting to go out there. You know, you're always like, what's next? What's next? I can't wait. And that throws you off the loop. You want to be in the present moment, because the present moment, and most people think the present moment is, again, a mental state. By being mindful, by being present, the way you do that is actually reference your reality of how you see yourself in this reality. So when you reference physical objects aren't tainted through how you grew up, right? Physical objects aren't distorting. So again, you can go, well, the couch is over there, you know, my left ear is over here. And I know it sounds funny, but just give it a try. Try it for every time you walk into a room. Take a couple objects around you and then take a point on your body. If you do that, you'll start to become really present with how you create yourself. And this is where you start to see the patterns or the filters that you see yourself through, that you're sending out to people. You know, when people go, gosh, you know what, people just take advantage of me all the time. No matter what country you go to, even if they don't speak the language, why do you think people take advantage of you all the time? Or some people go, gosh, you know what? I'm lucky all the time, right? And people treat you lucky. You're sending out this vibe. A lot of people don't know what they're sending out. So when you step out of that system, again, through spatial referencing, and just like I said, an object, you first take that object and then a point on your body. And again, before you laugh at it, just give it a try. You start to filter, you start to observe yourself as the observer interacting with you, with other people. And you go, oh, that's why people treat me the way they do. And then once you become aware of it, you can literally start to change it for yourself and others as well. And people will start to notice that. So that's the first step, becoming aware of how you create yourself. And this also gives you access to mastery level, where you think that, you know, it's like, well, this is just the way life is. This is just the thing that I've been, you know, handed, you know, a deck, you know, the card of life. It's not. You can change what you've been handed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's amazing. Well, I am going to certainly, I can't understand it. I have no way of understanding how it works, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to step out in faith.
Yep.
And do it.
I mean, you don't know how your cell phone works, but we still use it. We don't know how airplanes really work, but we still use it.
Touché.
Yeah. Just give it a try, guys. Literally, just try it out, and you'll start to center yourself beyond, say, the concepts of the mind.
Very good. Thank you for that.
You're so welcome.
Jim, this just might be what he's meaning by going beyond your mind, because it's pulling you out of your comfort zone there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I have a question. And this is more of your opinion, because
Mhm.
what you were saying, you're trying to convey what most of us don't understand intuitively, or maybe we do intuitively, but not with our
Mhm.
mind.
Mhm.
And what you're saying, in order to grow ourselves and be in the world differently, it
Mhm.
seems really so simple, almost too simple.
It actually is. It's actually
So,
your natural state.
see, that's what I'm wanting you to speak more about, was
Please.
how we complicate things more
Mhm.
so than need to be. We could just relax into
Yes.
the simple.
So true. So is like I can talk about that, but do you have like a specific question,
Yes,
Julie? Or
absolutely. So my question in particular has to do with leadership, because I feel like a lot of leaders, for example, or people who want to lead themselves in their own lives, get in their heads and they try and calculate things and try and
Mhm.
calculate outcomes and try and sort of stack the deck in their favor, versus showing up with the correct energy and frequency
Mhm.
for what they want and
Mhm.
allowing that to happen. I mean, not saying don't, do action,
Of course.
but how simple is that?
It's actually very, very simple because your innate structure or what you've been coded genetically is to thrive and succeed. Most individuals, they don't thrive, they survive. That's their mechanism. They're always surviving. If I do X, then that means I'll be okay. I'll make $1 million or $1 billion, and then I'll be safe and secure, and my family will be safe and secure. But then as those individuals make those billions of dollars, again, they don't feel safe and secure on the inside because they're always worried about losing the money that they had, because again, it's a facade, right? And also that becomes a magnifier. So as people ascend higher, as far as physical wealth or success, and by the way, spirituality is the same thing. I'm just using success because this is the format for it. What happens is that they become more and more insecure because again, wealth or abundance becomes a magnifier, and the reason for that is because it magnifies the weaknesses that you are. Okay. And the reason for that is because you're supposed to get rid of those weaknesses. But what most people do is they hold on to the weaknesses because they don't know how to get rid of them properly. And then what they do, like you said, is they stack whatever against, for their favor. And basically what that means to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, is like they're trying to hide the weaknesses that they are. Right. So in our case, it's like, well, let's look at the weaknesses and turn them into strengths. If you look at any great leader, that Jim was talking about, they've gone deep, they've gone inwards and go, okay, this is a weakness, and they practice and they get better at it. But again, most people, what do? They hide their weaknesses and show a facade of who they are. The higher that you get, it works. Again, the weaker the more that facade that you have to pretend that you are, and it becomes really hard for individuals. So you can just show up your natural self, and this is where you're stacking the deck properly, by the way, because when you show up as you don't have to remember who you falsely created yourself. Does that make sense to you? You just are. You show up, and then the laws of the universe actually perpetuate that natural, say, force of becoming more and more abundant, because that's who you really are created to be, naturally abundant. In this world, we think we're in lack. We think that we're shortchanged. We think that God handed us a bad deck of cards and now we got to deal with it. It's not like that at all, guys. We just have to awaken and then just recreate ourselves in a proper way. And again, we can do that. We have control of doing that.
I loved that you brought up the energy of weaknesses, because I think as leaders, we all have those. And you're absolutely right. We're always in this
Yes.
state of transformation.
Mhm.
And of course, this is Leadership Week here at the Los Angeles Tribune. So I'm curious, what was one of your weaknesses as a leader that you transformed into a strength?
Oh my God. I've made, I think real leaders, I think they make more mistakes than anybody else. But the deal is they learn from those mistakes and they keep moving on. They learn and they don't make the same mistake over and over. The difference between, say, somebody that's successful and not so successful is that, again, the people who aren't successful, they make the same mistake and then they take it internally and they take it as something wrong with them, and then they try to cover it up. True leaders, they go, gosh, okay, they're honest with themselves. It's like, I did X, so I made a lot of mistakes back in the day. As far any kind of mistake that you can think of, I've made. Okay, I've gone through bankruptcy, right? Not doing wealth properly, and again, it wasn't like, it's like literally I was selling my soul to become successful. I was making a lot of money, but the more money I made, and again, I felt that it's like, gosh, you know what? I have to give more of myself. And, I wasn't, it wasn't good for me. So in order to break that pattern, I went bankrupt, and I learned from it, and I came back a lot stronger from it, not just success driven, but more internally, say, abundant or internally wealthy. Because I was thinking the more toys I had, the more money I had in the bank, the more, I had all the toys, I had, the luxury home and all that stuff, but it wasn't fulfilling. So I couldn't hold water because I wanted the truth behind who we were. So anything that's not true had to fade away. And I learned a lot from that. So again, relationships, some of the relationships that I had gone into before, I was that kind of person that was more of a kind of like that white knight, I guess, syndrome, where you take individuals who need a lot of help and you think you could help them. And it's like, and then they start blaming you. It's like, gosh, I supported you, now go run on your own. And it's like, no, I want more from you, more from you. So you name it, hon. I've made so many mistakes, but again, the key is I've learned from those mistakes. And now I teach people. Aging, by the way, I'm 63 years old. By the way, Jim. So yeah, there is some gray.
66 Saturday.
Yeah, you look great, buddy. So again, the way I look a lot younger and more vibrant today than I did like 10 years ago. So aging very differently as well, because you can change all that, by the way.
It sounds to me like that there's a lot of vulnerability that is involved in this. Is this am I correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's the scariest thing that people do, because you have to look deep into your soul, your essence of who you are, and pull out and heal. And it's not there to destroy you, but you just need to heal it. And fortunately, the cool thing about it is that when you start looking deep, within yourself, you start to realize it's like, wait a second, that's my dad's patterns. That's my mom's patterns or grandma's patterns, and we're carrying that. So it's not even our stuff that we're holding on to. And most people, like, they hold on to it like it's their life. It's not your life, guys. Most of, like, I would say, again, hundreds of thousands of client sessions, I would say over 95% of who people think they are, they're somebody else. They're their parents or, whoever it is. So again, it's like looking inward, becoming vulnerable. And vulnerable in my definition is literally about, you're strong enough to look at the weaknesses of who you are and then do something about it. Right? Most people think of vulnerability as like, I need somebody to protect me so I can stay vulnerable.
I love that distinction.
Yeah.
I would submit that authentic leaders, genuine leaders, I mean, you made some distinctions between leaders and success and things like that earlier, but authentic leaders are people who have feet of clay. They aren't any special thing. They don't have any greater ability or any less greater ability than anyone else, because we're all human.
Absolutely.
But they may be willing to explore more than the regular human would be doing. And so curiosity can motivate them, if you want to say. And so that leads them to discover many different things. Now, when it comes to authentic leaders versus non-authentic leaders and followers, I mean, I would also submit, I'm sorry that I'm talking instead of asking the question, but it's kind of in the form of it. But authentic leaders are those who help other people find their authentic self.
Yep.
So how can follower, the person who's out there, not be attracted to shiny objects. I call them empty suits. There's people with lots of promises. They're popular. They're magnetic. They've got the spotlight, but they don't have the authenticity or the value for the person.
Yes.
What should people be aware of in terms of whether it's spiritual, financial, emotional? Whatever?
Yeah, and it's a great question, Rex. You're right. There is a lot of shiny suits out there, whether it's in the physical realm or even the spiritual realm. There's a lot of people that don't say that aren't really who they say they are on stage, right? So what to look out for again is, well, if you have a chance, you can study people's personal lives on how they treat individuals backstage, how they treat their employees. All that, those are really key moments. But does that person resonate with you? Is there something nowadays, truth, you can't really find truth in media, you can't find truth on the internet. There's a lot, people can plant a lot of lies or whatever about anybody. So we're going back to our own natural truth-seeking abilities. So when you resonate with somebody or when you connect with somebody, right, that's telling you something, and you might not agree with that person, but you have respect for that person. That kind of gives you that connotation that, gosh, you know what, I might not resonate, I might not agree with this person, but there's something that gets hit within you, that sparks within you. It's like, gosh, that person really made me think about myself. Those are like true leaders. You might not like them at first, but then it reminds me of this gym coach. He knew I had great potential, me and this other friend of mine, and he made us do like 100 extra sit-ups. He would literally stand on her, put his foot on her chest, and he'd make us do sit-ups. He'd make us do extra laps, like 10 extra laps. It's like, why is he doing that? Does he hate us? At first we thought, he hated us, but then it's like, oh shit, he sees the potential of who we are, and he was pushing us to the limits. So I think great leaders, like you were talking about, really allow you to go, hey, that guy is really, he's got it going on. He's unbelievable. But great leaders, the difference between great leaders, authentic leaders, is like, hey, wait a second, he's just like me. Like what you just said, Rex. It's like, gosh, you know what? I see a part of me in that person as well. And it allows you to become vulnerable with yourself and go, gosh, you know what? If I just remove this one piece, I can be more like that person or have that lifestyle of that person.
I like that. I don't mean to catch you up, but I want to follow up. And that was simply that someone earlier made a cautionary tale about, getting around people who you don't want to be around. So, I mean, and Charlie Manson and I don't go to the extreme examples, but there are plenty of people who find themselves in cults. They find themselves, wearing Nike shoes, drinking Kool-Aid, lying on beds to catch a hi-fi. How do you encourage people to find the true leader and not be susceptible to something else?
How do you find? Well, today is pretty easy. Most people aren't really true leaders, so you start to seek yourself first. You start to understand who you are first, okay? And then once you do, you'll naturally start to attract those individuals who are true to your essence. So it really starts with yourself. And even once you have a clear hold of who you are, even those individuals who nowadays it's the rage of like microdosing and getting into altered states with psychedelics, and that's totally cool if you want to do that. But again, most people don't know how to do it properly. They're trying to find themselves in that thing. No, you want to find yourself first. You literally want to find yourself who you are at first, and then you won't get attracted to those leaders that will destroy you or take advantage of you, by the way. So there's something within you. So if you're attracting a leader that is always taking advantage of you, or you get into a guru situation, or you get into a cult or an ashram and all that stuff, and then years later you go, gosh, you know what? Yeah, you can blame the leader for it, but then what would you'd have to ask yourself is like, well, what was it in me that attracted me into those experiences? And when you find that out, you can remove that pattern, and then you become a stronger person. And the more patterns that you remove from yourself, the more you can learn from any leadership, Charles Manson or, Hitler or whatever. You can learn from those what not to do and what to do. I mean, for example, Hitler, he was a great motivator. I mean, look at what he could get people to do. What if you could have that motivation and do it the proper way, for a proper purpose? Right? Most people get stuck by going, oh, that person did it wrong, or that person's not a good person. Yeah, they're not a good person, but leadership skills, no matter what level, no matter if you're for the good or for the bad, leadership skills are leadership skills. Right.
Masadi, I had to pop in because, first of all, you've been my spiritual mentor. I've been part of your transformation programs, and it's been amazing to follow you. But I wanted to pop in because I was eager to ask you this question. A while back, we had a short conversation about female leadership. And what does it look in 2024 and beyond? And we briefly talked about women tended in the past to embrace more of the masculine leadership concepts. And I think get lost in the process, losing their identity, using the qualities that makes us powerful in our female way. So what would be your advice to women, because there are many of them on this broadcast and watching us? How can we embrace the female qualities and still lead the way and show up in this consciousness?
Beautiful. And again, thanks for calling me a spiritual mentor, although I don't think I am. I'm just more logistical. But, when people find who they are, they have a spiritual experience. So a lot of people call me a spiritual mentor. So thank you for that. So getting back to your question, though, the biggest thing that I see in women is that they think that success, security, and safety is a masculine frequency. It's a masculine habit. It's a masculine hat that they have to put on. And usually what they do, their icons is, they could be their father who was successful, it could be, somebody that they're following. And they think, so when people learn habits or success patterns, they not only learn the success pattern, but they learn from the person that they're studying under. With me, it's a little different because I don't allow you, and you probably noticed this, Dagmar, I don't allow my personal frequencies to integrate with you. And that's really key. And that's a good sign of a leader, by the way. It allows you to be you in your own way, right? So for example, if, people are under mentorship, and say your mentor is like an abuser or a raging alcoholic. And I've seen a lot of cases this way. They become highly successful in their field, but then that person that was mentored became a raging alcoholic. How many times has that happened, right? So again, what women want to do is they need to separate. And in today's society, by the way, most people think that being safe, being secure, being successful is a man's world. It's the man's world out there. So in order to win in the man's world, what do most women do? They turn into a masculine identity, and physically their hormones get restructured. They start looking like men. They start, acting like men. What you want to do is go back and understand that safety, security, success it's just a frequency. You put it on a woman, and then you should become more of a significant woman rather than losing your identity. That's really, really important to understand. It's and like weakness or becoming intuitive, that's a feminine frequency. It's not the case. It's just a frequency. If a man uses it, a proper man uses it, right? He actually becomes more masculine, more manly, being intuitive. So all those concepts and ideas that we have, this is a masculine identity. This is a feminine identity. Let's just do away with that stuff. It's just an identity. It's just a success frequency. You put it on yourself, right? Or you resonate with that success frequency or success habit. It should make you more of a female if you're a woman, right? If it's not working for you, then you obviously has, say, endowed more that success frequency than just the success pattern. So in a nutshell, you have a whole package. When you're learning from somebody, most people take that whole package and then absorb that package. What I'm saying is like, wait a second, look at what actually makes that person successful. And then you just peel that thread of frequency, and you absorb that persona. But most people don't do that. They're not, you have to really study the person, like through their books or whatever that you do. You start to study the underlying tone of that person just by observing or just by reading. And what you do is like, you start to go, oh, this is why they became successful. And then you put that on you, and then you become more of who you are. Does that make sense? Dagmar?
Put on a frequency of success. I love it. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. And I just want to emphasize, guys, success is just a frequency. Right? There's no masculine value. There's no feminine value, by the way. Okay?
Well, Mas, thank you so much. I just had to join this panel. First of all, I'm so grateful for you being our closing leader and expert today on day one, which has been a very, very powerful day, talking about masculine and feminine energy. My model of feminine energy is Face Ajadi. I just adore how she carries herself, and feminine energy blossoms in a real masculine. Am I cutting off?
You're good.
Yeah, you're welcome. So I want to just go around. We're going to be closing. I want to go around and just elevate Masati. Like what is it that you take about, and how does this day supported you today? And then we'll come to Masati for our closing remarks after you go around. So Donna, let's start with you.
Today has been incredibly powerful, impactful, and expansive in so many different ways, because we talked about paradigm shifts, we talked about being significant, energies and frequencies, and I know tomorrow it's only gonna amplify. And I have my page of notes over here, so it's been a great day.
And with that, let's bring Masati in. Masati, what is we just wanted to give you the whole floor for your closing remarks, and for what you would like to let the audience know. We'll give you the whole floor.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, overall, guys, it's a brand new paradigm. It's a whole new day. Whether you believe in frequencies or not, there's something happening in the world. There's so many individuals going, God, the world has really changed. And some people might go, because it's COVID, because of that. But whatever it is like we're awakening. We're awakening to a point of understanding who we truly are in our potential of who we are. Not going into or selling ourselves, so to speak, or going through the mundane, say, patterns of life. And by the way, it's the mundane patterns of life become mundane because you're not who you really are. So in this time, it's a great opportunity for you to awaken and see who you really are, to look inside you and understand where you come from. Understand a lot of that your habits aren't even yours. Again, I've talked about it. It could be your parents, it could be society's norms, it could be whatever. If you have kids, start to study them, start to see their innate natural essence of who they are. Take a look at nature, start to see the rhythm and the patterns of how everything harmonizes with everything else around it. It's quite an amazing synergistic environment that we have around us that we refuse to look at. So when you start to stop and smell the roses at a very, very deep level and start to understand the rhythm or the frequencies, as I call them, the algorithms, you start to connect with the natural algorithms that are out there to make you successful. And this is where you actually are in tune with yourself. And as you become in tune with yourself, you start to become successful in your proper, say, essence of what success is to you. And it's available for you, by the way, and it's not that hard.
Wow. Thank you so much for that, Masati, and for all of your wisdom here. Ava?
Well, thank you so much, Masati. We just wanted to really appreciate, all the gems that you dropped today, and even the readings on the spot, that you've done among our co-hosts. So we just want to honor you. Thank you so much for being our guest for day one closing.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for having me.
So, co-host, oh my gosh, how is day one for you? I'm so excited. I know my internet is lagging. It's all the energies out there. Let's put it on an energy. And so let's go around. Donna's kind of giving her closing remarks, but Jim Miller, let's have you. What are your takeaways from today? What's your experience of today?
Well, I'm just going to make it brief because it was like drinking from a fire hose the whole day. But everybody that came before Masadi, I was receiving as what I had to become more of, in a good way. What they were offering, their perspectives, their everything. It's just I would love to be more of that. And the perfect book ending to that, or book, what are they called, book holders, was Masadi coming in and saying, no, become less. It was just and it made sense. It wasn't in conflict with what was being said by all the other speakers. It was just such a, it exceeded my expectations tremendously. And it got me thinking about what's coming next. And what's coming next is going to be a live event that's going to blow live events off of the map. I'm telling you, Mo, beware.
I love that, Jim. Thank you so much. Dagmar, what are your closing thoughts?
Well, first of all, I was so excited to pop in and ask Mas the question, because female leadership is something that I am passionate about. But honestly, I've become a groupie for a lot of people today. I'm totally in love with Dan Clark. I mean, where has he been my whole life? I'm going to actually rewatch his entire interview because it was just so resonating with who I want to be, who I want to become. But to me, the overall theme was this completely open heart leadership. I felt enveloped in the frequency of hope, in a frequency of empowerment. I felt that it doesn't matter where I am today, because I just have to take another step towards the greater, bigger vision. And it was an active inspiration. And what I mean by that, it wasn't just an event where we listen, we take some notes, we think, oh yeah, interesting, and then we put it away. I actually felt changed as I listened to these leaders exhibiting and modeling what it looks like to expand the version of yourself. So my glass is not just half full. It's, as Dan Clark said, it's fully refilled. So can't wait for tomorrow.
I love that so much, Dagmar. Thank you so much. For me, usually when we do these events, they're so amazing, but there's so much energy that I feel a little tired by the end of the day. But I'm telling you right now, I could go out and run. I am so excited. I am so pumped. And so many words of wisdom that I don't know how I'm going to go to sleep tonight. I feel so blessed and excited about who's been on. Masadi was amazing. And we have so many more amazing guests to come. So Rex, what are your final thoughts? You have to unmute.
There we go. Okay. The bird needs both wings to fly. And so between the beginning and the ending, there is a statement, less is more. And that's something to always keep in mind, because there's hot and cold and night and dark and tall and short and fat and thin and all these polar opposites in the world. There's good and bad, and there's an abundance of both. Abundance is not what we have. Abundance is an amount. And we have got a great amount of wisdom today from all of the speakers. And there are those speakers who we can say we want to aspire to, but there's also those things that we want to release and let go of. So, it's both are equally important, just like giving and receiving. And so as we move forward in the universe is expanding, but there's entropy, which means it's also falling apart. But it's continuing to expand, but it's also shedding kind of what it doesn't need. And that is a spiritual journey. I mean, that is the macrocosm of our microcosmic journey. As we move forward, we let go of, we shed the old wineskins in favor of the new. We renew ourselves by the transforming of our mind and our heart and our spirit. And every speaker we've had today has exemplified at least some portion of that. And there's 6 more days at least to come. So stay tuned. We've got something coming up after this, but stay tuned for each day. Share it if you benefited, if you have gotten value from this. Spread it around, share it out, tell people to register so they can join us. Leave comments both during replay and during the live, and enjoy yourself and apply what you have learned. And thank you for the opportunity of being here with all these incredible people.
Well said, Rex. You know, we are going to take a short break, but we have an amazing speaker because we're not done yet. I know we said we're done. We're not done yet. We're going to take about an hour break. And when we come back, we have none other than Les Brown, one of my all-time favorite people in the universe, Les Brown. For those of you who are not familiar with him, you have quoted him and not even realized you've quoted him. He is truly, truly amazing. And
For sure.
so make sure that you go get some dinner and then come on back.
So do we have a start?
7 p.m. Pacific time. 7 p.m. Pacific.
Got it.
An hour from now, practically. How about that?
Just a little over. Just a little bit over.
Hour and
Enough to go take care of things and come back.
We'll see you all soon.
So watch for it and share the show. We'll see you.